Chapter 368. Good, you have a bright future. Qin Wancho smiled. Let's go out and get married. Let me make a big deal while we're at it. Qin City's Madame Qiuruhan said, Husband, be but Yang Dingtian killed my niece. Qin Wancho smiled faintly. There's so many idiots in the Autumn Water Sword sect. What's wrong with killing a few? Qiuruhan's expression changed drastically. Her delicate body trembled as she took a few steps back and lowered her head. Qin Jiaojiao looked at her father in disbelief. All along, her mother Qiuruhan was very strict with her. It was her father, Qin Wancho, who doted on her. A year ago, she was punished for contradicting Xinlang, and it was all just an act. Now that she was being bullied like this, her father actually had such an attitude. Her mind went blank, and she didn't care about anything else. She pulled out the jade hairpin on her head and placed it on her neck. She stared at Qin Wancho and said, Father, immediately cancel my engagement with Yang Dingtian. Otherwise, I will die in front of you immediately. Following that, Qin Jiaojiao used a bit of force and pierced the delicate skin on her neck. Fresh blood flowed out. Qin Wancho turned around and looked at his daughter. Qin Jiaojiao's gaze was filled with determination and stubbornness. Father, daughter would rather die than marry Yang Dingtian. Qin Wancho's gaze constricted, and he said indifferently, Jiaojiao, do you think I dote on you? Qin Jiaojiao cried, Father dotes on daughter very much, so I beg father to grant my wish. Daughter marrying Yang Dingtian is truly a fate worse than death. Then you must feel that marrying Yang Dingtian is very wronged? Qin Wancho asked. Yes, Qin Jiaojiao said. Daughter hates him. Also, he comes from a lowly background. How is he worthy of daughter? Qin Wancho sighed. Jiaojiao, do you know why I always indulge you? To let you run amok in Qin City and spread your domineering name throughout the world. Qin Jiaojiao's gaze became even more tender. It's because father dotes on daughter. Wrong, you're wrong. Qin Wancho said, The reason why I indulge you is because you are the stupidest among all my children. You are destined to have no future, so I don't need to strictly discipline you. The moment he said that, Yang Dingtian also looked at Qin Wancho in disbelief. As a father, he actually said such harsh words to his daughter. Qin Jiaojiao suddenly trembled as her face instantly turned ghastly pale, and she looked at Qin Wancho in disbelief. Her vision was dizzy, and her entire body was on the verge of collapse. Without a doubt, her father Qin Wancho's love was the most important part of her life. Now, with Qin Wancho saying such words, he felt like the sky was going to collapse. Also, do you feel wronged by marrying Yang Dingtian? Qin Wancho smiled and said, In reality, he feels even worse than you. Him marrying you is probably no better than eating a poisonous snake alive. You can't imagine how disgusted he is with you and how much he despises you. He's not good enough for you. Even 100 of you aren't good enough for Yang Dingtian. Qin Jiaojiao's body swayed, and she almost fell to the ground. You want me to break off the engagement or commit suicide? Qin Wancho said coldly, then commit suicide. I'll stand here and watch you die, and I definitely won't stop you. After you die, I'll immediately find another daughter, prettier and gentler. I'll immediately promote her to the first wife's daughter and change her name to Qin Jiaojiao to Yang Dingtian. The delay definitely won't exceed 2 hours. Then, you can disappear from this world without a sound. Finally, Qin Jiaojiao couldn't take it anymore and fainted. Yang Dingtian went forward and pressed on her philtrum, waking her up. Looking at her frightened eyes and her pale face that had lost all sense of security, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel pity for her. Qin Wancho sighed and said, Although you're not smart enough, you're still my daughter. I'll warn you one last time. This husband of yours, Yang Dingtian, might kill his way into Qin City in the near future and take my head. But you'd better be good at being Mrs. Yang. Maybe you'll be happier than your brothers and sisters." With that, Qin Wanchou walked out. His wife, Qiu Ruhan, hurriedly followed. Yang Dingtian gave Qin Jiaojiao a saint spirit pill to let her recover some energy, then covered her head with a veil. "Don't cover her head. Let everyone see that she was beaten up before," Qin Wanchou said indifferently. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was even more stunned. He really couldn't understand Qin Wanchou, this ambitious and ruthless person. Qin Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes trembled, and she suddenly tore off her veil. She stared coldly at Yang Dingtian, then walked out. The wedding ceremony was in progress. All the guests saw half of Qin Jiaojiao's red and swollen face, and even the palm print on it could be seen clearly. In the beginning, the guests revealed astonished expressions, then quickly pretended that they didn't see anything, but their gazes couldn't help but avoid Qin Jiaojiao's red and swollen face. The wedding ceremony began. 2 of the 4 seats at the top were empty, and Yang Dingtian's elders weren't there. So, they could only be empty. Under Li Guanong's command, the wedding ceremony was about to begin. Right at this moment, the ceremony outside suddenly shouted, "Yinyang School's elder, Lung Qingchen, has arrived!" Instantly, the scene was in an uproar. All the guests stood up together. Qin Wanchou's face shook, revealing an expression of disbelief. Then he stood up from his seat and strode out of the hall to welcome them. "Yang Dingtian, follow me." Yang Dingtian hurriedly followed. Walking to the entrance of the hall, Yang Dingtian instantly saw a simple middle-aged man slowly walking up the stairs. This person was Lung Qingchen, Dongfang Minmi's senior brother, Lung Ao's father, the son of the previous Yinyang School's principal, and the former successor of the Yinyang School. However, he wasn't very interested in this position. He felt that his martial arts talent wasn't as good as Dongfang Minmi's, so he took the initiative to give it up. He also had another identity, Dongfang Minmi's sworn brother. Yang Dingtian had never seen him before, but he had heard his master, Dongfang Minmi, mention him many times. The sentence he said the most was that if his sworn brother was here that day, Dongfang Bingling wouldn't have chased after him. This person was Dongfang Minmi's closest person in the Yinyang School. Although he had resigned from the position of successor of the Yinyang School, he was definitely the second most important person in the Yinyang School. However, he had been wandering outside for many years in pursuit of freedom, so Yang Dingtian had never met him, and very few people in the world had seen him. However, the legends about him never stopped. Every time someone mentioned that Lung Qingchen had been to a certain place, countless people would flock to that place, hoping to meet this legendary person. After arriving at the entrance of the main hall, Qin Wanchou directly shook off his wife and Yang Dingtian and quickly walked down. As he walked, he said, Senior brother Lung, why didn't you say anything if you were coming? I should have at least brought people to welcome you. How disrespectful are you making me?" Qin Wanchou walked to Lung Qingchen and bowed deeply. Then he turned around and stood side by side with Lung Qingchen. He even took half a step back and led Lung Qingchen forward. Lung Qingchen waved his hand in response to Qin Wanchou's respect and said, "Wanchou, don't treat me like niece Bingling." No. Qin Wanchou smiled. When Lung Qingchen walked closer, Yang Dingtian immediately knelt down and said, "Yinyang School's disciple, Cloud Sky City's Lord Yang Dingtian, greets Marshal Aunt Lung." Lung Qingchen stopped and said, "You are Yang Dingtian." "Yes, Yang Dingtian." Lung Qingchen went forward and patted Yang Dingtian's head and said, "I didn't get to see Nyemya for the last time, but you served him." "This disciple doesn't dare," Yang Dingtian said. "A few days ago, I was traveling when I received a secret message from Bingling. She said that you were coming to Qin City to marry Qin Jiaojiao. She was worried about your safety, so she asked me to come over. Qin Wanchou's heart is black and merciless. He really can do anything. So I came over," Lung Wuchen said. His words were so direct that Qin Wancho couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Then Lung Qingchen said, I wasn't at the Yinyang school that day, so it caused a lot of misunderstandings and caused you to be expelled from the Yinyang school. But fortunately, the misunderstandings have been cleared up, and Bingling cares a lot about you, which is great. Let me declare that you, Yang Dingtian, are still a disciple of the Yinyang school, and your position is on the same level as Bingling, above my son Leng Ao. Of course, you will continue to be the Cloud Heaven City Lord. Yes, thank you, Martial Uncle. Yan Dingtian kowtowed again. Also, since you are already a disciple of the Yinyang school, if anyone wants to harm you, they will kill you. My Yinyang school won't agree. Although your master is no longer around, there are still a few old bones in the Yinyang school. Even I, your martial uncle, don't have many opponents in the world. So if someone wants to harm you, I will fight them, Lung Qingchen said. However, you are a disciple of the Yinyang school, but Cloud Heaven City doesn't belong to the Yinyang school. So, if someone wants to harm Cloud Heaven City, we won't interfere. Of course, if Bingling cares about you and wants to interfere, I won't stop her. Yes, thank you, Martial Uncle. Lung Qingchen smiled and said, Also, are you still going to compete with Bingling in 3 years? Yang Dingtian said, We should still compete, but I don't really care about winning or losing. Previously, I had a lot of misunderstandings about Bingling. She is very impressive, even more so than Master to a large extent. Huh. Lung Qingchen laughed and said, Compete. You still have to compete. You are still young and don't understand some things. Bingling is actually not suitable to be the Yinyang school's principal. You are more suitable. However, she is stubborn and I can't persuade her. I have talked to her. If she wins the competition in 3 years, I will support her to be the Yinyang school's principal. If you win, you will be the Yinyang school's principal. Bingling will obediently be your wife and stand behind you to support you. Ah, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. He couldn't help but ask, Then what is her attitude? She didn't say anything. Lung Qingchen said, But sometimes not saying anything is already saying something. So do your best. 3 years later, defeat Bingling, marry her, and become the Yinyang school's principal. Then I won't have to worry anymore. Yang Dingtian could only kowtow in a daze. He couldn't say anything for a while. Not only did this martial Aunt Lung attend his wedding, but she also told him that if he defeated Bingling 3 years later, he would become the Yinyang school's principal and marry Dongfang Bingling. However, Leng Ao was Lung Qingchen's son. He was also infatuated with Dongfang Bingling. Then what about Senior Leng Ao? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. Leng Ao? Lung Qingchen laughed and said, Bingling doesn't like him. I can't randomly match him just because. He is my son. Qin Wancho looked at Yang Dingtian with a slightly complicated gaze. Then he said to Lung Qingchen, Senior Lung, the auspicious time has arrived. Let's go in first. Okay. Lung Qingchen laughed and said, Wancho, maybe when a disaster comes in the future, you'll have to rely on your son-in-law. Senior brother, can't you hope for me a little better? Qin Wancho smiled helplessly and said, Moreover, although I am a little ambitious, I still know what is right and wrong. Evil ways to kill my niece Bingling, even though you know that clearly? Lung Qingchen said, If it weren't for the fact that we can't fight, I would fight with you right now. Otherwise, you will really think that there is no one in my Yinyang school. Qin Wancho laughed and said, But you didn't succeed in killing her. Just you wait. Lung Qingchen said, In a few years, my niece will come looking for trouble with you. At that time, I'm afraid you will really have to rely on your son-in-law. I know your ambition, and I even approve of it. I don't intend to stop you. However, can you be more particular about your table manners? As per Senior Brother Lung's order, Qin Wancho said. Lung Qingchen looked at Yang Dingtian and said, Little Tian, I know you are very wary of this father-in-law in front of you. I'm afraid you have long seen him as a future enemy. However, I have to remind you that there is an even more dangerous person, Zhu Qingzhu. He is the true devil. You, father-in-law and son-in-law, should not be in a hurry to fall out with each other. It is more important for you to work together to get rid of this devil. Qin Wanqiu and Yang Dingtian looked at each other helplessly. However, Lung Qingchen's suggestion was indeed acceptable. All right, let's go in, Lung Qingchen said, and then pulled Yang Dingtian's hand into the main hall. As soon as he walked in, the guests present knelt down and said in unison, "Greetings, Elder Lung." Then Qin Huaiyu and his siblings knelt down in unison and kowtowed, "Greetings, Marshal Uncle Lung." "Get up." Lung Qingchen helped Qin Huaiyu up and said, "Since you are colluding with each other, then make friends with Yang Dingtian. You will not be disappointed." "Yes," Qin Huaiyu said respectfully. Lung Qingchen walked in front of Qin Jiaojiao and looked at her swollen face and said, "You are the Qin Jiaojiao who is going to marry Yang Dingtian." Qin Jiaojiao was originally domineering and rude, but at this moment she was completely suppressed by Lung Qingchen's aura and did not dare to be rash. She lowered her head and said, "Yes. I asked around a little these 2 days. Your reputation isn't good, and everyone says that you are not smart." Lung Qingchen smiled and said, "But from what I see now, you are a woman with good fortune." With that said, Lung Qingchen walked over and sat down at the seat of honor, becoming a senior on Yang Dingtian's side. Li Guanong stepped forward and bowed, "Greetings, Elder Lung." Lung Qingchen stood up and said, "Junior brotherly, you must not bow." The wedding ceremony officially began. It was similar to the rules on Earth. The first bow to the 2 moons and 2 suns in the sky. The second bow to the great God primal chaos on the ground. The third bow to the husband and wife. The fourth bow to the husband and wife. After the ceremony, the banquet officially began. Countless fine wine and delicacies, delicious fruits and melons were served up like flowing water. There were 2 seats at the very center. Lung Qingchen and Qin Wanqiu sat on the left, and Yang Dingtian and Qin Jiaojiao sat on the right. After the banquet began, Yang Dingtian and Qin Jiaojiao did not have time to eat and had to carry out a long toast. The first toast was to Lung Qingchen, the second toast was to Qin Wanqiu, the third toast was to Qiu Ruhan, and the fourth toast was to the matchmaker, Li Guanong. These 4 cups of wine had to be toasted first, but the order of the following toasts would depend on the arrangement. Qin City's chief, steward cum master of ceremonies, Qin Wancheng, stood up and said, "Next, the first toast of the bride and groom has extraordinary significance. Who wants to get this first toast?" "We all want." Instantly, the people below said in unison, "All right then, let's see who dotes on the bride and groom the most." Qin Wancheng smiled and said, Immediately, White Cloud City Lord stood up and said, "My White Cloud City sends 3 billion gold coins, plus 120 miles of island, plus 352 pieces of bloody black gold. Congratulations to the bride and groom to grow old together." The moment White Cloud City Lord finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Yang Dingtian was also slightly shocked. Since when was his toast so valuable? 3 billion gold coins, 120 miles of island, and 352 pieces of bloody black gold. Although White Cloud City was rich, they could not take out so many things. They probably borrowed a lot from the Black Heaven sect. Such a high price was definitely not to fight for Yang Dingtian's first toast. It was for tonight's finale, the treasure of heaven and earth, the Yin-Yang reincarnation crystal. Previously, Yang Dingtian thought that the people of Qin City were unreliable. They actually held the auction of the Yin-Yang reincarnation crystal on his wedding day. Qin Mingli said that it would be very refined, but he did not expect it to be in the name of the first toast. After White Cloud City Lord made his bid, the others immediately followed suit. North's World Society, an 800 miles mine, and 13 8th grade martial technique manuals. 5 8th-grade mystic technique manuals, 3,000 iron warriors, and 500 berserk demonic dragons. The North's World Society was also one of the 9 sects of the world. Although sect leader Song Shao was not yet a great master, he was very close. If the Northwest Qin City was the overlord of the Northwest and Southwest continents, then the World Society was the overlord of the North. Although their power and territory were not as strong as the Northwest Qin City, they were not too far off. Moreover, the World Society had 2 items that could shake the world. One was the Iron Warriors, a type of puppet warrior that was almost invulnerable. These warriors were soaked in potions and did not know fear or pain. They would definitely obey any orders. Moreover, every Iron Warrior's cultivation was above the great mystic martial master level. It could be said that Qin Qing was drooling at the sight of the Steel Warriors. This was because the Steel Warriors were a powerful army. 3,000 of them were equivalent to more than 30,000 people. The World Society also had another item, the Berserk demonic dragon. Of course, although it was called a dragon, it was actually a type of lizard. Hence, it should be called the Berserk demonic lizard. This was a very cruel and ferocious demonic beast. Its running speed was very shocking. The World Society had a secret technique that could tame this kind of cruel demonic beast into a mount and let the strongest warriors ride on this berserk demonic lizard. Then they would form the most terrifying demonic dragon cavalry. It could be said that in a simple battle, 500 demonic dragon cavalry could defeat an army of tens of thousands. The demonic dragon cavalry was the trump card of the World Society. It was the greatest treasure that allowed the World Society to dominate the North. Now, in order to obtain the yin-yang reincarnation crystal, the World Society was actually willing to reveal these 2 treasures. Yang Dingtian clearly saw that Qin Wancho's body trembled slightly. His eyes suddenly lit up. It was obvious that he was extremely tempted. Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth Splitting City are willing to offer 1,300 square kilometers of land, 100 Yang crystal warships, and 1,000 Golden Claw demonic griffins to wish the bride and groom a long life together. When this price was announced, the entire crowd was shocked. Everyone was shocked speechless. Although the yin-yang reincarnation crystal was the most valuable treasure in the world, there was no need to pay such a terrifying price. Lung Qingqian came over and said, "What they want to buy is not only the yin-yang reincarnation crystal, but also the Tiando League's permission for the buyer to build a Xian energy condensation purification formation." So that was it. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth Splitting City were originally only offering 1,300 square kilometers of land. Now they were offering 1,300 square kilometers of land, 100 Yang crystal warships, and 1,000 Golden Claw demonic griffins. This price could be said to have doubled compared to the previous price. The Yang crystal warships were secret of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. They were the treasures that allowed them to dominate the sea. This type of warship had 3 times the speed of a normal ship. It also had several times the attack power. The Cloud Sky Pavilion had the Yang crystal warships, which was why they could dominate the sea for hundreds of years. The Golden Claw demonic griffins were the trump card of Earth Splitting City. Most factions would have mounts. For example, Cloud Sky City had floating skates. However, they were very rare and could not form a large army. The Golden Claw demonic griffins were extremely rare, large-scale flying beasts. With them, they could form a large flying cavalry army. How terrifying would 1,000 flying cavalry be? Having a flying cavalry was equivalent to having an air force in the Earth era. How shocking would that be? This should be the highest price for the day. Next, it was Yang Dingtian's turn. Chapter 369. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to bid, the World Society, Earth Fisher City, and Cloud Sky Pavilion started bidding again. "Little Tian, you also want this yin-yang reincarnation crystal?" Lung Qingqian asked. "Yes, Martial Uncle. Yang Dingtian replied. You also want to build a celestial qi condensation purification array. Lung Qingchen asked. Yes. Yang Dingtian nodded. Lung Qingchen had traveled the world and seen all kinds of things. There was nothing that could shock her. However, Yang Dingtian's idea still shocked her. Cloud Sky City was undoubtedly in its most difficult time. On the surface, it had 1,000 miles of territory, but in reality it only controlled less than 200 miles of territory. Moreover, there was not a single Grandmaster in Cloud Sky City. Cloud Sky City's name was still resounding in the world, but it was all because of Shimin Wuya's influence. Cloud Sky City's current strength was probably not even in the top 50 in the world. The Cloud Sky Pavilion, the overlord of the sea, and the Earthfisher City, the overlord of the sky, were both in the top 10 in the world. However, they still had to work together to build a celestial qi condensation purification array. A small Cloud Sky City actually wanted to build one on its own. If not for the fact that Yang Dingtian never lied, Lung Qingchen would have thought that Yang Dingtian was talking nonsense. At this moment, Qin Wanqiu also heard their conversation. He looked at Yang Dingtian and asked, Kid, you also want to build a celestial qi condensation array? Yang Dingtian nodded. Are you out of your mind? Qin Wanqiu said, My Qin city is the richest in the world, but it took us more than 10 years to build this celestial qi condensation array. Your Cloud Sky City is so poor. Even if we give you a celestial qi condensation array, you won't be able to use it. When Qin Wanqiu finished speaking, Qiu Ruhan's beautiful eyes revealed a mocking and disdainful look. Father-in-law, whether I can build it or not is also my business, Yang Dingtian said. Huh. Qin Wanqiu laughed and said, Up to you then. But even though you and I are father-in-law and son-in-law, public is public, private is private. Don't even dream about it. I will give you this yin-yang reincarnation crystal as Jiao Jiao's dowry. I'm not that greedy. Of course I'll bid. Father-in-law, you don't need to be biased, Yang Dingtian said. Oh, that's right. Meng Li is head over heels in love with you. I'm afraid she'll throw all her wealth at you. Qin Wanqiu said, but if you're counting on Meng Li's wealth to exchange for the yin-yang reincarnation crystal, you're dreaming. Although she's rich, no one in this world can surpass her in terms of gold. However, her wealth can't be exchanged for yin-yang reincarnation crystals. You have to be clear about this. Yang Dingtian said, Of course I won't use Meng Li's money. I'll use my own wealth to exchange for this yin-yang reincarnation crystal. Qin Wanqiu immediately sat up straight and said, Now that you've said it like that, I'm really attracted to you. What exactly do you want to use to exchange for it? And what price are you willing to pay? From the looks of it, even if you sell the entire Cloud Sky City, it won't be enough. No hurry, father-in-law. I'll wait until they've finished bidding, then I'll bid, Yang Dingtian said. The World Society of the North offers an 800-mile mine and 13 8th-grade martial technique manuals, 5 8th-grade mystic technique manuals, 5,000 iron warriors, 1,000 berserk demon dragons, 800 miles of land, and 2,000 miles of sea. The elder of the World Society suddenly stood up and roared. Instantly the crowd was thunderous. Compared to before, the World Society's price had almost doubled. It seemed that this overlord of the North was determined to obtain this yin-yang reincarnation crystal. The crowd was silent for a moment. About 2 minutes later, the elder of the Cloud Sky Pavilion stood up again. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Splitting City are willing to offer 5 billion gold coins, 1,500 miles of land, 300 yang crystal warships, 3,000 golden claw demon griffins, in addition to a 9th-grade beast soul pill. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was completely shocked. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-Splitting City had increased the price by 2 or 3 times and added a 9th-grade beast soul pill. a ninth-grade beast soul pill. It was enough to shake the world. In the current world, there was almost no one who could refine a ninth-grade beast soul pill. It could only be left behind from the ancient times. What did a ninth-grade beast soul pill mean? It meant that one could subdue a ninth-grade demonic beast and refine it into a martial spirit. What did a ninth-grade martial spirit mean? It meant that one had a martial grandmaster level martial spirit. Of course, after a ninth-grade demonic beast was refined into a martial spirit, its power would be greatly reduced, but it would at least be an advanced martial grandmaster level martial spirit. What did this mean? This meant that just this ninth-grade beast soul pill could create a top expert in the universe. Of course, it was only a possibility. After all, refining a martial spirit had a certain probability of failure. However, just this possibility was enough to make people go crazy. When the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth Splitting City announced their price, the Elder of the World Society was instantly dejected, his face pale. It was obvious that this price was something they could not surpass. Even if they were willing to give up everything, they could not surpass it. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that Qin Wanchou's breathing had become heavier. This price had far exceeded his expectations. "Kid, what do you think of this astronomical price?" Qin Wanchou smiled at Yang Dingtian. This price was, of course, an astronomical figure. It had far exceeded the value of a yin-yang reincarnation crystal. Not to mention selling it 10 times, it would not even be enough to sell it 20 times. Just when everyone thought that the dust had settled, suddenly, a cold and feminine voice rang out. "My Ning clan of the South Sea is willing to offer a 9th grade superior mystic skill scroll and a supreme grade mystic flame in exchange." When these words were spoken, it was as if a storm had swept through the entire venue. Everyone was shocked to the point of trembling. A 9th grade superior mystic skill scroll? It should only exist in legends. This world had probably not seen a 9th grade superior mystic skill scroll for 200 to 300 years. Currently, the Yin-Yang School and the Black Heaven sect did not even have a 9th grade intermediate mystic skill scroll. Mystic skill scrolls and martial skill scrolls were different. For martial skill scrolls, the higher the grade, the better. If you were given a 9th grade mystic skill scroll, if your mystic meridians were not talented enough, you might not be able to achieve anything in your lifetime. However, mystic skill scrolls were different. The higher the grade, the more powerful the mystic skill scroll. It could be said that if any warrior learned a 9th grade superior mystic skill scroll, no matter how well he learned it, he would be able to defeat an opponent 2 levels higher than him. How shocking was this? Especially for a top expert like Qin Wanchou. Previously, he might not have been a match for Shimen Wuya and Dongfang Minmi. However, after obtaining a 9th grade superior mystic skill scroll, once the battle started, it would be hard to tell who would emerge victorious. Furthermore, mystical skill scrolls would vanish into thin air after learning them. They were completely unique. Not to mention, the Ning clan of the South Sea had a supreme grade mystic flame. A supreme grade mystic flame was not the best mystic flame. However, its value was enough to make the entire world look up to it. More directly, the value of a supreme grade mystic flame was no less than the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. What shocked everyone present was that the Ning clan of the South Sea was not a very powerful force. It was isolated in the sea and was more than 20,000 miles away from the mainland. It was not even in the Tiando League. Furthermore, it was not a powerful force. Everyone present knew very little about the Ning clan of the South Sea. However, they did not expect that they would also come to compete for the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. Hearing the Ning clan of the South Sea's price, everyone turned to look at the bidder. It was a man. However, he was more beautiful than a woman. He was more seductive and feminine. In terms of pure skin, there was probably no woman present who could compare to him. The Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth Splitting City were just about to be in his hands. However, The Ning clan of the South Sea had interfered. He could not help but say angrily, "If you don't have these things and are only here to cause trouble, what should we do?" The person from the Ning clan of the South Sea did not speak. He directly took out a jade box from his sleeve. He opened the jade box and took out a scroll. Instantly, golden light shot out in all directions. The entire hall was completely enveloped by a mysterious and powerful energy. This energy instantly seeped into everyone's body. Everyone's mystic meridians opened and their energy reserves were filled with thirst. Without a doubt, this was definitely not an ordinary item. This was definitely a superior 9th grade mystic skill scroll. There was no way it could be faked. Instantly, Qin Wancho's breathing became heavy. It was to the extent that everyone's breathing became heavy. There should be no one who could offer a higher price than the Ning clan of the South Sea. Qin Wancho regained his composure and said to Yang Dingtian, "Son-in-law, this person's price is already as high as the sky. What's your price? Are you still not going to take it out?" Yang Dingtian was also pondering in his heart. Then he took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Lung Qinchin. He said, "Uncle Master, it's not convenient for me to bid. You can bid on my behalf." Lung Qinchin nodded. After receiving it, she did not look at it herself. Instead, she passed it to Qin Wancho. Qin Wancho took the paper without a care. He opened it and did not believe that Yang Dingtian could give a decent price. There were 3 items written on the paper. The first item was a human skin mask. The second item was an ancient sword. The third item was a thunder, mystic talisman. In addition, there was a note. It will teach a set of swordsmanship. This set of swordsmanship is called the Swaying Calamity Crossing Sword. It is guaranteed that the learner will have a stunning effect. After glancing at it, Qin Wancho's body shook violently. Then he instantly closed the paper and did not even let his wife see it. Then, as if he could not believe it, he took another look. Then he quickly burned the whole paper with mystic fire. Yang Dingtian's bid was not eye-catching, except that thunder mystic talismans were rare in the world. Moreover, even if thunder mystic talismans were rare in the world, their value could not be compared with the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. Thunder mystic talismans could probably only be used to mystify and surprise people, unlike the yin-yang reincarnation crystal, which could strengthen a sect. However, Yang Dingtian's real bid was to transfer the ownership of Wu Ming, the successor of the hidden sect. That human skin mask was the one that Yang Dingtian used to impersonate Wu Ming. That ancient sword was the ancient sword of the hidden sect. As long as one had thunder mystic talismans, anyone could release thunder mystic talismans. And the biggest symbol of Wu Ming, the successor of the hidden sect, was that he had thunder talent. In addition, the church had the whirling calamity crossing sword that could pass off as the real thing. It could completely display the unique effect of the sword of calamity crossing sword. With these things added together, almost anyone could impersonate Wu Ming, the successor of the hidden sect. Previously, Qin Huayu knew that Yang Dingtian impersonated the successor of the hidden sect, but he would never expose it. His purpose was, of course, for Qin Qing to impersonate the successor of the hidden sect, because as long as he had the identity of the successor of the hidden sect, he could command the world. If used well, the value would far surpass 8 or 10 yin-yang reincarnation crystals. It would even surpass a supreme grade mystic fire and a 9th grade superior mystic skill scroll. However, there were risks in doing so. The risks were extremely high. The benefits were also extremely high. The role of the successor of the hidden sect, Wu Ming, in the hands of Yang Dingtian and in the hands of Qin Cheng were vastly different. Previously, Qin Cheng could not get these things, so he could not impersonate Wu Ming. Now, Yang Dingtian actually took the initiative to transfer all of them. There was another point. If Yang Dingtian transferred to Qin Cheng, Qin Wancho did not have to worry about Yang Dingtian exposing it at all, because Yang Dingtian himself had impersonated Wu Ming before. If he took the initiative to expose it, he would be courting death. Son-in-law, are you sure? Qin Wanchou asked. I'm sure, Yang Dingtian said. You're using 4 tails to achieve 1,000 caddies, Qin Wanchou said. Qin Wanchou said, however, perhaps you don't know what kind of earth-shattering effect this thing of yours can have in my hands. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, I've already said that I support some of your ambitions, father-in-law. Then, Yang Dingtian said in a low voice, Father-in-law, you should make a decision. Will you accept my offer? Qin Wanchou closed his eyes and fell into a huge decision. Yang Dingtian's offer was extremely tempting, but it was also extremely dangerous, and the Ning clan of the South Seas offer was a direct benefit. But to the ambitious Qin Wanchou, Yang Dingtian's offer was truly priceless. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wanchou smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, Son-in-law, since your martial uncle Lung Qingchen didn't drink enough just now, let's toast him again. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Qin Wanchou actually chose Lung Qingchen's offer. The World Society, Cloud Sky Pavilion, and Earth-Splitting City all looked disappointed. But the Ning clan of the South Sea was calm as if nothing had happened. Everyone present was extremely curious. What price did Lung Qingchen offer to obtain the yin-yang reincarnation crystal? And the most curious one was naturally Lung Qingchen. A trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes, and everyone present was extremely surprised. The yin-yang school already had a celestial qi condensation purification array. Why did they still want the yin-yang reincarnation crystal? The people from the World Society, Cloud Sky Pavilion, and Earth-Splitting City were furious. Your yin-yang school is already at the top of the world, but you still want to obstruct our path of advancement. Even if we become stronger, it won't affect your yin-yang school's supreme position. In their hearts, the reason why the yin-yang school bid was not to obtain the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. It was because they did not want a 4th school in the world to have a celestial qi condensation array. But no matter how much they grumbled in their hearts, they did not dare to show it. The yin-yang school was supreme in the world. No one dared to offend them. Yang Dingtian raised a cup of wine in front of Lung Qingchen and said, Martial uncle, please drink. Lung Qingchen took the wine and sniffed it lightly. She smiled and said, Good wine. But today is your big day. Martial uncle will give you this cup of wine. Then, Lung Qingchen handed the wine to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian took it and drank it. Instantly, everyone present was in an uproar. Lung Qingchen's actions were very obvious. She was giving the yin-yang reincarnation crystal to Yang Dingtian and to Cloud Sky City. Heavens, what kind of capability did Yang Dingtian have? How could he be given such a precious treasure? Lung Qingchen and the yin-yang school were too generous to Yang Dingtian, right? Even though this was not a suitable place to make a ruckus, there were still people who could not help but discuss. Didn't they say that Yang Dingtian was expelled from the yin-yang school? Why do they think so highly of him? You don't know. Yang Dingtian and the yin-yang school have already reconciled. Previously, Fairy Dongfang personally attended Yang Dingtian's enthronement ceremony. Wow, in that case, who would dare to look down on Yang Dingtian? Who would dare to bully him? Nonsense. Didn't you see that even Overlord Qin betrothed his daughter to him? No matter what, Yang Dingtian had finally obtained the important yin-yang reincarnation crystal. Furthermore, it was given to him by Lung Qingchen personally. Unless Yang Dingtian was willing to sell it, no one in this world would dare to snatch this precious treasure. This was because this auction was not only for the yin-yang reincarnation crystal, but also for the legal right to build the celestial qi condensation purification array. However, no one present believed that Yang Dingtian and Cloud Sky City could build the celestial qi condensation array. Even if the river flowed backward and the sun rose from the west, Yang Dingtian and Cloud Sky City could not build the celestial qi condensation array. Oh, I understand. Elderling is unwilling to offend the World Society, Xiantian Pavilion, and Earth-splitting city. He clearly knows that Cloud Sky City can't afford to build the celestial Qi condensation array, so he gave it to them. He wants to show that he is not trying to stop the Xiantian Pavilion and the other forces from progressing. Instead, he wants to nurture Yang Dingtian. In fact, he is trying to stop the Xiantian Pavilion and the other forces from progressing. However, his methods are really brilliant. After a certain friend's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. Realization dawned on them. In short, this yin-yang reincarnation crystal falling into Yang Dingtian's hands was a good outcome for most of the people present. After all, if Cloud Sky City could not build the celestial Qi condensation array, there would not be another force that could quickly rise. Lun Qingqin looked at Yang Dingtian. Little Tian, they all say that you are good at creating miracles. Today, I have finally experienced it. I don't know how you will build this celestial Qi condensation array, but I believe that you can still create miracles. I will wait and see. Thank you, Martial Uncle, Yang Dingtian said with a bow. All right, the show has ended. You have also gotten what you wanted. There is no need to waste time here. You two can enter the bridal chamber now. Qin Wanqiu looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated gaze. Yes. Yang Dingtian raised a cup of wine and said to all the guests, "Everyone eat and drink well. Cheers." Then, Yang Dingtian drank it all in one gulp. All the guests also drank it all in one gulp. The toast is over. Bride and groom, enter the bridal chamber. Inside the bridal chamber, the fragrance was overwhelming and the candlelight was red. Amidst the ambiguous pink atmosphere, only Yang Dingtian and Qin Jiaojiao were left in the bridal chamber. Qin Jiaojiao stood in the room, motionless and expressionless. Every moment of the night is worth 1,000 gold. Let's not waste any more time. Yang Dingtian said. Chapter 370. Looking at the empty box, Yang Dingtian's first thought was that Qin City was behind this. They weren't willing to hand over the yin-yang reincarnation crystals. But thinking about it, it was impossible because he hadn't handed over his lightning-type mystic talisman, nameless human skin mask, and the hidden sex sword, not to mention the fake whirling tribulation sword technique. And seeing that the box was empty, the hair on Qin Huaiyu's neck stood on end. He took a deep breath, and then a burst of mystic energy exploded from his body. Neither of them were ordinary people. They didn't yell or blame each other. After a few minutes, the two of them looked at each other. This secret room is Qin City's most important secret room, right? If I'm not wrong, it's about 100 feet underground. It's a few miles underground. It's like a maze with countless forks. If you didn't lead the way, I wouldn't have been able to find the right way. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu nodded. Also, there are at least 100 traps along the way. I'm afraid even a Grandmaster-level expert can't block these traps. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu nodded again. Also, there's a Grandmaster-level expert guarding this secret room at all times. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu nodded again. And the box containing the yin-yang reincarnation crystals has a total of 9 layers. Each layer is made of black diamond plated with bloody black gold. Unless it's the sword in my hand, this box is completely invulnerable. Also, this box is cast several feet underground. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu nodded again. But the Grandmaster-level expert guarding it is still here. He didn't notice anything strange at all. And these boxes aren't damaged at all, but the yin-yang reincarnation crystals inside have been taken away. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu nodded again. Then he licked his lips and said, I'll report to father immediately. Then Qin Huaiyu left with Yang Dingtian and reported to Qin Wanqiu as quickly as possible. Qin Wanqiu listened to Qin Huaiyu expressionlessly. Then the muscles on his face twitched. Father, what should we do? Should we immediately put the city under martial law? Qin Huaiyu asked. Martial law? What are you trying to do? Even if Duga Xiao is standing in front of you right now, what can you do? Qin Wanchou said, Don't do anything and don't tell anyone. Just pretend that nothing happened. Then let's just forget about it? Is he going to steal our yin-yang samsara crystals for nothing? Qin Huaiyu asked. Wrong, it's not stolen, it's snatched, Qin Wanchou said. Don't use the word thief on Duga Xiao. Then our Qin city is too weak, Qin Huaiyu said. Don't worry, he'll give me an explanation, Qin Wanchou said. Furthermore, this is also your fault. Back in the Dongli grassland, you guys abandoned Duga Fengwu and ran away. Even if he snatched the yin-yang reincarnation crystal, it would be a slight punishment to Qin city. Sigh. Following that, Qin Wanchou sighed and said, Yang Dingtian, you don't have to give me your lightning attribute mystic talisman, hidden sect's treasured sword, and that sword art. Once the yin-yang samsara crystals are in your hands, you can give them to me. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, There's no need. I'll give them to Senior Brother Qin now. Senior Brother Qin, come with me to get the items, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu was slightly startled and said, Brother, you don't have to do this. Dugu Xiao took the yin-yang samsara crystals because of me. It doesn't have much to do with you guys. Yang Dingtian said, I'm also hoping to express to you guys that I'm now in a marriage alliance with Qin City. Regardless of whether I'm willing or not, I'll definitely abide by certain agreements. Even if I have to fall out with you guys in the future, I'll still tell you. Qin Huaiyu glanced at his father and nodded forcefully, I know. Then, Qin Huaiyu followed Yang Dingtian to get the items. At this moment, Qin Wanchou suddenly said, Yang Dingtian, even if you're so magnanimous, when Qin Qi attacks Qinya, you'll still be on the verge of death. However, when Qin Qi returns to the northwest continent in the future and makes a move on you, I won't stop her. You must be clear about this. However, I can guarantee that I won't do anything myself. I understand, Yang Dingtian said. Since I'm supporting Senior Brother Qin, I'll naturally be Qin Qi's enemy. After leaving Qin Wanchou's room, Qin Huaiyu didn't have anything. After arriving at the Yang estate, he brought Qin Huaiyu to the main hall and said, Senior Brother, wait here for a moment. I'll go in and get something. All right, Qin Huaiyu said. Yang Dingtian walked into the inner room and pretended to rummage through the cabinets. But in reality, he took out a box from his interspatial ring. Carrying the box out, Yang Dingtian said with a smile in front of Qin Huaiyu, I hope that after I open this box, it won't be a slip of paper. Qin Huaiyu said with a smile, Then don't open it, I'll take the box away. Qin Huaiyu's meaning was very clear. Even if it was an empty box, Qin Huaiyu would think that there were thunder talismans and swords inside. That won't do, Yang Dingtian said. Then he opened the box. The items inside were still there. He had always kept them in his interspatial ring. Even immortals couldn't take them away. This is the ancient sword of the hidden sect. Yang Dingtian handed over the sword. Then he took out a small box and opened it. Inside was a transparent blue jade talisman. There was a faint electric current flashing. Seeing this jade talisman, Qin Huaiyu couldn't help but breathe heavily. This was an extremely rare item. Even if Qin City was the richest in the world, they didn't have this. This is a thunder talisman. Yang Dingtian put the jade talisman back into the box and handed it over. This is Nameless Human Skin Mask. This scroll is about the experience of counterfeiting the swaying Calamity Crossing sword. There are about 10 to 20,000 words. It clearly states how to make the special effects of the hidden sect's sword technique. However, this is all for show. Don't use it to fight. It wastes your profound qi and has no lethality. It can only be used to scare people. Yang Dingtian said with a smile and handed over the booklet. All the items were handed over. After Qin Huaiyu took the items, he bowed deeply and said, Brother, I can't thank you enough. In the future, I will let you see clearly. If I really open my heart, I, Qin Huaiyu, will not let you down. Then Qin Huaiyu said, "This thing is too precious. I have to immediately take it and hide it in the treasury. I will take my leave first. As for Duan Rian, I will come to you next time. See you in the afternoon," Yang Dingtian said. Then Qin Huaiyu turned and left. Yang Dingtian sat on the chair and closed his eyes, thinking about Dugu Zhao's note. The huge surprise he mentioned? What was going on? Could it be that the scales on Dugu Aoshuang's face were healed? It shouldn't be that. To Yang Dingtian, this wasn't considered a huge surprise at all. However, if he wanted to take back this yin-yang reincarnation crystal, he would probably have to make a trip to the Temple of Blood. Moreover, he originally wanted to head in that direction because the mystic vein essence that Master said was in the extreme north and had to pass through the Temple of Blood. The reason why Dongfang Bingling asked him to go together was because they had to pass through the heart of the evil ways. It was simply too dangerous. However, if Dugu Xiao wanted to kill him, he would have done so long ago. There probably wouldn't be any danger to his life this time. Moreover, even if Dugu Xiao wanted to kill Yang Dingtian, he could do it anywhere and didn't need to go to the Temple of Blood at all. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't think of that so-called huge surprise no matter how hard he racked his brains. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian recalled that when he went to meet Qin Wanqiu, he had already sent someone to send Qin Zhaojiao to his Yang residence, because from today onwards, she would be a member of the Yang clan and wouldn't be able to stay in the Qin palace. Why didn't he see Qin Zhaojiao after entering the Qin residence? Right at this moment, he seemed to have heard Qin Zhaojiao's voice. She was extremely terrified and her voice was trembling. Instantly, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes abruptly. He saw Qin Zhaojiao as expected. Qin Zhaojiao, who was in extreme fear. Apart from Qin Zhaojiao, there was another person, a handsome, confident, and unrestrained middle-aged man. The great demon of the Temple of Blood, one of the leaders of the evil ways, and one of the few remaining grandmasters in the world. Dugu Xiao. He was sitting opposite Yang Dingtian, while Qin Zhaojiao stood in front of him and kept trembling. She even felt like she was about to pee in her pants. Her entire face was completely pale and colorless. At this moment, Dugu Xiao was playing with something in his hand. It was a round ball that was half black and half white. Two types of energy were constantly circulating. This thing was about the size of a fist and looked extremely mysterious. It was like a small planet with the scenery inside constantly changing. The moment this thing appeared, Yang Dingtian felt that the surrounding mystic qi seemed to have become much purer. This was the treasure of heaven and earth that heaven and earth spent 10,000 years to condense, the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. Even if Cloud Heaven City was sold 10 times over, they still wouldn't be able to afford the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. Even if Ground Fisher City spent 1,500 miles of territory, hundreds of ships, billions of gold coins, and thousands of flying cavalry to obtain the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. Yang Dingtian went forward and bowed deeply. Yang Dingtian greets Senior Dugu. And Dugu Xiao said, "You saw the note I left behind?" "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. "Actually, when I came to Qin City to take this thing, Qin Wanqiu felt it," Dugu Xiao said. "But he didn't stop me. Do you know what that means?" "I know." Yang Dingtian. Between grandmasters, unless it's a life and death battle, they won't fall out with each other. And since you know this, you're more or less the same as an expert. Dugu Xiao said, "After I took this yin-yang reincarnation crystal, I came to your house and even slept in your house last night." Then, Dugu Xiao's gaze landed on Qin Zhaojiao. "But just now, perhaps your newlywed wife thought I was someone to you and pointed at me and called me an old fart. Let me say something. You'll probably be beaten by Yang Dingtian in the future like this. In the end, she slapped me. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I'm afraid I would have been hit. I've never been slapped in my entire life." When he said this, Qin Zhaojiao was so scared that she almost collapsed to the ground. Yang Dingtian was also shocked. Who was this Qin Jiaojiao? She even dared to slap a super demon like Dugashao? In the Dongli grassland, Qin Huaiyu abandoned Feng Wu at a critical moment, and she almost died there. I came to Qin City this time to settle the score. Now that Qin Wanchou's daughter has come to provoke me, what do you think I should do? Dugashao said. Yang Dingtian, Qin Jiaojiao is young and doesn't know anything. You're a grandmaster. You mustn't lower yourself to her level. No, I'm a petty person. Dugashao said. So, I plan to skin this woman alive to vent the hatred in my heart. Ah! Qin Jiaojiao cried out and was about to faint. Then Dugashao said, Yang Dingtian, my left hand has the yin-yang reincarnation crystal, and my right hand has Qin Jiaojiao. Make a choice. Do you want the yin-yang reincarnation crystal or Qin Jiaojiao? If you want the reincarnation crystal, I'll give it to you now and skin Qin Jiaojiao on the spot. If you want Qin Jiaojiao, I'll take this reincarnation crystal. With that, Duguxia placed his palm on top of Qin Jiaojiao's head, his fingernails gently scratching her head as he said lazily, dig your fingernails into her scalp and tear it apart. You'll be able to peel off her skin completely and she'll still be alive. She'll be bloody and will jump around and scream. Qin Jiaojiao fell to the ground in despair. Her beautiful eyes turned white as she collapsed to the ground. In her opinion, she was definitely dead. Yang Dingtian would definitely choose the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. Moreover, even if Qin Jiaojiao died in Dugashaw's hands, Qin Wanchou wouldn't take revenge for her. Yang Dingtian was speechless. He smiled and said, I choose Qin Jiaojiao. He didn't even have any suspense. After Dugashao said that, Yang Dingtian pointed at Qin Jiaojiao. Qin Jiaojiao, who was almost unconscious, opened her eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. You really choose Qin Jiaojiao? Dugashao said, Then I'll crush this yin-yang reincarnation crystal. Ah! Yang Dingtian exclaimed. Senior, didn't you say that I have to make a trip to the Temple of Blood to get the reincarnation crystal? You didn't say to destroy the reincarnation crystal? I changed my mind. Can't I? I'm unhappy with your hypocritical appearance. Can't I? Dugashao said, I'll give you another chance to choose now. Do you want the reincarnation crystal or Qin Jiaojiao? With that, he held the reincarnation crystal in one hand and grabbed Qin Jiaojiao's head with the other. This time, Yang Dingtian was really in a difficult situation. This was the reincarnation crystal, and he paid an incomparable price to obtain it. Even if he didn't build the mystic qi condensation purification array himself, he could exchange it for countless benefits by transferring it to the South Seaning clan, Earth-Splitting City, or Cloud Sky Pavilion. As for this Qin Jiaojiao, he married her completely out of helplessness. He really didn't like her and hated her instead. Frowning hard, Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and said, I'd better choose Qin Jiaojiao. Qin Jiaojiao suddenly trembled as if she had forgotten her fear. She looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. She really didn't expect that Yang Dingtian would really choose her. This wasn't an act now. This great demon before her would really crush the yin-yang reincarnation crystal. All right, this is your choice. Dugashao sneered and then squeezed with his left hand. Puchi! Instantly, the yin-yang reincarnation crystal in his hand shattered completely. Countless fragments and powder splattered everywhere. No. Yang Dingtian's heart ached so much that he screamed and immediately fell back to his seat. Looking at the yin-yang reincarnation crystal that had turned into powder, he really wanted to cry. This thing had an immeasurable effect on him, reviving Cloud Sky City. Moreover, this one was crushed. Who knew how many years it would be before the next yin-yang reincarnation crystal was dug out? See, you regret it now, Dugashao said. This is the consequence of pretending to be righteous. You people from the Tiando League are too hypocritical. Our evil ways are so real and straightforward. We kill and destroy as we wish. We're not hypocritical at all. How unruly are we? Yang Dingtian smiled helplessly. My heart hurts so much, but I don't regret it. If a person's thoughts aren't restrained and they can do whatever they want, then what's the difference between them and a beast? Dugu Xiao sneered, expressing his disdain. Then Yang Dingtian looked at Dugu Xiao and said, Even if it's you, aren't you also restrained by many things? How can you be truly unruly? Otherwise, you wouldn't have appeared here today. Otherwise, that day at the Temple of Blood, you would have killed me with a palm strike. Dugu Xiao instantly fell silent. He stared at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, Now I really regret not killing you with a palm strike back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a passive position today. Then he took out a jade ball from his sleeve. It looked exactly the same as the one just now, except that it was more mysterious and lively. Very obviously, the one that Dugu Xiao had crushed earlier was a fake. This was the real yin-yang reincarnation crystal. Of course, he wouldn't specially make a fake reincarnation crystal for Yang Dingtian to put on a show in such a short period of time. He had made this fake long ago. Originally, he was going to replace the real one in Qin City's treasure vault. However, he simply took the reincarnation crystal and couldn't be bothered to replace it. He even left behind a note. Remember, hurry to the Temple of Blood within 5 days. Otherwise, I will crush this yin-yang reincarnation crystal immediately. This time, I will not put on a show with you. If you don't make it in 5 days, not only will I crush this thing, but I will also go to Cloud Heaven City and kill all your relatives. I mean what I say, Dugu Xiao said coldly. Yang Dingtian, don't force me to kill your entire family. Then, as if he had teleported, he quickly disappeared. Yang Dingtian chased after him and shouted, Senior, you have to tell me why you are going to the Temple of Blood, right? Dugu Fengwu is about to die. She is waiting for you to save her. Dugu Xiao said coldly, his tone filled with rage. Then, Dugu Xiao instantly vanished without a trace. What? Dugu Fengwu is about to die? How can that be? It can't be, right? Yang Dingtian was instantly stunned. However, this Dugu Xiao wasn't a gentleman. The words that he said might not be true. At this moment, Qin Jiaojiao, who was on the ground, suddenly said coldly, Yang Dingtian, you are such a hypocrite. Don't think that I will be deceived by you. Don't think that I will change my opinion of you. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Jiaojiao, who was paralyzed on the ground, and said, Stupid woman, you are so scared that you peed your pants. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 371. Qin Jiaojiao suddenly felt extremely embarrassed and covered her face with both hands. Then she raged, One day, I will tear Dugu Xiao into pieces to get rid of today's humiliation. With that, Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. His newly married wife was truly shameless. When Dugu Xiao was around, she was so scared that she didn't even dare to say a word. Now that he was gone, she was still boasting shamelessly. Is that so? Then, in order to not be torn into pieces by you in the future, do I have to tear you into pieces now? Suddenly, Dugu Xiao's unique voice resounded in the air. It was awe-inspiring and intimidating. Ah! Qin Jiaojiao exclaimed in shock. She was so scared that she forgot about her legs and quickly got up to run. She stumbled and ran out of the back door. Just as she ran out of the back door, she bumped into someone. She didn't even have time to scold the person and continued running. Ha! Yang Dingtian laughed loudly behind her because he had faked Dugu Xiao's voice just now. Qin Jiaojiao quickly reacted and turned around. Dugu Xiao was nowhere to be seen in the house. There was only Yang Dingtian. It was obvious that Yang Dingtian had faked Dugu Xiao's voice to scare her. Yang Dingtian, I'll fight it out with you. Qin Jiaojiao pounced forward and waved her fingernails, clawing at Yang Dingtian's face. Yang Dingtian grabbed her hand and lifted her up by the waist, walking into the house. As he walked, he asked Mu Lianyi, What's the matter? Mu Lianyi couldn't help but look at the wet spot on Qin Jiaojiao's dress, and her expression became strange. She didn't return to Cloud Sky City, but followed Yang Dingtian to Qin City. However, she had been in a cold war with Yang Dingtian. Every day he would pour tea, change clothes, and cook, but he wouldn't give her a good face or smile. Time to eat. Upon hearing Yang Dingtian's question, Mu Liani replied stiffly, her gaze still fixed on Qin Zhao's dress. What are you looking at? Little bitch, be careful or I'll gouge your eyes out. Qin Zhao was clamped between Yang Dingtian's legs, but she was still as fierce as ever. Ah! But before Qin Zhao could finish her vicious words, she cried out in pain. Yang Dingtian slapped the fleshy part of her thigh and said coldly, Remember, Liani is the closest person to me. If you dare to scold her like this in the future, I'll slap you. For some reason, Qin Zhao started tearing up after being yelled at by Yang Dingtian. She felt extremely wronged, but she didn't know why. I'm just a lowly maid. How can I compare to Madame Qin's precious body? Madame Qin wants to kill us, cut us, gouge out our eyes and cut out our tongues. We don't dare to resist, said Mu Liani. Encountering this tsundere Mu Liani, Yang Dingtian suddenly had a headache and said, Is there any more hot water? Bring Qin Zhao to wash her body. What's with the smell of urine? Sorry, I'm not free. Mu Liani twisted her body and walked out even more tsundere. Yang Dingtian, is this your family servant? She really doesn't have any manners. Qin Zhao sneered. Yang Dingtian decided not to clamp her waist. Like catching a cat, he grabbed her by the neck and dragged her into the room. Qin Zhao cried out in pain and struggled with all her might. She scolded, Yang Dingtian, I'm going to tear you into pieces. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Yang Dingtian prepared the water and sprinkled it on the fragrance. Then he threw her into the bathtub. Wash up properly. Otherwise, if others smell your body, I guarantee that you won't be able to raise your head in Cloud Heaven City for the rest of your life, Yang Dingtian said. Ah. Qin Zhao fell into the water and drank a few mouthfuls. She struggled to get up and pounced on Yang Dingtian. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws. Bastard, I'm going to fight it out with you. I'm going to fight it out with you. Hurry up and take a bath. Don't pester me endlessly. Otherwise, I'll throw you out like this, Yang Dingtian said. No, you have to apologize to me. You have to apologize to me. Qin Zhao tugged at Yang Dingtian and said rudely, Apologize to you? Dream on. Yang Dingtian said coldly. Qin Zhao tugged at Yang Dingtian's clothes with all her might and stared at him. Apologize to me. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Looking at her valiant appearance, Yang Dingtian sighed and said, Apologizing is impossible. But I slept with you yesterday, but I haven't kissed you yet. It's very embarrassing that you're so scared today. It fully shows that you're tough on the outside but weak on the inside. However, it also makes me feel that you're a little cute. This isn't easy. I used to hate you. With that, Yang Dingtian planted a kiss on her delicate red lips. Qin Zhao seemed to have been electrocuted and was stunned for a moment. All right, take a bath obediently. I'll wait for you to eat. I also have a little surprise for you. Yang Dingtian patted her face gently and broke free from her hand. Qin Zhao stood there in a daze and watched Yang Dingtian leave. Then, her entire face flushed red. Her entire body felt numb, spreading from the depths of her heart. But immediately after, Qin Zhao felt that she was too useless. She immediately looked at Yang Dingtian's back and said, I don't need you to think that I'm cute. Who are you to me? This was her, Qin Zhao's, first kiss at the dining table. There were only Yang Dingtian and Qin Zhao. Li Guanong stayed in the Qin Palace as a guest today. Mu Liani stood at the side, coldly, and waited on them. Liani, you sit down too, Yang Dingtian said. There's a difference between master and servant. I don't dare, Mu Liani said, her tone still stiff. Yang Dingtian frowned and said indifferently, Sit down. Mu Liani's delicate body trembled, and she lowered her head and said, "Yes." Humph. Qin Jiao Jiao saw a maid sitting together and eating and immediately snorted in dissatisfaction. Yang Dingtian ate his own food and ignored the two sulking women. After eating halfway, Yang Dingtian said loudly, "Has young Lord Qin sent those two people over?" "Yes, city lord," the warrior outside said loudly. "Send them in," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes." About a few minutes later, a man and a woman were brought in. It was Qin Susu and Qin Huaiyu. When she saw Yang Dingtian, Qin Susu's expression changed drastically and her beautiful face instantly turned pale. As for the one who called himself Qin Huaiyu, he was slightly stunned at first. Then, as if he thought of Yang Dingtian, he revealed an expression of disbelief. When Qin Jiao Jiao saw Qin Susu, she was also completely stunned and forgot to eat for a moment. "Qin Susu," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes." Qin Susu replied in a pitiful voice and kowtowed to the ground. Today, she rose from hell to heaven and was accepted as the legitimate daughter and was to be betrothed to the world society's young lord. She wasn't originally so frivolous, but this change was too big. She was too proud and her hatred for Qin Jiao Jiao was too strong, so she couldn't help but show off and mock her in front of Qin Jiao Jiao. But who knew that this Yang Dingtian that she looked down on, with just one sentence, made her go from heaven to hell again. She went from the legitimate daughter to the illegitimate daughter again, from the wife of the world society's young lord to a servant. "From now on you will be my wife, Qin Jiao Jiao's personal maid, understand?" Yang Dingtian said, "Yes." Qin Susu's face was pale and she trembled. "This servant will definitely serve Madam well." Qin Jiao Jiao was stunned. Today, Qin Susu humiliated her and made her feel what pain was. At that time, not only did Yang Dingtian not help prevent her anger, he even mocked her. She was really disappointed in her heart. But she didn't expect that this afternoon, Yang Dingtian would help prevent her anger to such an extent. He directly sent the arrogant Qin Jiao Jiao to hell and sent her here to be a maid. Suddenly, Qin Jiao Jiao couldn't help but look at Yang Dingtian. Her beautiful face couldn't help but blush. Maybe he can completely protect me in the future. Let me continue to order him around. Let me be high and mighty. Jiao Jiao, she is your younger sister after all. You have to treat her better in the future, understand? Yang Dingtian said. Qin Jiao Jiao instinctively wanted to agree, but she felt that she was too spineless to be obedient so quickly. She couldn't help but turn her face away and said coldly, "I don't need you to care about my matters." Yang Dingtian ignored her and directly asked Qin Huaiyu, "Brother Qin, what is your real name?" This Qin Huaiyu was extremely agitated and felt that everything was unreal. 2 years ago, this person in front of him was still a wandering wanderer in dire straits. He really didn't expect this person to be Yang Dingtian. The reason why he had such a deep impression of him was because he was very good at picking up girls back then. Furthermore, he stepped on Qin Huaiyu's shoulders to gain the favor of that Shui Hongxiao. But he didn't expect this person to be such an outstanding Yang Dingtian. He was actually the lord of Cloud Heaven City and one of the undisputed young leaders in the world. At this moment, his status was like heaven and earth. This lowly servant's name is Qin Ergu. This Qin Huaiyu said with a trembling voice. You and I met at the foot of a measurable mountain. From now on, you will be called Qin Wuliang. From now on, you will follow me. I will treat your leg and you will practice martial arts in Cloud Heaven City. As long as you work hard enough, I believe that you will make everyone who looks down on you look up to you and make everyone who has hurt you look up to you in fear, Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, the newly named Qin Erga sobbed and knocked his head on the hard floor, never to get up again. After Yang Dingtian finished eating, he stood up and said, Jiao Jiao, we will be returning to Cloud Heaven City tomorrow. You can accompany your mother this afternoon, and you can also say goodbye to your friends. Where are you going? Qin Jiao Jiao asked directly because she felt that she couldn't bear for Yang Dingtian to leave. Deep in her heart, She wanted Yang Dingtian to continue to accompany her. Then she said angrily, "There is no good person in Qin City. I don't have anyone to say goodbye to. I'm going out for a while. You have to be good at home. Don't bully Liani or your sister, understand?" Yang Dingtian said. "It's none of your business," Qin Jiaojiao said fiercely. Yang Dingtian pinched her nose and walked out. Seeing Yang Dingtian leave, Qin Jiaojiao felt a little disappointed. She thought that Yang Dingtian would kiss her before he left. But then she slapped herself again. "Beat you up, you useless thing. You were caught so quickly." Then she said to Qin Susu, who was on the ground, "Susu, get up and sit down to eat. And Wuliang, you get up too." "Yes, thank you, mistress." Qin Susu respectfully sat down carefully. "Humph." Mu Liani was instantly disdainful. "Qin Jiaojiao, this slut, only knows how to rope in Qin Susu to isolate her. When we return to Cloud Sky City, I'll let you see how powerful I am when Miss Yen Yen and I work together. I'll definitely make you, this shameless woman, suffer." Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu rode side by side towards Qin Castle. The previous pavilion master of Sky Phoenix Pavilion, Duanrian, was locked up in Qin Castle's dungeon. After saving Duanrian, Yang Dingtian changed back to Cloud Sky City the next day and rushed to the Temple of Blood in the shortest time possible. After entering Qin Castle, they arrived at the most magnificent and largest house in the center. A secret door opened on the thick wall. Then they went down the steps. After going down tens of meters, they finally saw a row of neat cells. There were 2 words written on the cells, "Marshal Supreme." Without a doubt, the people locked up in this row of dungeons were all Marshal Supreme experts. Yang Dingtian counted, and there were more than 100 cells. In other words, there were more than 100 Marshal Supreme experts locked up in Qin City's dungeon. Then they went down another floor. There were 2 words written on this floor of the dungeon, "Grandmaster." There were more than a dozen Grandmaster experts locked up in this floor of the dungeon. Qin City was too terrifying. There were less than 100 Grandmaster experts in the entire world, and there were actually 10 of them locked up here. When they arrived at a cell, Qin Huaiyu handed the key to Yang Dingtian. "Duanrian hates me to the core, so I won't be going in." Yang Dingtian took the key, opened the cell door, and walked in. Inside, a woman was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed. She had a head of white hair, but she was extremely beautiful. Her body was plump, and she looked like she was in her 30s. She was a Grandmaster, the previous pavilion master of Sky Phoenix Pavilion, Duanrian. Yang Dingtian could not help but be shocked. This Duanrian was at least 50 years old. She was obviously Ningro Er's master, but she looked like Ningro Er's elder sister. Seeing Yang Dingtian enter, Duanrian suddenly raised her head, and a cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes. In an instant, her white hair wrapped around her entire body. Then she rushed in front of Yang Dingtian like lightning, and her sharp claws were like lightning, grabbing at Yang Dingtian's neck. Her sharp claws were extremely sharp, and with a whistling sound, they were right in front of his eyes. Yang Dingtian quickly retreated and said in shock, "What's going on? Didn't this Duanrian lose all her martial arts? How can she be so powerful? Could it be that Qin Huaiyu wants to harm me?" But then Qin Huaiyu heard the noise outside and immediately rushed over. "Brother, what's going on?" Swoosh! Yang Dingtian's figure retreated quickly, but his neck was still slashed. Suddenly, a burning pain came from his neck. Duanrian's sharp claws pierced at his eyes even more fiercely. Chapter 372. Seeing Duanrian's sharp claws piercing towards him, Yang Dingtian raised his sword and quickly blocked in front of him. Dang! There was a crisp sound and sparks flew everywhere. Duanrian's sharp claws directly grabbed onto Yang Dingtian's sword hilt. At this moment, Yang Dingtian realized that although Duanrian's moves were frighteningly sharp, her cultivation had completely regressed. She was only left with a few tenths of her strongest state. Martial Uncle Duan, I am Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Minmi's disciple, Yang Dingtian said loudly. Then Yang Dingtian stepped back and said, Senior Brother Qin, you don't have to come in. I'm fine. Qin Huaiyu immediately stopped and stood outside the door, ready to rush in at any time. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Duan Rian stopped attacking and stared at Yang Dingtian. She said coldly, You are really Yang Dingtian? How can this be fake? Yang Dingtian said, If you are Yang Dingtian, aren't you Qin City's enemy? Why are you here? Duan Rian asked. I have already formed an alliance with Senior Brother Qin Huaiyu, and I am marrying Qin Jiaojiao as my concubine, Yang Dingtian said. Humph. Duan Rian said coldly, How can Senior Brother Dongfang have such a useless disciple like you? Yang Dingtian didn't explain and only smiled. Even if you are Yang Dingtian, what are you doing here? Duan Rian said coldly, I am here to heal you, restore your cultivation, and then let you out, Yang Dingtian said. You. Duan Rian looked at Yang Dingtian and sneered, With just you? First question, what is your identity? What do you have to make Qin want, Cho? Let me go. Yang Dingtian said, I am now Cloud Sky City's lord. In order to protect Cloud Sky City from being annexed by Qin City, I chose to cooperate with Qin Huaiyu. The current Heavenly Phoenix Pavilion Master is Lung Yanmei. If I'm not wrong, her relationship with you should be very hostile. At this moment, she has fully cooperated with Qin Chichi and helped Sky Phoenix Pavilion to become Qin City's war chariot. At this moment, she has almost swept through the entire southwest continent. Idiot! Lun Yanmei will destroy the entire Sky Phoenix Pavilion. Sky Phoenix Pavilion's uniqueness has determined that Sky Phoenix Pavilion can only be conservative and antisocial. Only then can Sky Phoenix Pavilion exist for eternity. Duan Ruyan said coldly, What does this have to do with letting me out? Qin Huaiyu and Qin Chichi are fighting for the right to inherit Qin City. Because Qin Huaiyu is a man, he has a natural advantage. However, he was defeated in the grasslands of Dongli last time, causing him to fall into a passive position. If he allowed Qin Chichi to take over the entire southwest continent, he would be in danger of losing his position as the successor. Therefore, in order to prevent Qin Chichi from successfully seizing the entire southwest continent, we will release you and restore your cultivation base. We will allow you to return to the Sky Phoenix Pavilion as the Pavilion Master. This way, Sky Phoenix Pavilion will immediately change its direction and continue to be conservative and antisocial. This way, Qin Chichi will not be able to seize the entire southwest continent. Yang Dingtian said. Duan Rian was silent for a moment before she stared at Yang Dingtian. This clearly goes against Qin City's interests. Why did Qin Wanqiu agree? I don't know why, but he agreed. Yang Dingtian said, However, there is another condition. Martial Uncle Duan, after 100 years, you have to pass the position of Pavilion Master to Senior Sister Ning Roa? Impossible. Her cultivation base has already been destroyed. After she was defiled by that bastard Qin Huaiyu, her cultivation base was completely destroyed. Duan Rian said. Following that, Duan Rian said sternly, Bastard outside, immediately scram far away. Don't let me hear your breathing. Outside, Qin Huaiyu silently left until he reached a place where Duan Rian could no longer sense his aura. But I have already cured Senior Sister Ning. She is already an 8-star martial ancestor. She can completely inherit your mantle. Yang Dingtian said. Impossible. Duan Ruyan grabbed Yang Dingtian and said, Ro'er's cultivation base has been destroyed. It is the pain of my life. I have already tried my best to recover, but I am unable to. How can you recover her cultivation base with just you? Whether her cultivation base has been recovered or not, you will be able to see it when you go out. Yang Dingtian said. Impossible. The women of Sky Phoenix Pavilion cannot lose their virginity, much less become pregnant. This has been the rule for hundreds of years. As long as they lose their virginity, their cultivation base will be destroyed. No one has known the reason for this for hundreds of years. How can you find the reason and cure her? Duan Ruyen said. The reason is very simple. Yang Dingtian said, because the cultivation method of Sky Phoenix Pavilion is a pure yin cultivation method. During the cultivation process, the Xian meridians and Qi Si will become pure and will gradually become pure yin meridians. This is of course a good thing for cultivators. However, such pure Xian meridians cannot be contaminated. Therefore, after senior sister Ningro lost her virginity, the inner wall of her Qi Si was contaminated by a man's yang energy, causing the permeability of the inner wall of her Qi Si to be greatly damaged. Therefore, pure Xian Qi can still enter, but turbid Xian Qi can no longer enter the Qi Si. This is also the reason why Ningro Er's world can still cultivate normally, but she has lost all her martial arts. Instantly, Duan Ruyen was stunned. Yang Dingtian's theory was too convincing. As soon as he said it, Duan Ruyen already believed it in her heart. Then how did you cure Roer? Duan Ruyen asked. I refined the Naga's incomparably powerful energy with the Xian flame, then forced it into the wall of Er's world's Qi Si. The powerful Naga's energy instantly transformed Er's world's Qi Si, instantly shattering the turbidity on it. Yang Dingtian said. Duan Ruyen's beautiful eyes widened and said, You have something from a Naga? Yang Dingtian nodded. You have the Xian flame? Duan Ruyen continued to ask in surprise. Yang Dingtian still nodded. Even if you have something from the Naga and the Xian flame, you can't do it because you can't force the Naga's energy into another person's Qi Si. Duan Ruyen said, I can do it because I have the yin-yang qi transformation technique. I can refine any Xian qi into absolutely pure Xian qi. Yang Dingtian said. Duan Ruyen's eyes widened in disbelief. She immediately heard how heaven-defying the yin-yang qi transformation technique was. With such a heaven-defying technique, one's cultivation speed would undoubtedly increase by several times. Then how did you force the Naga's energy into the Qi Si's inner wall? This is impossible to do with human strength, unless the pure Xian Qi will enter the inner wall and become a part of the Qi Si's inner wall when one's cultivation level breaks through. Duan Ruyen said, My million-spirit demon fire has billions of wraiths. I can control them to do anything related to energy in the human body. Yang Dingtian said. Duan Ruyen was immediately stunned. After a long while, Duan Ruyen took a deep breath and said, I have never seen or heard of someone like you. In the future, your future will far surpass your master's. All right, Marshal Aunt Duan, now please tell me what Qin Chi did to your body to reduce your cultivation to a mere 10%. Yang Dingtian said. Duan Ruyen said, Yang Dingtian, you are the most outstanding genius I have ever seen. I have never interacted with Dongfang Bingling, but I believe that you are not inferior to her. I believe that she will regret all the harm she did to you one day. Yang Dingtian didn't know how to respond to Duan Ruyen's words. Then Duan Ruyen sighed and said, But even so, you can't save me, Yang Dingtian. My cultivation has been destroyed, and no one in the world can save me. Even immortals can't do anything. My cultivation has deteriorated to the point that I can barely bathe in Xian Qi every day. I am destined to grow weaker and weaker until I become a cripple. Yang Dingtian said, Not necessarily. I have a type of holy water pill on me that I obtained from a secret realm. It can bring you back to life. It's useless. Duan Ruyen said sadly, I have been poisoned by the world's most unique poison, the highest energy in this world. Darkness crystal? An energy black hole? Yang Dingtian said. Duan Ruyen was shocked. You know about this too? Darkness crystal, the most terrifying form of energy in this world. It can devour all energy. It is refined from tens of thousands of kilograms of seawater from the celestial Red Sea. Yang Dingtian said. Duan Ruyan was truly shocked. Yang Dingtian, your omniscience is completely beyond my imagination. Then Duan Ruyan said sadly, since you know that it is darkness crystal, then you should know that it is completely incurable. Even immortals may not be able to save me. Yang Dingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Uncle Master Duan, I just happen to be able to save you from this darkness crystal. How is that possible? Duan Ruyan said in disbelief. Yang Dingtian, don't try to comfort me. I have already accepted my fate. Uncle Master Duan, I really can save you. Yang Dingtian said. In fact, my wife, Shimin Yanyan, was poisoned by the darkness crystal and her cultivation was completely destroyed. I have already completely cured her a few months ago, and her cultivation has already recovered a lot. She has been poisoned for 6 to 7 years, and you have only been poisoned for less than 2 years. The chances of a complete recovery are very high. How is that possible? Duan Ruyan said in a trembling voice. Could it be that Shimin Yanyan wasn't poisoned by the darkness crystal? This thing is extremely rare. Why would it be used on a little girl? It was originally intended to be used on Uncle Master Shimin Wuya, but Yanyan was poisoned by mistake. Yang Dingtian said, As for whether I can cure you, we will see very soon. Then Yang Dingtian came behind Duan Ruyan and said, Uncle Master Duan, let go of your hair. I need to press my palm on your sea of vital energy. Duan Ruyan hesitated for a moment. Then she clenched her teeth and loosened her snow-white hair. Immediately, her voluptuous body was completely exposed in front of Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged behind Duan Ruyan and pressed his palm on her sea of vital energy. Duan Ruyan's delicate body trembled. She had always maintained her chastity, and her pure body had never been touched by a man before. Yang Dingtian didn't bother to explain. Otherwise, it would be even more awkward. He gently released a bit of profound fire and used the yin-yang energy transformation art to refine it into pure energy. Then he mixed it with countless wraiths and entered Duan Ruyan's body. Yang Dingtian's energy quickly entered Duan Ruyan's sea of vital energy along the short distance of her profound veins. Soon, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and said, Uncle Master Duan, you weren't poisoned by the darkness crystal. What? Is there something else? Duan Ruyan said, but it doesn't matter if you can't cure me. Uncle Master is already grateful that you have the heart. No, there's no other poison. Yang Dingtian said, the poison you're poisoned by is a kind of gas that hasn't condensed into a darkness crystal. It was also refined from the water of the celestial Red Sea, but it hasn't condensed into a darkness crystal. Therefore, its power is only a few tenths of the darkness crystal. Therefore, it is very easy to cure. Since it's not a darkness crystal, why is it so powerful? Duan Ruyan asked. Because this darkness crystal mist isn't inside your sea of vital energy. It shrouds the surface of your sea of vital energy and blocks all the connections between your profound veins and your sea of vital energy. Therefore, whether it is the profound energy that enters or exits, most of it is swallowed by this darkness crystal mist, which is why your cultivation is greatly weakened. I was just saying that this darkness crystal is extremely precious. How could there be a few of them? If my guess is correct, the darkness crystal mist in your body should be the impurities refined from the darkness crystal that murdered Uncle Master Shimin Wuya. Yang Dingtian said. Humph. Duan Ruyan snorted coldly, as if she was angry that she couldn't be poisoned by the true darkness crystal. She felt that her identity was being humiliated. She, the grand heavenly phoenix pavilion master, was actually poisoned by the impurities refined from the darkness crystal. Yang Dingtian felt that Duan Ruyan, a master of the generation, was hiding a childlike temperament inside her heart and couldn't help but secretly laugh. "All right, Uncle Master Duan, I'm going to force out all the darkness crystal mist that is blocking the connection between your sea of vital energy and profound veins." Yang Dingtian said. "How? Can I force it out myself?" Duan Ruyin asked. "You can't," Yang Dingtian said. "The darkness crystal is the highest level of energy. No matter what you do, the only result is that your energy will be swallowed by it. You can only force it out by taking out something with a higher level of energy." Then Yang Dingtian summoned the darkness profound flame from his soul ring. This darkness profound flame immediately attracted Duan Ruyin's attention. After all, she was a master of the generation and could immediately see the terrifying power of this black flame. "What is this?" Duan Ruyin asked in a low voice. "This is a brand new profound flame, formed after the million-spirit demon flame and the darkness crystal merged. I call it the darkness profound flame," Yang Dingtian said. Duan Ruyin looked at this profound flame and almost couldn't breathe. After a long time, she said, "Remember, don't let any living enemy see your darkness profound flame." "Amen," Yang Dingtian said. Then Yang Dingtian held the darkness profound flame in his palm and approached Duan Ruyin's chi vessel. "Martial ant, I'm going in," Yang Dingtian said. "It might be a little uncomfortable." "Amen," Duan Ruyin said. Swoosh! Yang Dingtian clapped his palm and directly forced the darkness profound flame into Duan Ruyin's profound veins. Swoosh! Duan Ruyin's delicate body trembled and let out a low moan. Her face instantly turned pale, because at this moment she clearly felt that the profound energy in her body was crazily swallowed by this darkness profound flame, like mud sinking into the sea. Then her eyes suddenly darkened and her entire body turned ice cold. The surrounding world seemed to have fallen into hell in an instant. However, the whole process ended very quickly. After the incomparably powerful darkness, profound flame entered Duan Ruyin's body. It instantly swallowed all the energy, including the darkness crystal fog blocking her chi vessel. Almost in an instant, the dark fog that shrouded Duan Ruyin's chi sea disappeared completely. At the same time, Yang Dingtian quickly pulled the darkness profound flame out of Duan Ruyin's body. Looking at the darkness profound flame that continued to burn quietly in his palm, Yang Dingtian felt that it seemed to be even darker than before. He didn't know if it was because it swallowed the darkness crystal fog. After putting the darkness profound flame back into the soul ring, Yang Dingtian said to Duan Ruyin, "Martial ant, how is it now?" Duan Ruyin clenched her fist in the air. Suddenly, all the profound energy in the entire space condensed in her palm, as if the entire space was distorted by her. Crack! Immediately, a huge crack appeared on the thick stone wall of the dungeon. Then, a huge boulder weighing 1,000 kilograms was suddenly sucked over by Duan Ruyin. Bang! When the huge boulder flew into the air, it was instantly smashed into pieces. Boom! Duan Ruyin's jade palms struck together. In an instant, the smashed boulder burned fiercely. After falling to the ground, this huge boulder had completely turned into ashes. This was Duan Ruyin's strength. Duan Ruyin looked at her hand. The once powerful energy had finally returned. This feeling was too good. It had been 2 years since her cultivation had been destroyed and she had been imprisoned. Just when she almost forgot the taste of powerful energy, this feeling came back. The powerful feeling of a high-level master came back. Suddenly, Duan Ruyin bowed deeply to Yang Dingtian and said, "Martial nephew, your master once saved my life. Now you saved me again. I will never forget the kindness you have shown me. You have to remember, no matter where you are, my Sky Phoenix Pavilion will always be your friend. If you need anything, just write a letter. Even if it's thousands of miles away, even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, I will come." "Thank you, Martial Ant." Yang Dingtian bowed respectfully and said, "Let's go out now." Then Yang Dingtian looked at Duan Rian's body and said, "Oh, I'll go out first and find you clothes." Duan Rian blushed slightly and said, "No, I have clothes." Then she took out a set of clothes from the corner of the stone bed and put it on. It was a purple brocade dress, and it looked especially stunning on Duan Rian. It was gorgeous and threatening, but also noble and inviolable. "Your martial aunt doesn't like to be restrained, so I don't like to wear clothes when there's no one around," Duan Rian explained. Yang Dingtian nodded absent-mindedly. It was inappropriate for him to respond to this topic. "Okay, let's go out." Duan Rian said, "Little Tian, go and ask that bastard Qin Huaiyu to leave. Otherwise, I'm worried that I won't be able to control myself and will kill him with one palm. After you come with me to see I'll return to Sky Phoenix Pavilion immediately." Yang Dingtian smiled helplessly and hurried out. He saw Qin Huaiyu at the end of the dungeon. "Senior Duan, did you ask me to leave immediately, or you'll kill me with one palm?" Qin Huaiyu asked. Yang Dingtian nodded embarrassedly. "Okay, then I'll leave. I'll leave the rest to you," Qin Huaiyu said. Then he really left without a trace. Yang Dingtian returned to the dungeon and left with Duan Rian. When they arrived at the end of the dungeon, Yang Dingtian realized that this wasn't the deepest level of the dungeon. There was actually another level below. If this level of the dungeon held a master stage powerhouse, then what kind of level would the one below be? Could it be a grandmaster stage powerhouse? Yang Dingtian immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. "Little Tian, don't look too much. This Northwest Qin city is far more terrifying than you can imagine," Duan Rian said. Then she pulled Yang Dingtian's hand and left the dungeon. When they reached the ground, the two of them rode on horseback and quickly galloped towards Qin City. "Master," when she saw Duan Rian, Ning Ro's peerlessly beautiful face was first filled with disbelief, then it turned into ecstasy. Her delicate body began to tremble uncontrollably. Finally, she opened her arms wide and threw herself at Duan Rian, crying loudly in her arms. Duan Rian also hugged Ning Ro tightly. She even greedily sniffed Ning Ro's scent. The two of them were master and disciple in name, but in reality they were just like mother and daughter. Yang Dingtian turned and walked out, leaving the master and disciple alone. During this period of time, Qin Huaiyu also didn't appear. Yang Dingtian noticed that Ning Ro lived in a very simple place. It wasn't big either. There was only one courtyard, and he didn't see a single servant. He didn't even see little Ningning. He didn't know where she went. After a full hour, Ning Ro walked out and waved at Yang Dingtian. "Little brother, come in." After Yang Dingtian entered, Duan Rian was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Martial Aunt Duan?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Master left. She said she didn't want to say goodbye to you." "It would seem sad," Ro said. "Your master's personality is really carefree," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes, I won't be able to learn master's temperament in my lifetime," Ning Ro said. Then her beautiful eyes landed on Yang Dingtian's face. She said gently, "Little Tian, not only did you save me, but you also saved my master. How do you want me to repay you?" Chapter 373. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Qin Jiaojiao's face flushed red. After being kissed by Yang Dingtian, she pushed Yang Dingtian away. "Tell me, what did you do to let me down? Otherwise, why are you trying to please me?" Yang Dingtian truly wanted to cry, but had no tears. It wasn't easy for this woman to be gentle with him, but she had another attitude. "Tell me, what did you do to let me down?" Qin Jiaojiao glared at Yang Dingtian, then sniffed him like a dog. "No, you have a woman's scent on you. Where did you fool around?" Yang Dingtian's hard-earned pity was completely destroyed by this silly woman. He got up from her body and said, "All right, hurry up and get ready. We're leaving immediately." No, you have to tell me. What did you do? Qin Jiao Jiao tugged at Yang Dingtian. If you don't tell me, I won't let you off today. I went to visit your second mother, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Jiao Jiao's expression changed. Then she clawed at Yang Dingtian's face and scolded. Bastard, you bastard. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Second mother is so pitiful, and you still want to bully her? I'm going to fight it out with you. Yang Dingtian grabbed her hand and pressed her onto his thighs. Then he started to give her buttocks and legs a series of beatings. Although Qin Jiao Jiao was Qin City's first wife's daughter, as Qin Wancho said, her future was limited. Therefore, her martial arts were limited. When she was being beaten by Yang Dingtian, she couldn't escape no matter how hard she struggled. She could only scream and curse. Moreover, once this woman started scolding people, she didn't choose her words carefully and could say anything. Yang Dingtian was really speechless. He really wanted to take pity on and comfort Qin Jiao Jiao today, but this stupid woman ended up like this. At first, he was just faking it, but when he heard her scolding, he decided to hit her for real. In the end, Qin Jiao Jiao was beaten until she screamed and cried. I went to that God-forsaken place because your bastard brother, Qin Huayu, brought me there. I didn't even finish watching Yang Shishir's dance before I came back. I even gave Qin Huayu a slap. Yang Dingtian said, Use your stupid brain and think about it. Am I that kind of lecherous maniac? Qin Jiao Jiao cried bitterly from the beating and cried out, Aren't you? Otherwise, why would the scandal between you and Yang Peipei spread? Pilipala. Yang Dingtian decisively slapped her again, and in a short while, Qin Jiao Jiao's thighs were red and swollen. Then he pulled Qin Jiao Jiao up, stared into her eyes, and said seriously, Jiao Jiao, listen carefully. Martial Uncle Shimon's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. I have always treated him as my father and Madame Shimon as my mother. If anyone wanted to profane her, I would kill them with my sword. And you are my wife. If you really profane her, then I will really be very unhappy and will really cut you off from my heart. Do you understand? Qin Jiao Jiao turned her face and stubbornly looked elsewhere. Yang Dingtian turned her face back and looked at her. You can quarrel with Yan Yan in the future, and you can also fight with her. But you must never offend Madame Shimon, understand? Or, to put it bluntly, even if I defile your mother 100 times, I will never defile Madame Shimon's finger. Do you understand? The moment he said that, Qin Jiao Jiao was instantly angry and said angrily, I'm the one who will defile your mother. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. He pinched her little mouth hard and was so angry that he panted for a while. Then he suppressed his anger and said gently, We are going back to Cloud Sky City now. If you offend Madame Shimon like you did just now, can't you say anything? If you say it, I will definitely not be polite to you. How will you not be polite? Are you going to kill me? Qin Jiao Jiao asked. I'll fucking sell you to the Sunset Mountains and let you be the wife of a group of barbarians, Yang Dingtian said. That might not be worse than being the wife of a bastard like you, Qin Jiao Jiao said stubbornly. Yang Dingtian was so angry that his eyes turned white and he felt like he was going to faint. You're really going to fucking piss me off. Pilipala, Pilipala. There was another round of slaps. After the slaps, Yang Dingtian turned and walked out. If he stayed here any longer, he would definitely be angered to death by this stupid woman. Qin Jiao Jiao laid on the bed and cried nonstop. When Yang Dingtian left the room, Qin Jiao Jiao cried and said, Yang Dingtian, remember this. After we go to Cloud Sky City, I won't offend Madame Shimon, but I won't let anyone else bully me. If anyone dares to offend me, I won't let them off. If that vixen Shimon Yan Yan dares to offend me, I promise I'll scratch her face. You're so stupid, so weak in martial arts, and so fierce in Cloud Sky City. You'll be lucky if you don't get scratched by Yan Yan. Yang Dingtian thought that his newlywed wife was really a dead duck. She could only be stubborn. Get lost, get lost. Qin Jiao Jiao shouted. Yang Dingtian turned around and hugged her gently. He placed her on his lap and said gently, "All right, I really don't want to stay in Qin City for another minute. If you have anything that you can't bear to part with, quickly pack it up. We have to leave quickly, okay? Be good." With that, Yang Dingtian kissed her gently on the lips. He realized that her originally beautiful lips were really swollen from his pinch. "I was harmed by you last night and beaten up by you today. I can't even walk. How am I going to pack it up?" Qin Jiaojiao said angrily, "What shameful things did you do in Qin City that you have to leave quickly?" Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and threw her on the bed. He said angrily, "I'm going to die from anger because of you." After leaving Qin Jiaojiao's room, Yang Dingtian immediately ordered everyone to pack up and prepare to leave northwest Qin City overnight. Although the people below didn't understand. After hearing Yang Dingtian's order, they immediately acted and packed up as fast as they could. About an hour later, Qin Mingli ran in anxiously. "Husband, what's wrong? Why are you leaving overnight?" Qin Mingli ran in while holding her skirt and shouted. Hearing her call him husband, the busy people around seemed to have been immobilized and froze on the spot. Mu Lianyi's face turned cold. "Stop what? Continue with your work." Then, everyone pretended that they didn't hear or see anything and continued with their work. Mu Lianyi glared at Yang Dingtian with her big eyes and sneered. "Women nowadays are really shameless. How old are you, and you still call me husband?" Mu Lianyi looked at Qin Mingli and chuckled. "Sister, if you want a man, it's useless to throw a tantrum. You also need to have enough courage. Do you want Sister to help you? Sister will give you some medicine one day, and I guarantee that everything will be done." "Bah, I thought I was as shameless as you." Mu Lianyi immediately fled. After teasing Mu Lianyi, Qin Mingli looked at Yang Dingtian worriedly. "Husband, what happened? You didn't fall out with my brother again, did you?" "No, I'm just disgusted by your Qin City." Yang Dingtian said, "Sending your wife to be a prostitute? I've never heard of such a thing in my life." Qin Mingli's face trembled. You finally know." Then Mingli held onto Yang Dingtian's arm and complained softly, "Even so, you don't have to be in a hurry to leave. Although Qin City is full of lunatics, Qin City still has me. Could it be that you're disgusted by me too?" Yang Dingtian sighed. "Ali, my yin-yang reincarnation crystal was taken away by Dugashao. He asked me to rush to the Temple of Blood within 5 days. Otherwise, he would destroy it and even threaten to kill my entire family. I originally wanted to leave tomorrow morning, but after what happened today, I really wanted to leave in the middle of the night. You want to go to the Temple of Blood?" Qin Mingli asked. Yang Dingtian said, "I have no choice but to go." Qin Mingli looked at Yang Dingtian with complicated eyes and said softly, "I know I can't persuade you. Anyway, if you die, I'll be a widow if I can. If I can't, there's nothing I can do. Or, if I'm really bored, I'll just take some medicine and accompany you after I die." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but laugh. This Qin Mingli wasn't pretentious at all. She had mentioned all 3 possibilities. If he died, she would either be a widow, find someone else who wasn't a widow, or die together with him. "Ali, do you want to go with me? Anyway, your reputation is already very bad. If you elope with me to Cloud Heaven City, it probably won't hurt your reputation," Yang Dingtian said. "Puff!" Qin Mingli spat and said, "I'm doing well in West Prefecture City. Being my underground queen is so impressive. Why would I go to Cloud Heaven City to be your concubine? I won't do it. Don't overestimate your charm." Yang Dingtian pinched her cheeks lightly. "Husband, you're leaving so early. I still have a lot of things that I haven't prepared." Qin Mingli said seriously. "What things?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Money, yin-yang magnetic crystals, demon cores, and so on," Qin Mingli said. "There are also some manuals, elixirs, bloody black gold, and so on." "A lot?" Yang Dingtian asked. Among them, the yin-yang magnetic crystals were something that he really needed. The celestial qi condensation purification array had to use these things. Money, about 8 billion gold coins. There are about 30,000 pieces of magnetic crystals. There are about 30 ninth grade demon cores. There are about 10 manuals of 8th grade and above. However, most of them are martial arts scrolls. There are about 900 elixirs of 7th grade and above. There are about 18,000 kilograms of bloody black gold. Qin Mingli said, "There are also some miscellaneous things. In total, there are about a few hundred carts." Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. He knew that Qin Mingli was the richest woman in the world, but he didn't expect her to be this rich. All these things added up were about 10 times the total assets of Cloud Heaven City. Building a celestial qi condensation purification array required 10,000 pieces of magnetic crystals. Of course, this was despite the fact that these were the most basic materials. However, the principle behind Yang Dingtian's celestial qi condensation array was different. It was completely simplified. That was why he said that he could build it. However, basic materials like the magnetic crystals were indispensable. To be honest, Yang Dingtian didn't know how to get these 10,000 pieces of magnetic crystals. Even if he took out all the money in Cloud Heaven City, he wouldn't be able to buy 10,000 pieces. Now, Qin Mingli gave him a total of 30,000 pieces. Seeing Yang Dingtian standing there in a daze, Mingli said gently, "Husband, I know that you have a strong ego. I know that this will hurt your dignity. I know that you don't want to rely on women. However, these things are useless in Ali's hands. Only by giving them to you will they be able to display their true effectiveness." Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Mingli and said seriously, "No, what I want to say is, where are these things? Hurry up and send them to me. You gave me so many things. Not to mention dignity, I can sell you anything. Which man wouldn't want to suck up to such a woman?" Once he said that, Qin Mingli rolled her eyes at him. She lightly punched his chest and said, "You only know how to talk nonsense. You only have a sweet mouth." Following that, Qin Mingli's delicate body gently leaned into Yang Dingtian's embrace and said gently, "Bastard, you're leaving. Why aren't you making it up to me? This time, I might not be able to taste meat for a long time again. Let me warn you, if you don't come and look for me for more than a year, be careful that I don't cheat on you." Yang Dingtian immediately pretended to be pitiful and said, "Please don't cheat on me." Qin Mingli's jade arms wrapped around Yang Dingtian's neck and said sweetly, "You're so bad. Who would be willing to cheat on you?" The two of them hugged each other intimately. Yang Dingtian carried her horizontally and walked into the house. Suddenly, he felt that there was someone outside and immediately turned his gaze. Immediately, he saw a pair of teary eyes filled with disbelief and anger. It was Qin Jiaojiao. She stood at the side door of the room and bit her lips tightly. Blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. "Yang Dingtian, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. You really make me feel disgusted," Qin Jiaojiao cried. Yang Dingtian didn't put Qin Mingli down and said to Qin Jiaojiao, "Your aunt and I started even earlier. You can stay and say goodbye to your aunt with me. You can also leave in a fit of anger." "I'll leave then. I feel disgusted just by being with you for a while longer." Qin Jiaojiao staggered out and said coldly, "Yang Dingtian, just treat it as if you never married me." "Xiao Tian, quickly go and stop her. This silly girl is easy to coax," Qin Mingli said. "If she wants to stay, she can stay. If she wants to leave, she can leave. Let her be," Yang Dingtian said. 2 hours later, Qin Mingli said gently to Yang Dingtian, "Husband, I won't send you off. I still want to sleep for a while. I will continue to transport those things to Cloud Heaven City through various secret channels." Yang Dingtian hugged her gently and kissed her little mouth, saying, "I'm leaving. You be happy." "As long as you're fine, I will be happy," Qin Mingli said. "Of course, don't leave me for too long. I'm also at the age of wolves and tigers. You have to come and sleep with me once in a while." "Yes." Yang Dingtian smiled. He lifted her jade-like foot and gently nibbled on it. In the end, Yang Dingtian touched her cheek reluctantly and turned to leave. Yang Dingtian walked out of the Yang residence's gate. There were close to 2,000 people outside, and they were already lined up neatly. Everything was prepared, and they could leave at any time. However, he didn't see Qin Jiaojiao's figure. Yang Dingtian was about to give the order to leave immediately. At this moment, a war horse galloped over. When it was about 10 meters away from Yang Dingtian, the person on the horse quickly jumped down. "Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Why are you still here?" Qin Huaiyu asked. "You've successfully disgusted me," Yang Dingtian said. "Ro-er isn't willing to leave with you?" Qin Huaiyu asked. "N." Yang Dingtian said, "If you really want her to leave with me, hurry up and find another wife. Either you marry her or let her go." "I will work hard." Qin Huaiyu said, "Why are you following the main group? Didn't Digo Xiao force you to rush to the Temple of Blood within 5 days? If you follow the main group, even if you travel day and night, you will need at least 3 days to reach Cloud Sky City. Then, the time you have to go to the Temple of Blood is too tight." "What else can I do?" Yang Dingtian said. "Ride the winged cavalry and return to Cloud Sky City alone. The remaining 2,000 people will return to Cloud Sky City by themselves. You won't be worried that we will do something to your people, right?" Qin Huaiyu said. "Not necessarily." Yang Dingtian said bluntly, "I can't leave 2,000 people behind and travel 4 to 5,000 miles. Why don't you go alone, and I will personally escort your 2,000 people back?" Qin Huaiyu said. "No need." Yang Dingtian said, "Why don't we do this? I will leave everything behind, and you will send people to send these things to Cloud Sky City." "But time is really tight at the Temple of Blood," Qin Huaiyu said. "That's my problem," Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu said helplessly, "Since you are so stubborn, I will let you be. How about this? I will prepare 2,000 war horses for you every 200 miles. As well as all the food and water. This way, you can rush back to Cloud Sky City without any delay." "You have so many war horses? You have an army of 100,000 now fighting in the southwest," Yang Dingtian said. "We have a few times more war horses," Qin Huaiyu said nonchalantly. "Thank you," Yang Dingtian said. Then he mounted his war horse and said, "Everyone leave all the heavy items and carriages behind and return to Cloud Sky City at full speed." "Yes," the 2,000 people shouted in unison. "This is the most intense, rapid march. We might need to spend a few days and nights on the road. Eating, drinking, defecating, and sleeping will all be done on the horse. The time we need to rest every day will not exceed 2 hours," Yang Dingtian said. "We need to travel close to 5,000 miles in one breath." "Yes, let's go," Yang Dingtian ordered. Instantly, more than 2,000 horses galloped out of Qin City like a tide. Qin Huaiyu and Yang Dingtian rode side by side and headed out of the city. Jiao Jiao just arrived and ran back home. "I know," Yang Dingtian said. "Why? Is she still in the Qin Palace?" "Yes, my mother has already decided not to let her go to Cloud Sky City. She said that a marriage in name is enough," Qin Huaiyu said. "What's your opinion?" "I'll follow Jiao Jiao's decision." Yang Dingtian said she can stay in Qin City for now. If she wants to return to Cloud Sky City in the future, please send someone to send her. Qin Huaiyu sighed and didn't say anything. After a long time, he said, "Actually, you should go to the Qin Palace to pick her up. She has a childish temper and will be fine after some coaxing. And you're not like me and Ro-er." "I don't want to enter the Qin Palace," Yang Dingtian said. "You can send me here." Then Yang Dingtian increased his speed and moved forward at full speed. When they left Qin City, the city gate was already wide open. Yang Dingtian and the others weren't stopped at all and quickly left Qin City. At the city gate, they still didn't see Qin Jiao Jiao. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sigh softly. Suddenly, Muliani said, "Master, do you want me to go to the Qin palace and pick her up?" "No need," Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian led 2,000 people and galloped at full speed without being stingy with their horses. Of course, the war horses of this world were much stronger than those of the Earth era. If they galloped at full speed, they would be able to cover 200 miles in just 3 hours. However, the endurance of the war horses was almost at its limit, and their speed had begun to decrease. 200 miles away from Qin City, there was indeed a dense, dark mass of people. There were more than 2,000 war horses and hundreds of warriors waiting here. As soon as Yang Dingtian approached, an officer knelt down and said, "This subordinate pays his respects to City, Lord Yang. Young Lord has already ordered us to prepare the war horses, food and water." "Thank you," Yang Dingtian said. "We'll have to trouble you with these 2,000 war horses." "Yes," the officer said. Then Yang Dingtian ordered the 2,000 warriors to line up. "Change horses, get food and water." Following Yang Dingtian's order, the 2,000 people got off their horses neatly, got food and water, and got on their horses neatly. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. Then the 2,000 people began to gallop at full speed again. This time, it only took them 2 hours and 40 minutes to complete the second 200 miles. In front, there were a few hundred people waiting. Another 2,000 elite war horses were full of fighting spirit. Yang Dingtian changed horses again and galloped at full speed again. Just like that, Yang Dingtian and the 2,000 people only used 49 hours to travel from Qin City to the border of the abyss. Of course, these 2,000 cavalrymen were completely exhausted and in extreme pain. For 2 days and 2 nights, they ate and slept on their horses. The rule was that they could not rest for more than 2 hours, but in reality, they did not even get an hour. Everyone's bones were about to fall apart, and they were relying on their willpower to support themselves. But even so, there were still around 100 cavalrymen who were left behind. Yang Dingtian asked them to recuperate in Qin City's territory. After they recovered, they would immediately rush back to Cloud Sky City. When they arrived at the border of the abyss, the only bridge in front of them was completely sealed. This was the lord of Qin City's border, Qin Zhengtang. On the other side of the bridge was Shiminju. Seeing Yang Dingtian and his troops coming over, Qin Zhengtang ordered loudly, "Open the gate! In Yang City, Lord, cross the bridge." Instantly, the cavalrymen spread out to both sides and unsealed the suspension bridge. Yang Dingtian got off his horse and bowed to Qin Jingtang. "Thank you for Master Qin." I don't dare. Qin Jingtang knelt down on one knee and said, "Qin City's border lord, Qin Jingtang, pays his respects to young master." "Please rise." Yang Dingtian helped him up and said, "Marshal Uncle Qin, when you are free, you are welcome to visit Cloud Sky City." "Yes, thank you, young master," Qin Jingtang said. Yang Dingtian mounted his horse and shouted, "Cross the bridge." Then the 2,000 cavalrymen, 100 at a time, crossed the bridge at a moderate speed, ensuring that there would not be more than 200 people on the bridge. After all the troops had crossed the bridge, Yang Dingtian was the last to cross the bridge at full speed. When they reached the other side of the bridge, Shiminju led the Abyss Castle's officers to kneel down. "Your subordinate pays his respects to the city lord," Shiminju said respectfully. Yang Dingtian didn't get off his horse. He waved his hand at Shiminju and said, "Please rise." "Thank you, city lord." Shiminju said, "Your subordinate has already prepared brand new war horses, food and water. City lord, please rest in the castle for now. Your subordinate has already prepared wine to welcome you." "No need," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes." After arriving at the Abyss Castle, Yang Dingtian changed horses again. Basically, this was the last time they would change horses. For the next 800 miles, they would have to rely on the war horses to complete the journey. This was because Cloud Sky City wasn't as wealthy as Qin City, where they could get 30,000 war horses as if they were playing around. Furthermore, the lords of the Cloud Heaven City were all in the same bed as Yang Dingtian. It was impossible for them to gather 2,000 war horses like him. Therefore, for the remaining 800 miles, Yang Dingtian spent a total of 20 hours to complete the journey. When they were 200 miles away from Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. This was because they had truly entered Cloud Sky City's absolute sphere of influence. This was the place that Cloud Sky City truly controlled. Sigh. Yang Dingtian instinctively felt a wave of sorrow. He, the great Cloud Sky City, only controlled 200 miles. As for Qin City, they directly controlled more than 4,000 miles. Indirectly, they controlled more than 10,000 miles. If he wanted to seize the authority of all the feudal lords without any bloodshed and completely control the 1,000 miles of land in the hands of Cloud Sky City, the most important thing was to condense and purify the Great Array. He had to set up this Great Array in the shortest amount of time. Furthermore, by setting up this Great Array, it could even be used to block the attack of Qin Chi's 700,000-strong army. Of course, it didn't mean that this Great Array was so powerful that it could block a 100,000-strong army. Instead, as long as this Great Array was set up, he would have a huge say in the Taiando League. It could be used as a huge bargaining chip to rope in many forces in the Taiando League. By then, Qin Chi's 100,000-strong army wouldn't be able to enter Cloud Sky City's territory so easily. When they were about 100 miles away from Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian saw Ximenlai, who had come to welcome him. He only brought a dozen horses with him. When he saw Yang Dingtian, he immediately rolled down from his horse and knelt on the ground. Black Blood Castle's Commander Ximenlai pays his respects to the city lord. Yang Dingtian's expression changed. He went forward and asked, "Big brother, did something happen in Cloud Sky City?" Otherwise, as the city lord of Black Blood Castle, Ximenlai wouldn't have left the castle and come over 100 miles away to welcome him. "Miss Dongfang Bingling is here," Ximenlai said. "She has a very urgent matter and wants to see the city lord." "Bingling? She's in Cloud Sky City?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes, she came yesterday," Ximenlai said. "Moreover, she's injured." "Injured? What kind of person can injure her? Is it serious?" Yang Dingtian asked. "It doesn't look very serious," Ximenlai said. "Yesterday, she was recuperating in Cloud Sky City while waiting for you to return. She said that there was something very important. Therefore, I left yesterday and came here to welcome you." Yang Dingtian was very anxious. What exactly happened? Someone actually injured Dongfang Bingling? Who was so powerful? Who had the guts to do that? "Big brother, bring these 2,000 people back to Cloud Sky City." "I'll make a move first," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes," Ximenlai said. The remaining 100 miles were the absolute territory of Cloud Sky City, so there was no need to worry about safety. Then, Yang Dingtian directly activated his celestial qi, summoned the empty spirit mysterious wings, and flew towards Cloud Sky City. Previously, he and Dongfang Bingling had agreed to meet at the swamp of the Land of Chaos. Moreover, she didn't like to come to Cloud Sky City at all. Even if she was injured, she wouldn't come to Cloud Sky City to recuperate. Therefore, unless it was something very, very important, she would only come to Cloud Sky City. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was very anxious. With Yang Dingtian's flying speed, the distance of 100 miles only took 20 minutes. Yang Dingtian directly landed at the city gate. "Greetings to the city lord." Suddenly, all the warriors on the city gate knelt down neatly. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly puzzled. Normally, Yan Yan would be waiting for him at the city gate every day. Ever since he brought her back from the netherworld sea, the two of them hadn't been separated for so long. Moreover, Yan Yan was so clingy. At this moment, he only saw the Jiao Liao running out from the city gate with a face full of surprise. "City Lord, you're back." Then the Jiao Liao anxiously said, "Quick, come with me." "What happened?" Yang Dingtian asked. "The two madams are fighting. This is already the 5th time. No one can pull them apart. They're holding their swords and slashing at each other," the Jiao Liao said. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Two madams? Who was the other one? Dongfang Bingling? She and Yin Yan were fighting? Slashing at each other with a sword? No way. That was impossible. But other than Dongfang Bingling, who else would the Jiao Liao say was Yang Dingtian's madam? However, how could Dongfang Bingling fight with someone? Her martial arts were so high. Even if she was injured, Yin Yan wouldn't be able to defeat her. Note, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 374. Far away from Yin Yan's house, Yang Dingtian heard the sounds of swords clashing. Ping, ping, pang, pang. The two people inside were fighting fiercely. Moreover, there were sounds of stones flying and wood being chopped. Yang Dingtian rushed into the small courtyard to take a look. How was it Dongfang Bingling? It was Qin Jiao Jiao. She was holding a flashy red sword and fighting with Yin Yan all over the courtyard. At this moment, the entire courtyard was in a complete mess. All the flowers and grass were smashed, many trees were chopped, and a corner of the rockery was smashed. The two women were not injured, but their dresses were cut in many places by the sword. Yin Yan had just broken through to the martial mystic level and was not even as strong as her cultivation 6 years ago. It had been 2 to 3 months, and her superior 8th grade Mystic Meridian's talent had only broken through from a 9-star great mystic martial master to a martial mystic, barely breaking through 1 level. With her innate talent, this speed was so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. It could be seen how lazy she was. She didn't cultivate from day to night and only thought about giving birth. If it wasn't for Yang Dingtian's constant urging, she might not even be able to break through to the martial mystic realm after a few perfunctory cultivation. As for Qin Jiao Jiao, she was also an idiot. She was 2 years older than Yin Yan, and her cultivation had not regressed. The conditions in Qin City were so good, and she had an endless supply of medicinal pills. Moreover, she had the mystic qi condensation purification array, but she was still only a 3-star martial mystic. If there were no accidents, her greatest achievement in this life would be breaking through to the martial ancestor level. Because Qin Jiao Jiao was 3 stars higher than Yin Yan, she basically had the upper hand. However, her talent was too idiotic, so she only had the upper hand and was unable to completely defeat Yin Yan. The two of them fought in a complete mess, panting heavily. Jiao Jiao was naturally sharp-tongued and scolded as she fought. "Humph, is this the legendary #1 genius girl in the entire Northwest region? His martial arts skills are terrible to the extreme. I don't know who came up with this title. How shameless." Qin Jiao Jiao sneered as she hit her, "But I think you're more like the #1 dairy cow in the Northwest. You're carrying 2 huge lumps every day. Aren't you afraid of tripping while walking? But it's fortunate that you have such a pair. Otherwise, why would that pervert Yang Dingtian fall for you?" Yin Yan immediately shouted in anger. She was usually sharp-tongued, but once she got angry, her mouth became very stupid. She couldn't say words that were too vicious, but words that weren't vicious had no lethality, so she was so angry that her anger soared to the sky. She waved her sword and slashed wildly, instantly falling into an even more disadvantageous position. Seeing the two of them fighting so intensely, Yang Dingtian smiled helplessly. He walked down to the house and saw Qin Susu standing there with a pale face. She was as quiet as a cicada in winter. When she saw Yang Dingtian enter, she immediately wanted to kneel down. "Don't kneel down. Tell me, what's wrong with them?" Yang Dingtian asked. "When did you guys arrive at Cloud Sky City? Why are you guys so fast?" Qin Susu said, "Miss and I came on a flying mount and arrived yesterday. When we arrived at Cloud Sky City, Madame Yin Yan said that Miss had to be obedient. She said that she was the boss and asked Miss Jiao Jiao to serve her tea. And then Yang Dingtian asked. Then Miss Jiao Jiao refused. She said that she was the one who was officially married, unlike you and Miss Yan Yan, who had an affair in private, so it didn't count. She also said that she, the dignified Miss of Qin City, came to a small cloud sky city and must be the boss. She asked Madame Yan Yan to serve her tea. Qin Susu said. In the end, the two of them started fighting. They fought a few times, but there was no clear winner. Then, because of bickering just now, they quarreled again. Then they started fighting again, saying that there had to be a winner. What about Madame Shimin? Yang Dingtian asked. Old Madame was still there at first, but she left later. She said that as long as the two of them don't cut each other's faces and bodies, they can fight however they want, Qin Susu said. Oh, Yang Dingtian said, then I'll leave first. When they're done fighting, tell them that I'm here. Then Yang Dingtian turned and went out to find Madame Shimin to ask about Dongfang Bingling. Brother. Suddenly Yin Yin shouted. She was still the best. Even if they were fighting fiercely, she could smell Yang Dingtian's scent without seeing Yang Dingtian. Qin Jiao Jiao, let's not fight today. My husband is here. Yan Yan threw the sword in her hand away and pounced towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian opened his arms, and her bouncy body pounced into Yang Dingtian's embrace. She rode on Yang Dingtian's waist and pouted her lips, saying in a sweet voice, Hubby, I missed you so much. Yan Yan wasn't that coquettish, but in front of Qin Jiao Jiao, she was like a little girl. Qin Jiao Jiao held the sword in her hand and looked at Yang Dingtian. A complicated look flashed across her beautiful eyes, and she said coldly, A pair of shameless adulterers. Yang Dingtian kissed Yan Yan's lips, then glared at Qin Jiao Jiao helplessly. He really didn't expect that Qin Jiao Jiao would return to Cloud Sky City, first on a winged cavalry. This woman really had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. He didn't want to stay in Qin City, and didn't want to come with Yang Dingtian. But even though Yang Dingtian didn't want to admit it, he was still very happy that Qin Jiao Jiao came to Cloud Sky City. He suddenly felt that she was even cuter. Jiao Jiao, come here. Yang Dingtian waved. I'm not going. You guys are so disgusting, Qin Jiao Jiao said. Yang Dingtian knew her character well. She was unmoved by force or persuasion. If she didn't come over, he could only give up. Then Qin Jiao Jiao said, Big Grandma Shimin, remember, you can't escape. We will continue fighting tomorrow. There must be a winner and a loser. Let me tell you, I will be the boss of Cloud Sky City. Then she said to Qin Susu, Let's go. I feel annoyed just looking at this bastard. Then she took Qin Susu and left without looking back. Yang Dingtian shook his head helplessly. Big brother, this Qin Jiao Jiao is really annoying, Yin Yin said coquettishly. Did you hear what she called me? It's so unpleasant. She's jealous, Yang Dingtian said. The more she calls you, the more I love you. Then do you love me more or do you love her more? Yin Yin asked. Aren't you just talking nonsense? It's definitely you, Yang Dingtian said. Yin Yin suddenly smiled and asked again, Then do you love me more or do you love Dongfang Bingling more? Yang Dingtian's heart trembled, but he didn't delay and said, Nonsense, of course it's you. Yin Yin immediately became even more tender and beautiful like a flower. She leaned forward and kissed Yang Dingtian's lips sweetly. Then she said proudly, I won't lower myself to her level because I'm the big sister. You don't know how annoying this Qin Jiao Jiao is. And that's right. When we were in Qin City, I hit her 3 times, Yang Dingtian said. Yin Yin's face was filled with jealousy, and she said sadly, When you hit her, did you hit me the same way you hit me? Yang Dingtian felt bad. To Yin Yin, this was the sweetest memory between them, and she didn't want it to be tainted by others. No, it's completely different. When I hit you, the more I hit you, the more I loved you. So, towards the end, I couldn't help but kiss you. When I hit her, the more I hit her, the angrier I got. In the end, I just threw her on the ground and ignored her. Yang Dingtian said, "In short, the memory of me hitting you is completely unique. It hasn't happened before, and it won't happen in the future. Even if I hit you again in the future, I won't be able to find the mood back then." Yan Yan's big eyes were filled with stars from Yang Dingtian's coaxing. Then she said in a sweet voice, "Hubby, why are your words so sweet now? When you just arrived at Cloud Sky City, your mouth was hard and smelly. Your self-esteem was so strong that you were like a hedgehog pricking people with just a touch. Of course, it was because people were poor and had low ambitions. When people fell, they might only have dignity left. Especially at that time, Yang Dingtian's dignity was completely trampled on by Dongfang Bingling, so he had a strong sense of self-esteem. At this time, being surrounded by powerful strength and gentle love, Yang Dingtian was much more gentle and tolerant. Of course, Yang Dingtian couldn't tell the truth. He looked at Yan Yan seriously and said, "Because at that time I hadn't fallen in love with you yet. How can you say sweet words so casually? The sweetest words should be given to the person you love the most. So, I'm sorry, but even towards you I had to be cold. Now, it doesn't matter if my face, my dignity, is trampled under your feet. I can't bear to. I'm willing to snuggle in your arms for the rest of my life and be surrounded by you under your wings." Yan Yan said gently, then her beautiful eyes flickered as she said, "Also, I'll serve you for the rest of my life and become your little meat." Yan Yan let out the last sound from her nose. After speaking, she hid her little face completely in Yang Dingtian's neck. Yang Dingtian's heart was about to melt from her sweet words. "But baby, Qin Jiao Jiao is a rude and unreasonable woman. She's not as cute and obedient as you at all. Hubby doesn't want to care too much about her, so you have to take care of her for me," Yang Dingtian said. "And I will." Yan Yan nodded and said, "But her mouth is very poisonous. I really can't win against her." "Then you have to at least be able to beat her. You're so talented. But how can you let her have the upper hand? According to your talent, if you're a little more serious, you'll be able to defeat her in, at most, 2 months. 1 year later, you'll be able to defeat her with 1 hand. 3 years later, you'll be able to defeat her with 1 finger." Yang Dingtian said, "So in order to discipline her, you have to practice martial arts well from now on." And Yan Yan gritted her teeth and her beautiful eyes turned. She imagined the scene of her defeating Qin Jiao Jiao with 1 finger, and her face flushed red. She made up her mind to practice martial arts well in the future and strive to defeat Qin Jiao Jiao with 1 finger as soon as possible. Imagining Qin Jiao Jiao kneeling in front of her and begging for mercy, she felt great just thinking about it. "Oh, right, baby. Why did Dongfang Bingling come to our house?" Yang Dingtian asked. "To look for you." Yan Yan rolled her eyes and said, "This woman is getting more and more shameless. Previously, she broke off the engagement with you, but now she comes knocking on my door every 2 to 3 days. If I wasn't educated, I would have scolded her long ago. If it was Qin Jiao Jiao, I don't know how bad the scolding would be." "That's right, you're the big sister. You're broad-minded and definitely won't lower yourself to their level," Yang Dingtian said. "You're annoying. You're also laughing at me," Yan Yan said in a sweet voice, then rubbed against Yang Dingtian's chest and said in a sweet voice, "Dongfang Bingling couldn't wait for you and already left. She left before the sun rose this morning. She thinks that I'm a child and didn't tell me anything. Maybe she told Mother a little, but it should be something important. Go and look for Mother, and then I'll go look for my mother-in-law. Wait for me here obediently. Before I leave, I'll definitely accompany you, even if it's only for 15 minutes, Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan nodded obediently and left Yang Dingtian's embrace. She said in a sweet voice, "I really hope that we can be together every day and not be apart for even a moment. I wish I could grow on Big Brother's body." "Mother-in-law." Yang Dingtian knelt down respectfully and said, "I'm back." Madame Shimen smiled and helped Yang Dingtian up. She said gently, "You went to see Yan Yan?" "En." Yang Dingtian said, "When I went, I saw her fighting with Qin Jiaojiao." Madame Shimin said, "Qin Jiaojiao's reputation was very bad previously, and I was originally a little worried. I didn't expect that after meeting her. She would be so cute and love you so much. Now I'm relieved. Don't look at how she and Yan Yan argue so much and fight every day. In fact, she knows her limits. After fighting for a few hours, there wasn't even a scratch on her skin. In the future, as they fight, they will definitely become good friends. Both girls are heartless. And I'm also very surprised. She's completely different from the people in Qin City." Yang Dingtian said, "But she mustn't make you angry in the future. That mouth of hers doesn't have a filter at all. She's so stubborn. Why would I be angry at a little girl like her?" Madame Shimin pursed her lips and smiled. "You're here to ask about Dongfeng Bingling?" "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. "She came yesterday afternoon. On the surface, she looks fine, but in fact she should be quite injured. There are bloodstains on her body and the corner of her mouth." Madame Shimin said, "Also, the matter should be very urgent and very important. I asked her what it was, but she didn't say anything. She only said that she was waiting for you to come back. You also know that she is very proud. In the whole world, other than you, I'm afraid she doesn't care about anyone else." Yang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly and asked anxiously in his heart, "Who hurt her? She didn't say anything?" Madame Shimin shook her head. "No. After she came, she only said 3 sentences. First, is Yang Dingtian back? Second, when will she come back? Third, oh." Yang Dingtian was speechless. He could even imagine how Dongfeng Bingling looked like when she said those 3 sentences. After saying those 3 sentences, she sat down and closed her eyes to rest. She didn't pay attention to anyone else. Madame Shimin said, this morning, she said that she was leaving first. Then, she gave me a note and asked me to pass it to you. Then, Madame Shimin took out a pink piece of paper from her sleeve. After Yang Dingtian took it, he wasn't in a hurry to open it. Instead, he was slightly stunned. In the past, Dongfeng Bingling never used pink. She didn't even use red. She only loved 2 colors, white and blue. These 2 colors were proud and cold. Pink was too warm and ambiguous. Therefore, Dongfeng Bingling didn't just use clothes. She also used white paper. Now, she was actually using pink letterhead. Madame Shimin said gently, "Once a proud and cold girl like Dongfeng Bingling falls in love, she will be more intense than any other girl." Instantly, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but blush. After all, this was his mother-in-law, and her daughter was his wife. Now, they were talking about another girl. It was really embarrassing. I was originally worried that Dongfeng Bingling's heart would be too intense. Once she fell in love, she wouldn't be able to tolerate Yan Yan. Now it seems that it's fine. Although she didn't look at Yan Yan and didn't say a word to her. She didn't reject her. Madame Shimin smiled. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt even more embarrassed. "All right, read the letter. I'll go out and practice my sword." Madame Shimin said. Yang Dingtian opened the letter. Immediately, Dongfeng Bingling's delicate handwriting came to his face. Just like her, she was beautiful beyond compare, cold and arrogant. "Senior brother, I originally wanted to wait for you at the swamp in the land of chaos. But a few days ago, I met Martial Uncle Lung Chinchin. He told me a lot about the things between you and me. My heart is in a mess, and I don't know what to do. So, I urgently want to talk to you." Seeing this, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he knew what Lung Chinchin and Bingling were talking about. It was about the martial arts competition 3 years later. If Yang Dingtian won, then Yang Dingtian would be the head of the Yinyang school, and Dongfeng Bingling would marry Yang Dingtian. From then on, she would be a good wife and assist Yang Dingtian. It was because of this that Dongfeng Bingling's heart was in a mess. Of course, this matter also made Yang Dingtian's heart in a mess. Yang Dingtian continued to read the letter. And ever since I left the Dongli grassland, my cultivation progress has greatly slowed down. This is because I can't break free from my feelings. So, I didn't go to the swamp in the land of chaos. Instead, I waited for you on your way back. Let's talk things out and find a way to completely resolve it. Reading this, Yang Dingtian's heart trembled slightly. Suddenly, his entire body felt numb. Then, from the depths of his heart, he couldn't help but feel a surge of sweetness. This was the first time Dongfang Bingling had truly expressed her feelings. It had never happened before. Just like what Madame Shimin had said, a girl like Bingling would be incomparably fierce once she was moved. She couldn't break free at all. So, in the past few months, she had been unable to make any progress in her cultivation. However, Yang Dingtian didn't know what Bingling's letter was about to completely resolve their relationship. Was it to cut off their feelings or something else? Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian continued to read the letter. Just as I was waiting for you on my way back, I accidentally heard the two of them talking. They actually wanted to ambush you on the way back and kill you to steal your yin-yang reincarnation crystal. Reading this, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Who could it be? The yin-yang reincarnation crystal was something that Lung Qingqin had given to him. Someone actually dared to rob him? Who would be so bold? The Northern World Assembly? The Ning clan of the South Sea? The earth-shattering city? The Cloud Sky Pavilion? Yang Dingtian continued to read the letter. So I drew my sword to kill the two of them. Dongfang Bingling had written it very simply. There were only 2 words here, but it was clear that Bingling had a fierce temper and her concern for Yang Dingtian. If it were anyone else, Dongfang Bingling probably wouldn't care even if they killed him in public to steal his treasure, let alone ambushing him on the way back. But she heard that someone wanted to rob him on the way back and steal his yin-yang reincarnation crystal, so she directly killed the 2 of them. Then Bingling must have been injured here. Yang Dingtian's heart ached. She was a fairy-like person, but she was injured because of him. I killed one of them, but the other person was extremely powerful. His cultivation was about the same as mine. He was wearing a mask, but I could see that he was about the same age as us. When Yang Dingtian saw this, he was instantly shocked. Bingling said that the person who wanted to rob and kill Yang Dingtian was about the same age as Dongfang Bingling and Yang Dingtian. In other words, this person was only in his 20s. In his 20s, his cultivation was about the same as Dongfang Bingling's, and he was already at the Grandmaster level? This was completely earth-shattering news. In the entire world, there was only one Dongfang Bingling. She was shockingly talented and broke through to the Grandmaster level at the age of 20. Yang Dingtian was also shockingly talented, but he was only a martial venerable at the moment. And this mysterious person was only in his 20s, but he had also broken through to the Grandmaster level. Moreover, he was an enemy and not a friend. His identity was mysterious. What kind of shock was this? From Bingling's handwriting, Yang Dingtian could see the shock in Dongfang Bingling's heart. Her words were especially deeply imprinted on the paper. In this world, the appearance of Dongfang Bingling was already a rare occurrence for hundreds of years. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, had transmigrated from another world. He was a bug. Now, another such heaven-defying person had appeared. In this world, another Grandmaster in his 20s had appeared, and he harbored evil intentions towards Yang Dingtian. This was definitely a disaster and not a blessing. Yang Dingtian continued reading the letter. This mysterious person stabbed me, then laughed coldly and left. Bingling's words were written very simply, but the meaning was very rich. This person had stabbed Bingling, which meant that his cultivation was not below Bingling's. However, he might not be stronger than Bingling. This was because Bingling had fought against 2 people at the same time and killed one of them. If this person's cultivation was stronger than Bingling, then he did not need to leave. He could have just killed or subdued Dongfang Bingling here. One had to know that there was almost no young man in the world who did not drool over Bingling. I chased him all the way. I was afraid that he would go to Cloud Sky City to take hostages and threaten you. So I also went to Cloud Sky City. Who knew that he would go to the land of chaos? Reading this, Yang Dingtian's heart softened. It turned out that Dongfang Bingling went to Cloud Sky City not to recuperate, but to protect Yen Yen and the others. I was prepared to wait here for you to come, and at the same time spread out the network to track his tracks. Who knew that this morning he would appear around Cloud Sky City? I was worried that he would kill you, so I went to Cloud Sky City to hunt him down. Reading this, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. How dangerous was that mysterious person? Dongfang Bingling had not recovered from her injuries, but she went to hunt him down alone. How dangerous was that? Moreover, it was also for his own sake. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with anger. He originally thought that his cultivation was not bad, but now he was angry that he was weak, causing Dongfang Bingling to be in danger again and again in order to protect him. Moreover, Bingling might be in danger now. The person in her heart was too mysterious and too dangerous. I'm chasing him, so he should be going to the land of chaos. After Senior Brother saw this letter, come to the Blood Hotel in the land of chaos to wait for me. If I have nothing to do, I will come here to meet you. Then the letter ended. The rest of the letter was signed, Junior Sister, Bing. It was not Dongfang Bingling, nor was it Bingling, but the word Bing. This girl really had 1,000 knots in her heart. Just one word, and that kind of sweet intimacy was vividly displayed on the paper. Yang Dingtian was burning with anxiety. He stuck the letter to his heart. He could not let Bingling be in danger. He had to go and help her immediately. He had to go and see her immediately. Immediately, Yang Dingtian put the letter into his bosom, held the golden soul sword in his hand, and rushed out of the house. Chapter 375. Dongfang Bingling might be in danger, so Yang Dingtian prepared to ask Yao Rao to help him. However, Yao Rao wasn't in Qin City. She left Qin City last night and told Madame Ximen that she was looking for something. She said that after eating it, it would be good for the baby in her stomach. The day before yesterday, it snowed for the first time in Cloud Sky City. The snow stopped last night. That's right, the entire northwest mainland was a fire continent, but it didn't prevent winter or snow. However, it was difficult to accumulate snow on the ground after it snowed. There was a treasure called the Jade Tip. It was unique to the fire continent. When the ice and fire energy attacked, it would be born. Eating it was especially good for the baby in the stomach. Therefore, after the first match, many people went to look for this kind of precious jade tip. Of course, Yao Rao was pregnant with a super baby. This jade tip wouldn't be very useful for her. But it didn't stop Yao Rao's maternal instincts. Yao Rao's search would cover at least a radius of 1,000 miles. She also told Madame Ximen that she would be back tomorrow. Therefore, Yang Dingtian couldn't bring Yao Rao along. Also, it was very important for Yao Rao to stay in Cloud Sky City. In order to get Yang Dingtian's Yin-Yang reincarnation crystal, the mysterious enemy might go to Cloud Sky City to kidnap a few hostages and force Yang Dingtian to hand over the crystal. If Yao Rao was here, unless a grandmaster came to invade Cloud Sky City, ordinary grandmasters wouldn't be her opponent. Mother-in-law, hurry up and send a message to Yao Rao. Tell her to return to Cloud Sky City as soon as possible. In the end, Yang Dingtian didn't satisfy Yen Yen's needs. He returned to her house, hugged and kissed her tenderly for a while, then left. Then, Yang Dingtian went to Qin Jiaojiao's room. What are you doing here? Are you proud that I came to Cloud Sky City? Let me tell you, I didn't want to come. My father forced me to come, Qin Jiaojiao said. Whether you wanted to come or your father forced you to come, I'm very happy. Yang Dingtian replied, I'm going to leave Cloud Sky City for a while, maybe a month or two, or even longer. Ah, Qin Jiaojiao gasped softly. During this period of time, if you're bored, you can find Yin Yin to quarrel or fight. But remember, don't hurt yourself or Yin Yin, understand? Yang Dingtian said. Qin Jiao was stunned when she heard that. She had never seen such a husband who would persuade his two wives to fight for fun. The people of Cloud Sky City are different from Qin City. After a while, you will be very happy. Yang Dingtian continued seriously. Remember, you can throw a tantrum here. You can throw a tantrum in front of Jiao Liao, Yin Yin, and even Madame Shimin. It's fine to bully Muliani for no reason, but remember, don't show off in front of the disciples of Cloud Sky City and the low-level warriors of Cloud Sky City. Do you understand? Otherwise, I'll get angry. Humph. Qin Jiao turned her face away in disdain, but her beautiful eyes were slightly red. Originally, she thought that after coming to Cloud Heaven City, she would be able to stay together with Yang Dingtian and be inseparable from each other. But she didn't expect that Yang Dingtian would leave immediately after returning to Cloud Sky City. All right, you have to be obedient and be happy, Yang Dingtian finally said. Then he went over and hugged her. Qin Jiao's eyes were red, and she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. He gently wiped her tears and kissed her on the lips. He said softly, Jiao, I'm very happy that you can come back to Cloud Sky City. I will treat you well in the future. Then, Yang Dingtian turned and left. Yang Dingtian rode a violent lion vulture alone and flew towards the land of chaos. Generally speaking, flying mounts couldn't fly out of their own territory, let alone into the chaotic lands. But right now, Yang Dingtian couldn't care less. A few hundred meters in the air, Yang Dingtian constantly searched the ground for Dongfang Bingling's figure. After flying for nearly 4 hours, Yang Dingtian had almost completely circled the hundreds of miles east of Cloud Sky City. He didn't see Dongfang Bingling's figure at all, nor did he see any signs of an intense battle. The destruction caused by the battle between two master stage experts was extremely great. Even from a few hundred meters in the air, it could still be clearly seen. After taking one last look at the territory of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian directly flew out. After passing through a blurry area, Yang Dingtian entered the chaotic lands. This was the most chaotic land in the world, where blood flowed the most every day. As soon as he entered the chaotic lands, Yang Dingtian, who was flying in the air, immediately attracted the attention of many people. The chaotic lands were a place where crooks mixed with honest folk. For a silver coin, people could go on a rampage and kill you. For a gold coin, a gang could chase you for dozens of miles. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian was riding on the extremely expensive Fiery Griffin. In the eyes of these desperados, he was like a giant flying gold coin. He was like a giant fat fish that was waiting for them to catch and kill. Not to mention anything else. Just Yang Dingtian's violent griffin mount alone was worth at least 100,000 gold coins. It was enough for 100 underground desperados to eat and drink for the rest of their lives. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could clearly see that many desperados on the ground were teaming up and looking at Yang Dingtian in the air. They were chasing after him and constantly sending out signals. Yang Dingtian ignored them and continued to search the ground for signs of an intense battle. But he didn't know if it was good news or bad news, but he still didn't see any signs of a master stage battle. Yang Dingtian continued to fly and search. After a few hours, he had already flown more than 300 miles. He didn't find any trace of Dongfang Bingling in the sky, nor did he see any signs of a master stage battle. At this time, the sky was completely dark. Yang Dingtian could naturally circulate his energy to see the situation on the ground from a few hundred meters in the air, but it was already very strenuous. At this time, there was a very large town on the ground. The town square was densely packed with people looking up at Yang Dingtian in the sky. There were many other forces and many knights that were rushing towards Yang Dingtian from all directions. It seemed that the entire chaotic lands had issued a summons calling for all forces within a few hundred miles to come and slaughter Yang Dingtian, the big fat sheep. So much so that Yang Dingtian could see that there were already 7 or 8 flying mounts that were surrounding him in the distant, dark sky. Of course, these flying mounts were very small and could barely fly. Even so, this was probably the most luxurious lineup that the underworld forces of the chaotic lands could muster. At this time, the major forces on the ground square were distributing battle missions and discussing how to split the loot. Yang Dingtian suddenly controlled the fire griffin to descend, flying directly towards the center of the crowd in the square. Boom! The fire griffin landed heavily on the ground, directly creating a large crack in the ground. The crowd in the square was shocked by Yang Dingtian, and those in the center scattered in all directions. The leader of the force was a bald, burly man with tattoos. Seeing Yang Dingtian's youthful appearance and also very handsome, and wearing luxurious clothes, he didn't have any insignia of a force. Immediately, the bald, burly man with tattoos beamed with joy. He looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "I was worried that I wouldn't be able to pull you down from the sky, but I didn't expect you to come down by yourself." Yang Dingtian dismounted from the fire griffin and cupped his hands. "What is this brother's name?" "Chief of the Iron Zen gang, Chiu Tianma." The bald, burly man said fiercely, "Young master, you really have quite the style, flying back and forth in the sky, letting over 1,000 of our brothers on the ground chase after you. Why don't you come with me to the Iron Zen gang as a guest?" Of course, this so-called guest was to take him hostage and test his strength. If it was just a rich family without much influence, they would take the opportunity to extort a large sum of money. "My apologies. I still have some matters to attend to. Thank you for your hospitality, Chief," Yang Dingtian said. "Oh, playing dumb, huh? Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I see that you are quite handsome. We have over 1,000 people here, and over 100 of them are men. Don't force us to take turns with you." Chiu Tianma said coldly, "Be a good boy and come with me to the Iron Zen gang. Then have your family take out 100,000 gold coins to ransom you." 100,000 gold coins, right? Yang Dingtian nodded and took out a stack of purple crystal coins. Ordinary purple crystal coins. One was worth 100 gold coins. Bright red purple crystal coins. One was worth 100 ordinary purple crystal coins. Of course, even ordinary purple crystal coins were already very rare. 99% of the people had never seen purple crystal coins before. Let me ask you a question. If anyone can answer it, this purple crystal magnificent coin will be his," Yang Dingtian stated. Once these words were said, the 1,000 people present were instantly shocked and almost went crazy. One purple crystal coin was enough for them to live in luxury for 3 lifetimes. "Of course, if anyone lies to me, I will definitely chop off his head. Don't worry, I will definitely know if he is lying or not." Yang Dingtian said, "First question. Why should we answer you? We will just kill you and take everything you have." Chiu Tianma said. His ugly eyes immediately revealed an extremely greedy and bloodthirsty gaze. Yang Dingtian waved his hand casually. Chiu Tianma's voice stopped abruptly. Then his head silently broke and his tall body was about to fall to the ground. Yang Dingtian waved his hand. Bang! Chiu Tianma's body instantly turned into ashes. After turning into a ball of fire, it completely disappeared. "Ah!" Everyone present exclaimed in shock. They were completely stunned and looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. They thought it was a fat sheep, but they did not expect it to be a demon. He was so powerful that even 1,000 people present would not be enough to kill him with a single finger. "Now, I will ask the first question." Yang Dingtian said, "Have any of you seen an extremely cold, extremely beautiful woman who is like a fairy from the 9 heavens pass by?" "Aye." Immediately, a few people hurriedly shouted, "I have seen it! I have seen it! Slap!" Yang Dingtian gave him a tight slap. Instantly, dozens of people were directly slapped a few hundred meters away, and shattered into pieces in the air. When you speak, I can completely lock onto your minds. So, as long as you are lying, I will know. Yang Dingtian said, next, when you answer the question, think carefully. Do you want money or your life? Suddenly, the 1,000 people present were as silent as cicadas in winter. Although money was good, it was nothing if they did not have the life to spend it. Does anyone want to answer this question? Yang Dingtian said. I know. Suddenly, a pair of hands timidly raised. Speak. Yang Dingtian said. But if I say it after you give me the money, I will be torn to pieces in less than half an hour. That person said, Don't worry, as long as you say it, I will give you the money, then fly a few hundred miles with you and put you down. Then you can go far away. Yang Dingtian said. That person's expression suddenly changed and said, I have not seen it, but I smelled it, I felt it. I saw a blue shadow pass by in an instant, and then there was a fragrance that I have never smelled in my life. Although I did not see anything, I will never forget that feeling for the rest of my life. I have not seen her, but I am sure that it is an extremely cold fairy from the 9 heavens. When? Yang Dingtian asked. In the morning, about 2 hours after the sun rose. That person said, Where? Yang Dingtian asked. About 100 miles ahead in a valley. All right, take me there. Yang Dingtian directly handed the purple crystal magnificent coin to him, while he was still trembling in shock. Yang Dingtian lifted him onto the back of the griffin and flew high into the sky. Half an hour later, under that person's guidance, Yang Dingtian landed in a valley. It's here. I was digging here when I felt a cold fragrance fly past. When I saw it, it was like the shadow of a fairy's skirt flashing past. That person came to a place and said, There were traces of digging under his feet. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and sniffed lightly. Although it was very light, he could indeed smell the delicate fragrance of Dongfang Bingling. It was fortunate that Yang Dingtian had cultivated his spiritual energy before. Furthermore, he had stayed with Dongfang Bingling for a long time and was extremely familiar with her. Otherwise, no one would be able to smell this unique and enchanting fragrance after Dongfang Bingling had been gone for so long. Of course, this was also because the charming fragrance in Dongfang Bingling's body was too special. Yang Dingtian slowly opened his eyes. If he chased after this strange fragrance, he should be able to find Dongfang Bingling's trace. You won't kill me, right? At this moment, that person suddenly trembled. I won't. Yang Dingtian patted his shoulder and said, I don't need this griffin anymore. You can ride it back to Cloud Sky City. After you return, you can find something to do in Cloud Sky City. You can also live a rich life in Cloud Sky City. Suddenly, that person looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. He couldn't believe that a high and mighty person like Yang Dingtian would actually have such a kind heart. Yang Dingtian didn't bother about him being in a daze and immediately lifted him onto the griffin. Immediately, the griffin was very disdainful and wanted to throw the wandering warrior off. How noble was its status? How could it carry such a lowly person? Yang Dingtian touched the griffin's neck and said, If you don't bring him back to Cloud Sky City, he will definitely die. Go back obediently. Immediately, that fiery griffin nodded reluctantly and snorted. Then it spread its wings and flew to the highest point, flying in the direction of Cloud Sky City. City, Lord Yang Dingtian, from today onwards, my lowly life is sold to you. Suddenly, the wandering warrior on the griffin's back shouted loudly and threw down the purple crystal magnificent coin. This was a total of 10,000 gold coins, but he didn't want it. Yang Dingtian caught the purple crystal magnificent coin and was slightly stunned. Why would I want you to sell your life? Yang Dingtian smiled helplessly. However, this wandering warrior was able to determine that he was Cloud Sky City, Lord Yang Dingtian, with so little information. He was really a clever person. Chasing after Dongfang Bingling's strange fragrance, Yang Dingtian spread his empty spirit wings and flew ahead at a low altitude. Fortunately, Dongfang Bingling traveled through the wilderness. Yang Dingtian's flying speed was very fast, and it was also nighttime. Not many people noticed that Yang Dingtian was flying at a low altitude. Just like that, Yang Dingtian flew along, following the fragrance of Bingling's body. 1 hour, 2 hours. After flying for 800 miles, the fragrance still didn't stop and there were no signs of fighting. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Yang Dingtian continued to fly forward. In front of him, it was no longer the wilderness, but a huge town. Although it was already midnight, there were still many people coming and going. This was even a city. It was surrounded by city walls, and the town was about 7 to 8 miles wide. Although it was midnight, there were still red lights and green lights. Yang Dingtian descended from the sky and followed the fragrance. When he arrived at the city gate, it was already closed. Just as he approached, 4 dark figures appeared and said coldly, "Tuayuo City is not open at midnight. Come back tomorrow." Yang Dingtian took out a bag of gold coins and threw it over. Not long later, the city gate slowly opened. Yang Dingtian chased after the fragrance and walked inside. Finally, after walking for 3 miles, the fragrance stopped. Or rather, it wasn't that Dongfang Bingling's fragrance stopped, but that it was disrupted by a pile of fragrances. Yang Dingtian looked up. Blood Inn. This was the Blood Inn where she and Dongfang Bingling had agreed to meet. It was midnight, but the Blood Inn was still very lively. There were women's coquettish voices, men's absurd laughter, the sound of cups clinking, and even the sound of men and women doing things. This was not only an inn, but also a brothel. It was even the most prosperous brothel in the city, because in the entire town this was the noisiest place. After Yang Dingtian entered, a few enchanting women immediately surrounded him and rubbed against Yang Dingtian's body like candy. Yang Dingtian ignored them. His face was cold as he desperately searched for the unique fragrance of icicles in the pile of rouge and powder. Soon, the fragrance became rich. In front of him was an exquisite door. Inside, the unique cold fragrance of Dongfang Bingling was especially strong. Yang Dingtian pushed open the door. Suddenly, an incomparably graceful, incomparably arrogant, and incomparably cold figure appeared in front of the window, like a fairy from the 9th heaven. "Junior sister!" Yang Dingtian shouted emotionally. Chapter 376. Senior brother. The beautiful Dongfang Bingling turned around and smiled at Yang Dingtian. Dongfang Bingling had never smiled in her entire life. The beauty of her smile was like the melting of glaciers and the blooming of flowers in spring. Yang Dingtian walked in and closed the door. "Junior sister, where are you injured?" Bingling gently unbuttoned her clothes, revealing her snow-white, jade-like shoulder. The curve of her shoulder seemed to be carved out of white jade. On her shoulder, there was a scar, a petal-shaped scar. It was a beautiful blue color, so this scar did not destroy the beauty of her shoulder, but instead made it even more stunning. Yang Dingtian could not help but step forward and gently touch the blue petal on her shoulder. With a touch, Yang Dingtian's body suddenly trembled, and he felt a bone-piercing cold aura. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's hair stood on end, and he said with a trembling voice, "Junior sister, what injury is this?" "Senior brother, I was injured by the soul-devouring devil mysterious," Dongfang Bingling said softly. Yang Dingtian staggered and almost fell to the ground. "What does it have to do with the soul-devouring, profound qi in martial uncle Shimon's body?" Yang Dingtian said with a trembling voice. "More or less," Dongfang Bingling said softly. "It's just that they're both the supreme evil techniques of the Temple of Annihilation. The soul-devouring profound qi is a technique from 800 years ago. 200 years ago, the Temple of Annihilation modified the soul-devouring profound qi and created the soul-devouring devil mysterious. Yang Dingtian's body was cold, and he could not feel any warmth. He could not even speak, and his teeth were chattering. Then, what's the difference between them? Yang Dingtian asked. The soul-devouring profound qi is more violent, and it will directly modify a martial artist's profound qi and bloodline. In a very short time, it will transform him into a bloodthirsty demon who only knows how to kill. Dongfang Bingling said, but the soul-devouring devil mysterious is different. It takes a slower time to transform the human body, but it is also much more thorough. In about a month's time, a person will completely turn into a succubus. What's a succubus? Yang Dingtian asked. They are extremely beautiful and powerful. They have intelligence, but they don't have willpower. Dongfang Bingling smiled and said, they should be the most painful kind of beautiful puppet. He could think, but he couldn't control his body. She might even watch him kill the person he loved the most. He would have a pure heart, but the hands of the devil. Evil ways will become the most vicious hand of evil. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and gasped for breath. Who is it? Who was it? Who did it? The people from the Temple of Annihilation have appeared, Dongfang Bingling said softly. The mysterious enemy who wants to steal my yin-yang samsara crystal. Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Bingling nodded and said, I found him the day before yesterday. I killed one of his companions, but he stabbed me. Then Dongfang Bingling lifted her shirt, revealing her translucent belly. There was an obvious red mark on the side of her waist. It pierced her from the front and came out from the back. That mysterious enemy had pierced through Bingling's waist. Yang Dingtian squatted down and touched the wound. He said softly, Did he stab you inside? Dongfang Bingling shook her head and said, No, this stab wasn't serious. You gave me the holy water pill. After taking it, I was fine. After resting for a night in Cloud Sky City, I was almost completely healed. Later, I sensed his strange aura again, so I immediately chased after him. You shouldn't have gone, Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Bingling said, I abhor evil. I couldn't bear it. So, I chased after him for a few 100 miles. He was very powerful. Among people of the same age, he was the strongest I had ever seen. But he wasn't my opponent. At this moment, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of arrogance. When he was about to be killed by me, a blue concealed weapon suddenly shot out. Dongfang Bingling said, I didn't care about it at all. I wanted to use my soul sword to break this concealed weapon. However, this hidden weapon actually pierced through my soul sword. I knew it was powerful and wanted to dodge it, but I couldn't dodge it. You couldn't dodge it, Yang Dingtian said with a trembling voice. Yes, I couldn't dodge it. Bingling said its speed was extremely fast. It was as if it had a life of its own. It pierced into my shoulder and disappeared inside, leaving behind only the blue petal mark. Only then did I know that this was the mysterious soul-devouring devil. It was the Temple of Annihilation's expert's final, life-saving technique. He used his own life, soul, and xian-qi to shoot out the mysterious soul-devouring devil. After the Temple of Annihilation's expert shot out the mysterious soul-devouring devil, he overdrew 20 years of his life. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian clearly felt a bone-chilling fear. The Temple of Annihilation's fatal attack that used one's life force was almost unstoppable. After shooting out the mysterious soul-devouring devil, he ran away. But before he ran away, he said something. Dongfang Bingling said, What did he say? Yang Dingtian asked. He said that he was teaching me a lesson on behalf of his young master. Bingling said, What do you mean? Yang Dingtian said coldly, He saw you as his young master's woman? Bingling nodded. This young master is the Temple of Annihilation's young master? Yang Dingtian asked. He said that you were unfaithful because you had feelings for me? Dongfang Bingling nodded. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was so angry that his whole body trembled. He said coldly, Why? Why? You and I were originally engaged. Why did he say that? Dongfang Bingling did not directly answer Yang Dingtian's question. Instead, she said, "Senior brother, I also told you in the letter that Marshal Uncle Lung Qingchen once came to find me and talked with me a lot. He said that your talent is no less than mine. Moreover, with my personality, I'm not suitable to be the Yinyang School's head. So he hoped that I would step back and let you be the Yinyang School's head." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Marshal Uncle Lung Qingchen has already told me about these things. I also paid a visit to him in Qin City. He was very good to me." Dongfang Bingling continued, "So Marshal Uncle Lung said that the martial arts competition 3 years later will still be held. If I win, I'll be the Yinyang School's head. If you win, you'll be the Yinyang School's head. Then I'll marry you and focus on being your wife and focusing on martial arts." Yang Dingtian asked, "Junior sister, what do you think?" "I don't know." Dongfang Bingling said, "Senior brother, you know that I have always had 2 ideals. The first is to completely pull down the Yin sect. The second is to completely eliminate evil ways. If I complete these 2 ideals, I still have a higher ideal. That is to find the truth of this world, the truth of the ancient world's destruction, and find a way to save the world." Yang Dingtian instantly sighed in his heart. Dongfang Bingling's ideal was so lofty. Even if it was just her first ideal, it would be enough to shock the entire world. "Your third ideal was also once Master's ideal," Yang Dingtian said. "I know, but he was too anxious. Before breaking through to the martial saint realm, he went to search for this world's top secret. That's why he failed and died," Dongfang Bingling said. "So only after breaking through to the martial saint realm can I start this ideal." Then Dongfang Bingling said, "When I was very young, I swore that I would surpass everyone in this world. I would definitely not be troubled by the emotions of ordinary people, including human relationships. So, as you can see, I'm quite cold to my father and mother. Maybe you're just pretending to be cold. Back then, Master's wife stopped you from killing me, so you endured it," Yang Dingtian said. "In short, the feelings between men and women are very laughable and vulgar in my heart." Dongfang Bingling said, "So when I was young, I swore that I would definitely not get married and would definitely not get involved in the feelings between men and women. However, so many things happened between us in the Dongli grasslands. When I returned to the northwest mainland, I already had feelings for you. In the end, I'm not a real immortal. I'm just a person of the secular world. I also have feelings between men and women. In order to cut off these feelings, I left you in advance without saying goodbye. I thought that as long as I was far away, perhaps my heart would become cold." Dongfang Bingling said, "But I didn't expect that after I left, these feelings would become stronger and stronger. It almost made me unable to sleep at night. My cultivation speed also almost stopped. I was completely at a loss. Junior sister, when did you find out that the so-called Xinlang was Yang Dingtian?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. "Very early, much earlier than you think," Dongfang Bingling said. "I'm not sure about the details, but when I was unconscious, when you took care of me meticulously, when you washed my wet skirt, I actually faintly heard the words you said. It was as if I heard them in a dream. Those days were like a dream. It was incomparably real, delicate, distant, and secretive. The me in the dream was even more fragile, more sensitive, and easier to fall in love." Yang Dingtian said, "If it wasn't for those special things that happened, perhaps you would never have taken a fancy to me." "That's not important," Dongfang Bingling said. "In short, I'm not willing to fall behind anyone, including you. I don't want to give up my dreams. I don't want to get married, but I can't suppress my feelings. After thinking for a long time, I finally made a decision. When you return, I'll immediately tell you in person." "What's the decision?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I want to completely cut off my feelings for you. I'm prepared to use an extreme method to completely erase this memory of mine," Dongfang Bingling said. "Immediately, Yang Dingtian's face trembled. Dongfang Bingling continued, "However, I'll give you the position of Yinyang School's head." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say, "But junior sister, you know that I'm not interested in this position." "I know," Dongfang Bingling said, "so I'll ask you, do you love me? If you say you love me, then I'll find a place where the two of us will go through the wedding ceremony. Then we'll consummate our marriage and sleep on the same bed. But I can't give my body to you because you'll die if I do. When I wake up the next day, I'll completely erase this memory of mine. Then I'll return to being the cold Dongfang Bingling from before." Yang Dingtian said with a trembling voice, "What you're doing is very selfish." "Yes, I've always appeared to be very selfish," Dongfang Bingling said. "However, all of this isn't important now because I only have 1 month left." "No," Yang Dingtian roared hoarsely. "No matter where I go, I'll save you." Dongfang Bingling shook her head and said, "Senior brother, the stunning performance you've given me has completely exceeded my expectations. For example, you've saved Shimin Yanyan's Xian veins. You were even able to destroy the energy black hole, which completely exceeded my expectations. But you can't break the Temple of Annihilation's most powerful sorcery. If you could break it, then you wouldn't have allowed Shimin Wuya to be silently sealed in the ice cellar, unable to see the light of day. Yes, if Yang Dingtian could save him, he would have used all of his means to save Shimin Wuya. Senior brother, do you know why that mysterious enemy said that I'm not a woman and thought that I'm his young master's woman?" Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian shook his head. "Senior brother, you also know that I've been conceited since I was young, so I chose the Yinyang School's most powerful martial technique manual. No one in the Yinyang School has been able to cultivate this 9th-level martial technique manual for several hundred years. Although I'm extremely talented, I didn't make any progress in the first few years of cultivating this technique. At that time, I became the laughingstock of the entire Yinyang School and even the entire world." Dongfang Bingling said, "So when I was in my teens, I left the Yinyang School and traveled the world to find a way to break through. Then, I don't know if it was by chance or by necessity, but I discovered a secret realm. From then on, my cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. I've heard of junior sisters' circumstances," Yang Dingtian said. "Actually, I didn't enter a so-called secret realm. At least, it wasn't a simple secret realm," Dongfang Bingling said. "In fact, I met a person. It was a completely mysterious world, as if it didn't exist in the primal chaos continent. In that huge world, there was only one person, and that was my master. When she appeared in front of me, I was already on my last breath. She asked me if I was willing to become strong, if I was willing to become a person of great decision-making. I said that I was willing. She said that the price would be very, very high. At that time, in order to become strong, I was willing to pay any price. So I agreed to her promise to become her disciple, and then quickly become strong." "What promise? In order to become strong, what price were you willing to pay?" Yang Dingtian asked. "She asked me if I was willing to pay any price to destroy evil ways. I said that I was willing. She said that not only would I pay with my life, but I would also pay with my emotions and my body." Dongfang Bingling said, "She said that in the future, I might not only be a leader nor a hero, but also a sacrifice. A poison, a top-grade item to destroy demons, a poison that would take the demons down with me." Yang Dingtian's breathing suddenly stopped. "Senior brother also thought of that person, right?" Dongfang Bingling asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. She remembered the number 1 beauty, number 1 expert, and hidden sect master from 200 years ago, Nihility Piao Ling. At that time, the master of the Temple of Annihilation, the demon lord Wan Wentian, who had almost destroyed the entire world, and the supreme leader of the army of evil ways, had died at Nihility Piao Ling's hands. These two people were not only the most deadly enemies, but also the most loving lovers. This Nihility Piao Ling was the sacrifice to destroy the evil ways the poison. If it wasn't for Nihility Piaoling, no one in the entire world would have been a match for the master of the Temple of Annihilation. No one would have been able to stop the Temple of Annihilation from destroying the Tiando League and the entire world. It was Nihility Piaoling who had saved the entire world. She had killed her most beloved man and used the most practical actions to express her vow to dedicate herself to the Tiando League. Now, someone had found Dongfang Bingling. No matter if it was beauty, willpower, or talent, this woman was not inferior to Nihility Piaoling. She was asked to make a new poison, a sacrifice to destroy the evil ways. Your master is from the hidden sect? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know. Dongfang Bingling shook her head and said, I have never seen anyone other than my master. Will you be the hidden sect's sect master in the future? Yang Dingtian asked again. I don't know. Dongfang Bingling said. In fact, the sacrifice to destroy the evil ways in history might not always be the hidden sect's sect master. Yang Dingtian slowly sighed and said, Junior sister, I originally didn't know when the War of Annihilation would begin, but now I know when the world's calamity will come. Dongfang Bingling said, when I'm about to step into the martial sage realm, the tens of millions of troops of the evil ways will sweep across the world. Yang Dingtian said, if there are no accidents, it should happen within 10 years. So, senior brother, in the oath back then, it also included that I am not allowed to fall in love with anyone, and I am also not allowed to give my body to any man. Dongfang Bingling said, so, senior brother, you should understand why I made that decision previously. If something happens between us, it will only harm you. Even if you are extremely talented, if something really happens between us, there will be no place for you in the world. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, Junior sister, I hate everything in the world. I hate the evil ways. I hate the Tiando League. One day, I will smash all of this so that they can no longer control our fate. Dongfang Bingling said, Senior brother, what do you think our room looks like? Yang Dingtian looked around. The room was filled with red color, fresh flowers, and red candles. Everything looked festive. This looks like a bridal chamber. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, this is a bridal chamber. Dongfang Bingling said, originally I decided to get married here tonight, and then sleep on the same bed for a night. Tomorrow I will completely wash away my memories, but now there is no need for this. Dongfang Bingling went to light the red candles, then found a red dress and took off her clothes. I have already been poisoned by the soul-devouring devil mystic. I will not let myself become a succubus, so I will commit suicide in a month. Dongfang Bingling said softly, Senior brother, this result is not bad. I don't need to suppress my feelings anymore. We have a whole month. Let's get married tonight. Then, I will completely give myself to you. We can be lovey-dovey for a whole month. Then, I will completely hand over my dreams to you and ask you to help me complete it. This way, I can leave this world with no regrets. After that, Dongfang Bingling said softly, Senior brother, help me put on the wedding dress, and then we will get married. Chapter 377. Yang Dingtian, I am going to release the unfreezing water, and Fengwu will wake up. Dugu Xiao said, I can't guarantee what she will do when she wakes up. Even if she kills you with a sword, I won't stop her. After that, Dugu Xiao patted the ice bed lightly. Suddenly, the ice bed was emptied, and the unfreezing water on it quickly disappeared. Dugu Fengwu's beautiful body gradually sank, and when the unfreezing water completely disappeared, her delicate body was lying on the ice surface. She had the brilliant Yang Meridian, so she was born with a fiery energy. After the unfreezing water dried up and disappeared, her beautiful face began to have a trace of redness, and it was no longer as white as snow. After that, the ice under her body gradually melted. Her pulse and breathing gradually returned to normal. As if waking up from a very deep dream, Dugu Fengwu opened her beautiful eyes with great effort and looked around in a daze. Yang Dingtian was the closest to her, so when Dugu Fengwu opened her beautiful eyes, the first thing she saw was Yang Dingtian's face. She was surprised at first, and then she muttered to herself, Am I dead? After that, her beautiful eyes looked around, looking for her precious baby. The baby also realized that its mother had woken up, and it didn't even want its closest grandfather. It opened its small arms and struggled to pounce over. Its small mouth vaguely called out, Mama, Mama, baby! Dugu Fengwu opened her arms and threw Yang Dingtian aside. She got up from the ice bed and carried the baby over. She greedily sniffed the baby's scent and then kissed the baby's face desperately. I brought Yang Dingtian over for you. If you want to kill him or cut him up, it's up to you. Dugu Xiao said, If you don't kill him or cut him up, then I will hold a make-up wedding for you later. After saying that, Dugu Xiao and Dugu Aoshuang turned and walked away. In the entire cave dwelling, only Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu were left. When the baby was in its mother's arms, it immediately let out a satisfied giggle. Then she very skillfully lifted her mother's clothes, opened her small mouth, and held one in each hand. Her other chubby little hand grabbed the other even more skillfully, and then let out a proud laugh, greedily sucking. The baby was very greedy. He ate one and grabbed another. You've been poisoned by the soul-devouring devil, mystic demon. Is it not good for baby to drink your milk? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. He didn't want to say this to Dugu Fengwu, but he was truly worried. After my chest was pierced by your sword, I no longer have any milk. Dugu Fengwu said coldly, This baby is only sucking on the milk to satisfy her cravings. Normally, she eats the milk of the wet nurse. When he recalled how he had pierced Dugu Fengwu with his sword, he felt that his hatred had been vented. Now, there was only endless regret. At the very least, the baby's right to drink his mother's milk had been taken away. I'm sorry. I regret stabbing you with my sword. Yang Dingtian said, Nothing much. Dugu Fengwu said, I want to kill you and you want to kill me. It is very normal. Dugu Fengwu's attitude was very cold. Immediately, the two of them fell into an awkward situation. Did my father ask you to come? Dugu Fengwu asked. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Of course, even if he didn't ask me to come. If I knew that there was a baby between us, or if I knew that you were in danger, I would have come as well. No, this baby doesn't have much to do with you. Dugu Fengwu said, My father doesn't understand me. He always thought that I had an unforgettable impression of you, and that I loved you. But I didn't. Perhaps there was a little bit of it in the past, especially when I gave my body to you in the mystic realm. After killing you, your shadow left a deep impression in my heart, but it wasn't unforgettable. But after giving birth to the baby, all my love has been entrusted to me. Originally, you made my heart throb, but now you are just a passerby. Yang Dingtian instantly turned silent. You might be wondering why I didn't make a move to kill you in the Dongli grassland, right? Dugu Fengwu said, That is because, after giving birth to the baby, my cultivation had regressed tremendously. Furthermore, I didn't show any mercy to you back then and killed you miserably. Of course, when Qin Huaiyu set up a monstrous trap to kill you, I secretly left the Temple of Blood. My father should have told you about this matter. Yang Dingtian nodded. That's right. I went to look for you. Dugu Fengwu said, I didn't want you to be killed, and I wanted to save you. But do you know the reason? Yang Dingtian shook his head. I don't know who taught him. Perhaps it was Aoshuang. Dugu Fengwu said, That night, the baby suddenly called out Daddy. I don't know if he did it by accident or if someone taught him. In any case, he called out Daddy. My heart ached. Other people's babies have parents, and I don't want my baby to be fatherless. Therefore, I left the Temple of Blood to save you. Of course, it was only to save your life. I will ask Qin Huaiyu to spare your life and destroy your mystic meridians and chi vessel, making you powerless. After that, I will bring you to the Temple of Blood or find a place for you to stay in. In the future, if the baby wants a father, I will bring him to see you. Dugu Fengwu's voice was very indifferent, but it was also very heartless. My father doesn't understand women's thoughts, so he asked you to come to the Temple of Blood. He wants me to live the last few days of my so-called blissful life. Dugu Fengwu lifted her head and laughed. He is a great devil, and it is rare for him to have such thoughts. Therefore, we won't expose him. If he wants us to get married, then let's get married. Yang Dingtian didn't reply. 5 days later, I will end my own life. After that, you can leave the Temple of Blood. Dugu Fengwu said, the baby will stay in the Temple of Blood. Aoshuang will dote on him a lot. In the future, if you miss the baby, you can come and see him. After all, you are his birth father. N. Yang Dingtian then sat on the ice bed and said, I have a few questions. Can I ask you? And go ahead, Dugu Fengwu said. What does the person who planted the soul-devouring devil mystic look like? Yang Dingtian asked. His face is fake, so I don't know what he looks like. Dugu Fengwu said, but he shouldn't be more than 30 years old. He has the cultivation of a master, and I didn't have the ability to resist. However, his voice was very obedient, and it was neither male nor female. Furthermore, it sounded as though a needle was slicing the throat, making the voice very strange. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. That's right, it was that person. This person was that mysterious enemy, and he was also the one who planted the soul-devouring devil mystic in Dongfang Bingling. Dongfang Bingling said that the soul-devouring devil mystic was formed using one's life. This person had released the soul-devouring devil mystic twice in a short period of time, which meant that he had sacrificed 40 years of his lifespan. He was a punisher sent by the Temple of Annihilation. Perhaps that young lord of the Temple of Annihilation had never placed the lives of these punishers in his eyes, even though he was already a young master. Dying is nothing, but it is a pity that I can't compete with Dongfang Bingling. Dugu Fengwu sighed and said, more than a year ago she was an 8-star Marshal Supreme, and I was a 7-star Marshal Supreme. We weren't that far apart. However, after arriving at the Dongli grassland, she devoured the mystic flame and broke through to the Master Realm. As for me, because I gave birth to a baby, my cultivation was greatly weakened, and the gap between us became even bigger. I am really unwilling to accept this. However, if I wasn't planted with this soul-devouring devil mystic and devoured a mystic flame, I believe that I would still be able to fight with her a few years later. Yang Dingtian said, if it is just this unwillingness, then there is no need. Dongfang Bingling will also have a hard time surviving this month. Why? Dugu Fengwu widened her beautiful eyes and asked. She was also planted with the soul-devouring devil mystic. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, the punisher who planted the soul-devouring devil mystic in her is the same as you. Dugu Fengwu's absolutely beautiful face was instantly filled with disbelief as she said, how is this possible? Why? It is because I gave my body to you, which is considered as betraying young lord. Why is she doing this? She is about to play the role of the Nihility Piaoling from 200 years ago. She is the final woman that the Lord of the Temple of Annihilation is destined to conquer. Yang Dingtian said, therefore, that bastard from the Temple of Annihilation saw Dongfang Bingling as a betrayer. Dongfang Bingling, and you have feelings for each other? Feelings? Dugu Fengwu asked in disbelief. Yang Dingtian didn't reply and just lowered his head. How is this possible? Dongfang Bingling is so prideful and outstanding. She is even more arrogant than me. How is it possible for her to fancy you? Dugu Fengwu asked. Yang Dingtian let out a bitter smile and didn't reply. Young lord should be the one killing you. Why did he make a move on Dongfang Bingling? Dugu Fengwu asked. Perhaps he felt that my level wasn't high enough and wasn't worthy for him to make a move on me. Yang Dingtian said he wanted to wait for me to grow to a certain level before destroying me. Dugu Fengwu sighed softly and said, "It is a pity for Dongfang Bingling. She is practically the only person that I admire in this world. Yang Dingtian, you aren't worthy of her love, and she shouldn't have perished for you." Yang Dingtian smiled helplessly and didn't reply. At this moment, Bao Bao was sleeping soundly. That extremely beautiful little face, those long eyelashes, that snow-white and tender little face. Yang Dingtian was truly in love with her. "You want to hug her?" Dugu Fengwu asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. Dugu Fengwu carefully handed over Bao Bao to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian hugged her lovingly. Bao Bao was very alert as she opened her eyes and was about to cry. Oh, Mommy is here. Mommy is here." Dugu Fengwu immediately went forward and patted Bao Bao while kissing her little ears. Bao Bao immediately closed her eyes lazily and fell asleep soundly. "You and Aoshuang were married. After I died, Bao Bao will be taken care of by Aoshuang. She is Bao Bao's mother." Dugu Fengwu said, "So, in order for Bao Bao to have a good mother, you have to find a way to cure the things on Aoshuang's body. I can only rely on you. My father doesn't care about Aoshuang." "I will," Yang Dingtian said. "Then, are we still going to proceed with our wedding?" Dugu Fengwu asked. "Up to you," Yang Dingtian said. "Then, let's not proceed with it," Dugu Fengwu said. "Go and tell my father that we don't care about the ceremony." "All right," Yang Dingtian said. The two of them instantly fell into silence. Suddenly, Dugu Fengwu said, "Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Bingling, and I have both been poisoned by the soul-devouring devil mystic. If you are able to save one of us, and only one of us, who will you save?" Yang Dingtian instantly fell into deep silence. "I don't know," Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian came to see Dugu Shao. "Why are you here? The wedding arrangements will be done soon. When the time comes, you can come and perform the ceremony." Dugu Shao said, "We feel that there is no need to hold a wedding." Yang Dingtian said. "Why?" Dugu Shao asked. "Because Fengwu doesn't love me." Yang Dingtian said, "You don't understand your daughter." "Then do you understand her?" Dugu Shao said coldly, "She is only doing this so that she can die alone 5 days later. She doesn't want you to be in pain, and she doesn't want you to miss her. No, you really don't understand your daughter. She is much more carefree than you think." Yang Dingtian said, "Furthermore, I don't have time to stay here. I have to leave the Temple of Blood immediately." "You dare?" Dugu Shao said coldly. "Do you really think that I won't kill you?" "I am going to see that Punisher from the Temple of Annihilation. I want to get the method to save the soul-devouring devil mystic from him." Yang Dingtian said, "I came to the Temple of Blood to ask you how to save the soul-devouring devil mystic, but you said so resolutely that it's impossible. I don't believe you." Dugu Zhao's gaze immediately constricted, and he said, "You should know that that Punisher can crush you to death with one finger. Moreover, you are definitely the Temple of Annihilation's most important enemy. You are walking right into their trap. Do you know that? That bastard young master of the Temple of Annihilation might not want to kill me yet. He probably thinks that I am not qualified," Yang Dingtian said. "Then do you know where the Punisher from the Temple of Annihilation is?" Dugu Shao asked. "I don't know," Yang Dingtian said. "I don't know either." Dugu Shao said, "And you can't expect me to help you. I would rather Feng Wu die than betray the Temple of Annihilation." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I know, but I have a few questions that I hope you can answer." "Go ahead," Dugu Shao said. First question, was the soul-devouring devil mysterious energy modified by Wan Wentian, the master of the Shrine of 10,000 Extermination 200 years ago? Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes." Dugu Shao nodded. "Was the origin of the soul-eater devil an evil soul from ancient times? An energy life form formed by the evil of all things in the chaotic continent?" Yang Dingtian asked. Dugu Xiao trembled and opened his eyes. How do you know this? Yang Dingtian didn't answer Dugu Xiao's question. Instead, he continued to ask, if I call the origin of the soul-eater devil an evil soul, is it in the hands of the leader of the evil ways of every generation, the master of the temple of annihilation? And those who want to learn the soul-eater devil art will have such a terrifying, evil soul in their bodies. Dugu Xiao's face was instantly filled with shock. This was the temple of annihilation's top secret. How did Yang Dingtian know about it? How did Yang Dingtian know about it? Of course, it wasn't his master Dongfang Minmi who said it. Even his master didn't know about this secret. It was Dongfang Bingling who said it. Although she didn't learn the soul-eater devil art, her master was very clear about the soul-eater devil art. Of course, she didn't tell Dongfang Bingling in detail. It was Dongfang Bingling who roughly guessed it and then told Yang Dingtian. After Yang Dingtian guessed it in his mind, he verified it in front of Dugu Xiao. Now he got a definite answer. Yang Dingtian looked into Dugu Xiao's eyes and said, people once said that there was no solution to the energy black hole, but I solved it. Now, people said that the soul-eater devil art is the temple of annihilation's supreme evil art. It is far above the evil soul art. It is the supreme art of evil ways and is absolutely unsolvable. But I am not willing to watch my son's mother leave like this. Even if there is no hope, I still want to try. Moreover, I may not be without hope. I want to find the punisher of the temple of annihilation. Even if I have to cut him into pieces, I must find a way to solve the soul-eater devil art. If you can solve the soul-eater devil art, then the whole world will be overturned by you. Dugu Xiao said, if you can really succeed, then I can agree to any request of yours without reservation. Anything. Then Dugu Xiao looked indifferently at Yang Dingtian. Of course, all of this is just an illusion. The reality is that you will die. You will be smashed to pieces. That might not be the case. Yang Dingtian said, if you want to court death, I will not stop you. But you have to get married to Fengwu first. After the wedding tonight, you can leave. Dugu Xiao said coldly, you cannot reject these two conditions. I want to give my daughter a complete wedding. Deal, Yang Dingtian said. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu got married. There weren't many people who participated this time. There was only Dugu Xiao, his wife Bao Bao, and Dugu Aoshuang. Yang Dingtian wore the red wedding dress again, while Dugu Fengwu wore the red wedding dress. Under the guidance of a blind elder, the two of them bowed to the 2 moons and the 2 suns in the sky, the primal chaos continent, and finally Dugu Xiao and his wife. After the ceremony, Dugu Aoshuang carried the sleeping Bao Bao away. Then Dugu Xiao pushed Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu into the bridal room. They entered the festive, warm, and luxurious red bridal room. There was a delicate fragrance in the bridal room. The beauty by his side was gorgeous beyond compare. Yang Dingtian waved his hand and instantly extinguished the candle flame. Then he lay on the bed and closed his eyes. After lying down for 2 hours, he was prepared to leave the Temple of Blood and look for that punisher. 15 minutes later, suddenly, there was a mesmerizing fragrance in the blanket. Dugu Fengwu crawled into the blanket. Then a soft body pressed against him. Dugu Fengwu hugged Yang Dingtian from behind and then pressed her face against Yang Dingtian's back. Didn't you say that you have no love for me at all? Yang Dingtian asked. Chapter 378. I am sorry, Dugu Fengwu said. Yang Dingtian was startled. He turned around and looked at Dugu Fengwu's beautiful face. What did you say? Why are you apologizing? Nothing much. I'm just apologizing for what I said to you before. Dugu Fengwu said. I'm just apologizing for what I did to you before. After that, Dugu Fengwu moved closer and said softly, Today is our wedding day. You should love me well. No, you better explain to me clearly. What do you mean? Yang Dingtian said coldly. Husband, don't look for that punisher anymore. It's useless. You will die. Dugu Fengwu said. In a few days I will leave this world. Baby will lose his mother. I don't want baby to lose his father as well. After that, Dugu Fengwu kissed his lips and said with a gentle voice that she had never used before, "In these last few days, isn't it good for our family of 3 to be together every day and enjoy the happiness of being a family?" Dugu Fengwu's beauty wasn't inferior to Dongfang Bingling. She was the most beautiful woman in this world. Right now, she was treating him with a gentleness that she had never shown before. In an instant, Yang Dingtian was in a daze and almost couldn't extricate himself. Gritting his teeth, Yang Dingtian pushed Dugu Fengwu away. He looked into her beautiful eyes and said, "Dugu Fengwu, when you said those heartless words to me before, I always thought that they were fake. I always thought that you just wanted to die alone so that I wouldn't be worried or in pain. Therefore, you pretended to be heartless. Now, I can finally confirm that you are indeed heartless to me. Is this still important?" Dugu Fengwu said, "You are my only man. You are the father of my child. Isn't that enough? Perhaps you think that I was provoked by your words before and wanted to show you that I wanted to make you fall in love with me. That's why I went to the Punisher and risked my life to save you. That's why I wanted to move you and make you fall in love with me. Am I right?" Yang Dingtian said, "It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, but it isn't necessary." Dugu Fengwu said, "I only know that I don't want you to die, and that is enough." "I might not die," Yang Dingtian said. He then pushed Dugu Fengwu away and walked out. Dugu Fengwu said from behind, "Yang Dingtian, your meaningless bravery and impulsiveness will not change anything, not even the image in my heart." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I know. My image in your mind will probably always be that silly good guy who saved you again and again on the ship and in the secret realm." Yang Dingtian came to Dugu Aoshuang's room. She was singing. Even though the baby was asleep, she still sang softly. Her entire body was still shrouded in a graceful dress, and her face was still covered by a veil. Seeing Yang Dingtian come in, Dugu Aoshuang was slightly stunned. She then said coldly, "You shouldn't be here now. You should be in my sister's bridal chamber." Yang Dingtian went forward and sat beside Dugu Aoshuang. He looked lovingly at the baby on the small bed. The baby doesn't like to be too quiet, especially when he's sleeping. He likes a little noise. If there's no noise at all, he will wake up, Dugu Aoshuang said. Yang Dingtian looked at the baby's little face and said, "Aoshuang, if I bring the baby back to Cloud Heaven City, will it be cruel?" Dugu Aoshuang was slightly stunned. She then said, "I don't know." "You should be in my sister's room at this time," Dugu Aoshuang said again. "No, your sister doesn't like me, so don't make the two of us awkward," Yang Dingtian said. "How could she not like you? If she didn't like you, why would she give birth to your child?" Dugu Aoshuang said, "I didn't understand why she would be like this in the secret realm, even if she killed me immediately afterwards." Yang Dingtian said later, "I understood. She didn't want to lower her head to fate. Her fate was to become the woman of the young master of the Temple of Annihilation. She had never seen the young master of the Temple of Annihilation. She had no feelings for the feelings of men and women. She hated any restrictions, so she gave me her body and killed me. In this way, she felt that she might be able to escape this fate. Of course, she didn't expect that I didn't die. You can't say that about her. She has feelings. She loves the baby very much," Dugu Aoshuang said. Yang Dingtian smiled and nodded. Then he said to Aoshuang, "I'm sorry. I promised you before that regardless of whether I find a way to restore your appearance or not, I will come to see you. The deadline is within 2 years. Although I didn't break the promise, I didn't come for you this time." Dugu Aoshuang smiled sadly and said, "I'm used to it. Everyone is afraid of me and ignores me. Only the baby now doesn't. Of course, when the baby grows up, he might." Yang Dingtian didn't comfort Dugu Aoshuang. Instead, he asked, "The mistress of the Temple of Blood now isn't your biological mother, right?" Dugu Aoshuang's expression changed slightly. Then she nodded. "Then your biological mother Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know. Feng Wu doesn't know either. She doesn't even know that this woman isn't our biological mother. Other than practicing martial arts, she isn't interested in anything else, Du Guoshuang said. Oh, right. Don't mention this to my father. Otherwise, he will really kill you. I only found out about this by chance. Yang Dingtian went forward and was about to lift Du Guoshuang's veil. Du Guoshuang struggled slightly and said, Don't do this. We are no longer related. You are my brother-in-law. Yang Dingtian ignored her. Instead, he lifted her veil and revealed Du Guoshuang's true face. There were still fine scales on her face. Her face and facial features were almost exactly the same as Du Guoshuang's. She was extremely beautiful and was a masterpiece of the heavens. But the scales that covered her made everyone shrink back. If I say that this is the most precious treasure that the heavens have given you, what would you think? Yang Dingtian asked. I won't be able to resist giving you a slap, Du Guoshuang said. But the truth might be so. Yang Dingtian said, Aoshuang, I will touch your body next and check your Xian meridians and qi si. Is that okay? Up to you, as long as you don't get scared, Du Guoshuang said as she closed her eyes. Then she laughed at herself and said, You are acting so courteous and polite. It makes me feel ironic. You know that Du Guoshuang didn't finish her sentence. Yang Dingtian lifted Du Guoshuang's skirt and extended his hand to her qi si. Instantly, Du Guoshuang shuddered slightly and her breathing became hurried. Yang Dingtian, I am warning you. If you don't want me, don't provoke me. Du Guoshuang said, I am not as heartless as Du Fengwu. I am an extremely inferior woman. My love is extremely crazy and will burn everything. Yang Dingtian didn't bother about her. He closed his eyes and poured in some xian qi and the thousands of resentful spirits in the million spirit demon flames. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's xian qi circulated to every corner of Du Guoshuang's xian meridians. Finally, it rushed into her qi si. Yang Dingtian increased his xian qi and attacked her xian meridians and qi si. Does it hurt? Yang Dingtian asked. It doesn't hurt, Du Guoshuang said. Yang Dingtian continued to increase his xian qi to the martial ancestor realm and attacked Du Guoshuang's xian meridians and xian qi. Does it hurt? Yang Dingtian asked. It doesn't hurt, Du Guoshuang said. Yang Dingtian increased his xian qi to the martial supreme realm and attacked her xian meridians and qi si. Does it hurt? Yang Dingtian asked. I feel a little, but it doesn't hurt, Du Guoshuang said. Yang Dingtian immediately circulated his xian qi to the extremity and used the xian flame's energy to attack her xian meridians and qi si. Does it hurt? Yang Dingtian asked. It doesn't hurt. Du Fengwu's breathing was hurried as she said, But if you continue, I might fall for you. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that his palms suddenly felt numb. Du Fengwu's scales were actually slightly erected. Yang Dingtian's hand left Du Guoshuang's qi si and said, I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? Bad news, Du Guoshuang said. The bad news is that I have no way to deal with the scales on your body. Perhaps no one in this world has a way. Yang Dingtian said. Du Guoshuang instantly smiled sadly. Don't you want to know the good news? Yang Dingtian said. With this bad news, the good news is completely meaningless to me, Du Guoshuang said. The good news is that you might be from the strongest race in this world, the most perfect race. You will be much stronger than Du Fengwu. Yang Dingtian said. Du Guoshuang's delicate body shivered and revealed an astonished expression. She then asked, If I can recover my looks, will the scales on my body disappear? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I don't know, but you might become the strongest person in this world. Du Guoshuang said sadly, What's the meaning of that? Everyone will still be afraid of you when they see you and will still despise you. I am not like Fengwu. I don't have any desire for power. Yang Dingtian said, Don't you want to know why you have scales? If it can be cured, then I want to know. If the scales on my body cannot be removed, then there is no meaning in knowing the reason for the scales, Dugu Aoshuang said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Aoshuang, can you keep everything that I am going to say a secret? Don't tell anyone, including your father and Dugu Fengwu. Then you don't have to say it, Dugu Aoshuang said. Yang Dingtian instantly fell into silence. All right, if you want me to keep it a secret, I will keep it a secret. I will not tell anyone. Dugu Aoshuang said, I am a woman with low self-esteem and a loyal woman. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and organized his words. After a while, he said, Your mystic meridians are completely different from a human's mystic meridians. Instead, they are similar to a demonic beast's mystic meridians. They are much stronger than a human's mystic meridians and much more perfect than a demonic beast's mystic meridians. I have never seen your sea of qi before. Even though there is no trace of mystic qi in it, I cannot imagine that you were born with such a huge sea of qi. Aoshuang, do you know about the Naga race? At this moment, Dugu Aoshuang was truly astonished. She instinctively nodded and said, I know the strongest race in the ancient times, a race that was close to a demigod. Of course, I am not saying that you are definitely from the Naga race. Yang Dingtian said, In this world there is an extremely dark and depraved energy life form. They can change into various forms and lure many races in this world. Many years ago, the sea snakes at the bottom of the sea were tempted by this. After mating with this depraved energy life form, the dragon transformed and gave birth to this Naga race. This kind of inferior Naga race is incomparably strong, but has a fatal flaw. Thus, they went to the land and looked for the most mediocre and balanced human race to mate with. Finally, they gave birth to the strongest and most perfect demigod race in history, the Naga race. And then, Dugu Aoshuang said, After the great nirvana, the ancient civilization was completely destroyed. This new world grew up in the ruins of the ancient martial arts civilization. Thus, this kind of depraved energy life form once again tempted various races and gave birth to a second perfect race. And these races once again came to the human world to mate with humans in an attempt to give birth to the most perfect and powerful race. Yang Dingtian looked at Dugu Aoshuang and said, So, you don't know who your birth mother is because she came from another world and is a second perfect race. Perhaps it was a sea snake or some other dragon race that transformed into a human and found your mother. After mating, it gave birth to you and Dugu Fengwu. Dugu Fengwu completely inherited everything from your father, so she has extremely high martial talent, and you integrated everything from your mother. I don't know what this means, but perhaps you are unique in this world. At this moment, Dugu Aoshuang was completely stunned. She said with a trembling voice, Then why am I so weak? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I don't know. Dugu Aoshuang stretched out her hands and looked at her palms in disbelief. She then covered her face and said, I would rather not have all of this. I only want a beautiful face and normal skin. I only want people to not despise me or be afraid of me. Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand and touched Dugu Aoshuang's face and said, I don't know when your scales will disappear, but I am sure that when they disappear, you will shock the world. But if that day really comes, I only hope that you won't hate humans. But I really hate everyone, Dugu Aoshuang said. The hair on Yang Dingtian's back instantly stood up as he asked, Everyone! I love Baobao. Dugu Aoshuang said, I also loved a man, but he ignored me. Of course. He shouldn't try to say that he loves me now. Otherwise, it will only cause me to hate him more. Because that is a lie. Just like how you rejected Dugu Fengwu's pity and pushed her away. Yang Dingtian looked at Dugu Aoshuang in a daze. This was a woman who could become the strongest race in the future. Why don't you kill me? I promise I won't hate you. Dugu Aoshuang said, If you pretend to be close to me, I will hate you. If you kill me, I won't hate you. I will gladly do it. Yang Dingtian looked at her and said seriously, Aoshuang, in this world I love 2.5 women. One is Dongfang Bingling, and the other is Shimin Yanyan. Is the other half Dugu Fengwu? Aoshuang asked. It's not her. Yang Dingtian said, it's another woman. She is as mysterious as you, or even more mysterious than you. Then what do you mean by saying this to me? Dugu Aoshuang said, instinctively, I will pity and love other women, but from the heart and emotions, I will probably not fall in love with other women. Yang Dingtian said, but you want me to kill you. How ridiculous is that? Because you're not the only powerful and dangerous race. There is at least one more. Who is it? Dugu Aoshuang asked. My other unborn baby is still in my mother's womb. I don't even know if it will be a boy or a girl. Yang Dingtian said, in fact, I am not sure if this baby will have a foxtail when it is born. Then will you love him or her? Dugu Aoshuang asked. Without holding back, Yang Dingtian said, if he or she is a huge threat to the human race, will you kill him or her? Dugu Aoshuang asked. I can't do it. Yang Dingtian said, I love everyone, but I love my family more. I understand, Dugu Aoshuang said. Aoshuang, promise me one thing. Yang Dingtian said, I am going to find the punishers of the Temple of Annihilation to save Dugu Fengwu. If I can come back, I hope you will follow me back to Cloud Heaven City. Is that all right? Dugu Aoshuang's beautiful eyes lit up as she nodded vigorously. After gently kissing the baby goodbye, Yang Dingtian turned and left. After turning left and right, he arrived at the huge platform of the Temple of Blood. At this moment, the demon spirit ray was waiting for Yang Dingtian. Riding on the demon spirit ray, Yang Dingtian patted her gently and said, Fly, let's go find your mistress. Instantly, the demon spirit ray silently flew into the sky. At this moment, Dugu Xiao flew into the sky and looked at Yang Dingtian. You didn't consummate your marriage with Dugu Fengwu. There's no need for that, Senior Dugu, Yang Dingtian said. Dugu Xiao took out the yin-yang reincarnation crystal and handed it to Yang Dingtian. This is yours. I will return it to its owner now. Yang Dingtian took it and nodded. Goodbye. Afterward, the demon spirit ray flew towards the land of chaos at its fastest speed. 10 hours later, the demon spirit ray flew for close to 8,000 miles and stopped above the Blood Hotel. It was noon in the middle of the day. The Blood Hotel was silent as if there was no one there. This was a brothel, and it was busiest at night. At this moment, all the women were sleeping. There was no other reason why Dongfang Bingling stayed here. It was because this was a stronghold of the Yin-Yang school. There were 5 martial honorable realm powerhouses and a dozen martial ancestor realm powerhouses. Yang Dingtian pushed open the door to Dongfang Bingling's room. He thought that Dongfang Bingling would be standing by the window with her back facing him again. After entering, he was slightly stunned. Dongfang Bingling was lying on the bed, sleeping like a begonia. Yang Dingtian walked forward and gently pushed her shoulder. Dongfang Bingling opened her beautiful eyes and turned around. Her beautiful eyes were slightly blurred as she looked at Yang Dingtian. You are back. Yang Dingtian said, Dugu Xiao, there is no way to cure the soul-devouring mysterious devil. Dongfang Bingling nodded and struggled to get out of bed. Dugu Fengwu is also affected by the soul-devouring mysterious devil, Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Bingling was stunned. Why? Because she gave her virginity to me. Yang Dingtian said, the young master of the Temple of Annihilation is considered a betrayal. Dongfang Bingling was startled and said, she doesn't seem like such a person. Yang Dingtian didn't know what to say. Dongfang Bingling got out of bed and stretched. Senior brother, wait for me for a moment. I will take a bath and change my clothes. After that, we will go to the north and collect the mystic vein essence. No, junior sister. We are not going to collect the mystic vein essence first, Yang Dingtian said. Dong Fang Bingling was puzzled. Why? Didn't we agree that we will be inseparable for the last month? We're going to collect the mystic vein essence and look for the mystic flame. I will accompany you to cultivate. I am not willing to. Yang Dingtian said, we are going to find that Punisher from the Temple of Annihilation and force him to hand over the method to cure the soul-devouring mysterious devil. Dong Fang Bingling was currently taking out a sparkling and translucent cold ice jade box. When she opened the jade box, there was sparkling and translucent water that was extremely clean. This jade box was actually the profound cold ice jade that was collected from the bottom of the sea. It was the purest and coldest treasure in the world. Dong Fang Bingling took out a jade bottle and dripped a drop of azure liquid into the water. Immediately, a delicate fragrance filled the entire room. Oh, senior brother, this is the dew crystal of the snow lotus of the north. I like it very much. Dong Fang Bingling said, you have already gone to find Dugashao. Even he doesn't know how to cure the soul-devouring, mysterious devil. That Punisher also doesn't know. In fact, there is no cure at all. I have already let it go. Why is senior brother still so stubborn? Then, Dong Fang Bingling used this extremely rare and pure water to wash her face. After washing her face, she used ice profound energy to instantly freeze the used water. Then, she took it out and put it aside. Then, she used ice and wind profound skills to thoroughly clean the box containing the profound cold ice jade. This Dong Fang Bingling was completely pure to the extreme. Her entire body was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say, junior sister, you must have suffered a lot during the time you were unconscious. Don't laugh at me, Dong Fang Bingling said. Since senior brother is unwilling to give up and wants to find that Punisher, then let's go. But you don't even know where he is or who he is. Yang Dingtian took out a mask from his spatial ring and put it on. Immediately, this mask seemed to come to life. It gradually wriggled and finally grew on Yang Dingtian's face. It was as if it was a real face. An illusion mask? Dong Fang Bingling said. Yes. The owner of this face was once the young master of the Ning clan of the South Sea. Yang Dingtian said, junior sister, does the Ning clan of the South Sea have a stronghold in the Bedlam lands? Yes. Celestial world. Dong Fang Bingling said. Coincidentally, it's also a brothel. Moreover, it's the largest and most luxurious brothel in the entire Bedlam lands. Is it far from here? Yang Dingtian asked. 1,300 li, Dong Fang Bingling said. It's in the largest city in the Bedlam lands, Sky Demon City. That's the most chaotic and dangerous place in the Bedlam lands. Even the forces of the Tyando League can't protect a single person there. All right, then let's go to Celestial World. Yang Dingtian said, as long as my face appears there, the Punisher of the Temple of Annihilation will appear in front of us. Why? Dong Fang Bingling asked. Because the Punisher of the Temple of Annihilation once appeared with the face of a member of the Ning clan of the South Sea. He's a yin-yang person, Yang Dingtian said. All right, then, senior brother, please wait for a moment. I'll change my clothes. Dong Fang Bingling took off her clothes and said, all right, senior brother, in Sky Demon City, our strength is very limited. They can't even protect us. 3 hours later, Yang Dingtian entered the legendary Sky Demon City with the face of the young master of the Ning clan of the South Sea and Dong Fang Bingling, who also changed her appearance, to look for the Punisher of the Temple of Annihilation. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please go to Chidian. Come to read. Chapter 379. The illusion mask on Yang Dingtian's face had a long history. At the same time, it was the most precious mask in the world. because this was a completely real face and also a living face. No one, even the most intimate people, would be able to tell that this face was fake because it was so real that even the eyes and pupils were exactly the same. It was completely alive. The creation of this mask was also extremely difficult and accidental. First, it needed an illusion beast. The illusion beast was one of the rarest demonic beasts in the world. Its battle talent wasn't that great, but it had a heaven-defying ability, and that was its ability to transform. It could transform into almost any appearance it wanted, even a person. Just this point alone was enough to make people's hair stand on end. Because perhaps one day the woman lying on your bed would no longer be the woman you loved. Instead, she would be transformed from a phantom beast. Of course, this kind of situation wouldn't happen because the illusion beast couldn't speak, and its transformation time was relatively short. In order to make a shape-shifting mask, one had to catch a shape-shifting beast and peel off its skin. After planting its face, one needed to find a person who was about to die and put the face on that person's face. Why did it have to be a person who was about to die? Because once the illusion beast's face was put on the person's face, it would grow into that person's face and become one with that person's face. If that person lived for a long time, then the face would completely disappear into that person's body. And if that person died in a short time, then the illusion beast's face would automatically leave that person's face and look for a new host. Even when the illusion beast's face was put on until the person died, there was a strict time limit. It couldn't be too long, it couldn't be too short. Therefore, it was very difficult to fulfill these two conditions. Just the illusion beast alone was simply impossible to catch. First of all, its speed was simply too fast. Second, even if you met it, you wouldn't know that it was an illusion beast because it could transform into any appearance at will. Not only demonic beasts, it could also transform into stones, mud, and so on. And Shimin Ningning got this illusion mask purely by chance. At that time, Shimin Ningning met the floating ray. It was a very rare and beautiful mount, and Ningning wanted to tame it. Thus, he chased her for thousands of miles and arrived at the depths of Jialan mountain range. There, she met a dying man, the owner of this face. In front of him was a dead illusion beast. The man told Ningning that his name was Ning Fu, the young master of the Ning clan in the South Sea. Because he didn't have long to live, but reality required him to live, so he wanted to live in another way. Therefore, he had to make a phantom mask that looked exactly like him and put it on another man's face so that that man could live on in his place, complete what he should do, and take care of the people he should take care of. It took Ning Fan 3 years to find a mirage beast and chase it for tens of thousands of miles to reach Garan mountain range. By the time he caught the phantom beast, he was already nearing the end of his life. Shimin Ningning spent a lot of effort, but couldn't save him. Ning Fu asked Shimin Ningning to remove the illusion mask from his face after he died and give it to someone called Sha Wuming. Of course, Ningning searched for a long time and didn't hear of anyone called Sha Wuming. She even went to the Ning clan in the South Sea to ask around, but she didn't hear of this person. Therefore, Ningning wore the mask with her. Later, when Yang Dingtian needed it, she temporarily lent the mask to Yang Dingtian. She didn't expect that something would happen later. Yang Dingtian didn't have time to return many of his things to Ningning. One of them was the illusion mask. After the beautiful woman finished cursing the Punisher of the Temple of Annihilation, she knelt in front of Yang Dingtian and kissed Yang Dingtian's toes. Ning Bai greets the young master. Then the beautiful woman started sobbing uncontrollably. As for the woman who called Yang Dingtian Ninglang, she threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms and cried until she couldn't make a sound. She hugged Yang Dingtian tightly and fainted. There was no doubt that there was a sad story behind this. As for the Punisher of the Temple of Annihilation, he looked at Yang Dingtian's face and his entire body started trembling violently. After the beautiful woman finished crying, she pointed at the Punisher and said, "You lowly slave! You keep saying that the young master is dead and then sneaking around Miss Shui. What are your intentions? Speak." After saying that, the beautiful woman pulled out a blue sharp sword condensed from energy from her sleeve and said coldly, "Today I will kill you." Then the beautiful woman charged straight at the Punisher. Yang Dingtian could tell at a glance that the beautiful woman's cultivation was around the martial, honorable level. She was no match for the Punisher, but in reality, the Punisher was dodging left and right in a very sorry state. In the blink of an eye, he was stabbed several times. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Could it be that he was wrong? Was this Yin Yang person from the Ning clan of the South Sea not the Punisher of the Temple of Annihilation? At this moment, the Yin Yang person was stabbed a few more times and was on the verge of death. Yang Dingtian hurriedly said, "Stop, As soon as he said that, the Yin Yang person unexpectedly rushed at Yang Dingtian and said sternly, "Young master, I have something to say." The Yin Yang person didn't seem to want Yang Dingtian to finish his sentence. "Ningbai, help Shuai Yi out first. I have something to say to him," Yang Dingtian said. That Ningbai obviously obeyed young Lord Ning Fu. Immediately, she bent her body slightly and left with Shuai Yi in her arms. Suddenly, in the secret room a few hundred meters underground, only Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Bingling, and the Yin Yang person from the Ning clan of the South Sea were left. "Yang Dingtian?" The Yin Yang person from the Ning clan of the South Sea said. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to call out his identity directly. Nodding, Yang Dingtian asked tentatively, "Sha Wuming?" At that time, Ning Yu asked Shima Ningning to give the illusion mask to Sha Wuming. Sha Wuming was actually not a real name. In the South Sea, there were many people called Sha Wuming. They all had a common identity, which was that they were illegitimate children. Therefore, this name was completely synonymous with lowly. "No," the Yin Yang person shook his head and said, "Are you here to find the Punisher of the Temple of Annihilation?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "I am the Punisher," said the Yin Yang person. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's hair stood on end, and he instantly prepared to fight. "You are far from being my match," the Yin Yang person said. "Dongfang Bingling is very strong, and I am slightly inferior to her. However, she has been poisoned by my soul-devouring devil mystic and is destined to be controlled by me. Therefore, if we really fight, you can't do anything to me. Instead, you, Yang Dingtian, will die here." Yang Dingtian said, "I'm here to negotiate. In the northwest Qin city, you are willing to pay such a huge price to get this Yin Yang Samsara crystal. Now, I am willing to give this Yin Yang Samsara crystal to you for free." "Then what do you want?" asked the Punisher. "I want a way to cure the soul-devouring devil mystic," Yang Dingtian said. "Impossible," the Punisher said. "There is no cure for the soul-devouring devil mystic. This is a supreme evil technique that the master of the Temple of Annihilation, Wen Wentian, modified from the soul-devouring mystic Qi 200 years ago. There is absolutely no cure." "You really don't have any solution?" Yang Dingtian said. "Absolutely not," said the Punisher. "All right then. If you don't have a solution, then listen to my solution." Yang Dingtian said, "If I remember correctly, you just need to force out the evil spirit energy in the body of the soul-devouring devil mystic. Then you can cure it. The principle is correct. However, what are you going to use to force out the evil spirit energy?" The Punisher sneered. "You planted the soul-devouring devil mystic in Dugufengwu and Dongfang Bingling. There is an evil spirit parasitic in your body. As long as you are killed, this evil spirit will lose its host. The soul-devouring devil mystic in Dongfang Bingling and Dugu Fengwu's bodies will weaken. Then you can use the energy black hole to suck it out. Then you should be able to cure them." Yang Dingtian said, "You have an energy black hole?" The Punisher was shocked. "That's right," Yang Dingtian said. "Do you think my solution makes sense?" "It is definitely a genius idea. However, the prerequisite is that you have to kill me, right?" The Punisher said. "That's right," Yang Dingtian said. It is a pity that the two of you together will not be able to kill me. Instead, you will die in my hands." The Punisher said. "Then let's give it a try," Yang Dingtian said. Subsequently, he unsheathed the golden soul sword and yelled out, "Men, kill this evil slave for me!" Once he said that, several figures rushed in from outside. Not only was there the beautiful Ningbai, but there was also that young girl called Shui and 3 martial supreme elders. After these people came in, they shouted in unison, "Yes, young lord!" The Punisher's expression changed greatly. He looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "You are despicable." "Sorry," Yang Dingtian said. "Go, kill him." Instantly, the experts of the Southern Seas Ning clan pounced on the Punisher like lightning. Almost instantly, this Punisher was at a disadvantage. It was as if he was afraid of harming the innocent, especially when he was facing that girl. Shui, he was very careful, afraid of hurting her. Then, Yang Dingtian rushed in with his sword. Dongfang Bingling frowned. She really didn't want to join in at this time. She, Dongfang Bingling, had always fought alone. Now that she was ganging up on someone, it went against her pride. She looked at Yang Dingtian helplessly. Dongfang Bingling also rushed into the battle with her sword. After Dongfang Bingling entered the battle, the situation changed completely. Originally, although the experts of the Southern Seas Ning clan had the upper hand against this Punisher, they did not have any results. However, the Punisher seemed to be unwilling to hurt them at all, so he fought with restraint. After Dongfang Bingling entered, her sword was like lightning and like a ghost. Almost instantly, this Punisher was on the verge of death. The Punisher's expression changed, and he said, "Excuse me." Then his eyes suddenly changed, and he opened his palm. Swoosh! Suddenly, the air froze, trapped by a terrifying evil energy. The 4 experts of the Southern Seas Ning clan were all fixed in place in an instant, completely unable to move. Yang Dingtian revealed a horrified expression. What kind of move was this? It was actually so powerful that it could freeze 4 experts in place. Then he looked at Dongfang Bingling and said, "Originally I was a little weaker than you, but after being hit by the soul-devouring devil spell, you are destined to be very passive when fighting me. Don't you know that after being hit by the soul-devouring devil spell, even a great grandmaster will become a puppet and be controlled by the caster?" Then the Punisher's face abruptly turned into a terrifying, eerie blue color. A dark aura abruptly burst out of his body. In an instant, like a demon, it rushed out of his body and rushed toward Dongfang Bingling, burrowing into her brain. In an instant, Bingling's footsteps stopped. Then something strange happened. She couldn't control her sword at all, nor her hands, nor her body. The sword that was originally stabbing toward the Punisher was now stabbing toward Yang Dingtian. Her speed was too fast, and Yang Dingtian was completely unable to resist the cultivation of a great grandmaster. "Senior brother, run!" Bing Ling exclaimed. However, her sharp sword was still completely out of control, and it suddenly stabbed toward Yang Dingtian's chest. Hiss! In an instant, an incomparably powerful energy hit Yang Dingtian's chest. Uft! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Subsequently, an ice-cold and dreadful energy instantly tore apart all of Yang Dingtian's defenses and drilled into his mystic meridians and chi vessel. Instantly, his chi vessel was going to be torn into pieces. The 9 yang profound veins and the heaven and earth profound flame were almost completely unable to resist Dongfang Bingling's powerful energy. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's chi si was about to be completely torn apart, and his entire body was instantly smashed to pieces. Dongfang Bingling had only used one sword to directly shatter Yang Dingtian's body. No. Dongfang Bingling cried out miserably as if she was weeping blood. No. Dongfang Bingling's delicate body trembled violently, and she instantly gritted her teeth to bleed. A terrifying willpower suddenly condensed in her beautiful eyes. Then her delicate body shook violently, and an incomparably powerful blue energy instantly vibrated out of her body. Boom! The ground shook violently. From a few hundred meters underground, the ground began to crack layer by layer. In an instant, all the trees and pavilions on the ground were instantly shattered. Dongfang Bingling's willpower was actually so astonishing. Just now, her body had been controlled by the soul-devouring devil's evil energy, and she wanted to kill Yang Dingtian. In order to save Yang Dingtian, in order to prevent this tragedy from happening, she actually used her terrifying willpower to attack the evil energy in an instant. Moreover, she actually succeeded, but the consequence was the collision and tearing of her qi, the collision and tearing of the energy in her entire body. This tearing allowed her to successfully prevent her from killing Yang Dingtian, but the consequence was self-destruction. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in her qi. The Punisher was very close to Dongfang Bingling, and it was he who used the evil energy to control Dongfang Bingling's will. But he didn't expect her will to be so astonishing, violently resisting the control of the evil energy. This powerful collision directly backfired on him. A mouthful of blood spurted out violently, and the Punisher's body flew out directly, slamming into the wall and falling down. And the experts of the Ning clan in the South Sea were all unconscious, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. "Senior brother, let's go!" Dongfang Bingling looked at Yang Dingtian, covered her lower abdomen, and collapsed to the ground. Inside Yang Dingtian's body, Dongfang Bingling's terrifying energy was still colliding, almost tearing his body apart inch by inch, and blood spurted out from his ears, nose, and mouth. Seeing Dongfang Bingling collapse, Yang Dingtian was almost inconsolable. He rushed over frantically, helped her up, and frantically poured holy water pills into her mouth. Dongfang Bingling clutched her lower abdomen, and blood kept flowing out from between her fingers. The Punisher got up from the ground, gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Dongfang Bingling in disbelief and said, "In hundreds of years, you are the first to succeed in resisting the energy of the evil energy. I have never seen or heard of it before. But," the Punisher continued, "now your qi has cracked. Moreover, the evil energy will devour your soul even more frantically. Originally, you could hold on for a month, but now you won't last more than 10 days. After 10 days, you will completely become a succubus. Unfortunately, your qi is damaged, and perhaps you won't be able to become a powerful succubus. But you are so beautiful. Even if you can't become a powerful succubus, the young master will still dote on you." The Punisher came in front of Yang Dingtian, took Yang Dingtian's golden soul sword, pulled it out and placed it across Yang Dingtian's neck, and said, "What a peerless sword! If there is an emperor-grade soul sword in the world, then this is it. If I offer it to the young master, I wonder what kind of reward I will receive." The golden soul sword's blade gently cut open Yang Dingtian's neck, and blood immediately flowed out. What a peerless sword! To be able to die by its blade is absolutely worth it. The Punisher smiled faintly. After saying that, he used more force, and Yang Dingtian's flesh was cut open millimeter by millimeter. But he didn't care in the slightest, and he frantically poured his profound energy into Dongfang Bingling, trying to control the terrifying energy rampaging inside her body. Slash! The Punisher suddenly used more force, and the golden sword stabbed into his body, causing blood to spurt out. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was stunned, because the sword didn't stab into his body, but into the Punisher's own chest. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was completely stupefied. This Punisher actually stabbed his own heart to commit suicide when he had the absolute advantage. Why was that? Was he crazy? That wasn't all. The Punisher pulled the blade back, and a huge gash was cut open in his own chest. Yang Dingtian saw it. His heart was a terrifying dark blue, and it emitted a strange light. At this moment, it was directly pierced through by the sword. Dongfang Bingling, actually, you don't have to be so resolute. I won't let you kill Yang Dingtian at all. I just want to show you how terrifying evil spirits are. The Punisher smiled helplessly and said, Yang Dingtian, actually there is a solution to the soul-devouring demon mystic. If you want to know, then you have to agree to one condition. Tell me, Yang Dingtian said in a trembling voice. Continue to pretend to be Ningyu. When you're strong enough, go to the Ning clan of the South Sea to save my wife. Save the Ning clan of the South Sea and kill Xiao Wuming. The Punisher said. Yang Dingtian asked in shock, why? The Punisher tore off his face. It was a thin mask, and he instantly revealed his true face. This was a handsome yet strange face. It was handsome because the facial features were almost perfect. It was strange because the muscles of this face were completely transparent, a dark blue color. Even the blood vessels and bones inside could be seen clearly. It was completely like a ghost. However, what shocked Yang Dingtian wasn't that this face looked like a ghost, but that this face looked exactly the same as his mask. You're Ningyu. Aren't you dead? Yang Dingtian asked in shock. The Punisher nodded and said, That's right. I'm already dead. Before I died, I asked Shimin Ningning to give the mask to Xiao Wuming. So when you appeared, I knew you were Yang Dingtian because Shimin Ningning would only give the mask to you. I was already dead at that time, but then I used another method to come back to life. Do you know why? Evil spirit, Yang Dingtian said. That's right, evil spirit. Ning Yu said, look at my heart. It's transparent. It's disgusting and strange. It had already stopped beating, but the evil spirit made it start beating again. It also helped my cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, allowing me to become a master before I was 30. Otherwise, according to the original plan, I would have become a master at least in my 40s. The hair on Yang Dingtian's back stood on end. This evil spirit's energy could bring people back to life and make their cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. How terrifying was that? And this energy was already in the hands of the Temple of Annihilation. Ning Yu said, but living like this is even more painful than dying. I'm not a living person at all. I'm a living dead. If I had a choice, I'd rather die than be resurrected in this way. But I had no choice. When I woke up after I died, I was already a living dead, a walking corpse. Before Ning Yu finished speaking, he coughed and blood kept gushing out. I released the Soul Eater Devil twice and completely overdrew my life force. I don't have long to live. To me, death is not scary at all. Instead, it's a relief. The only thing I'm worried about is the Ning clan of the South Sea, my wife, my lover. Ning Yu said, Xiao Wuming is my father's illegitimate son. I personally rescued him from the slums. At that time, I knew I didn't have long to live, so I wanted to let him inherit everything of the Ning clan of the South Sea. I was afraid that his identity as an illegitimate son would be shameful, so I made the illusion mask and let him take over the Ning clan for me. But what I didn't know was that under his humble and loving face, there was a heart as venomous as a scorpion's. He sold himself to the devil, raped his sister-in-law, and killed his clansmen. He made the entire Ning clan of the South Sea fall into the abyss. If he doesn't die, the Ning clan of the South Sea will only fall into the 18th layer of hell. Then, why didn't you kill him? You're so strong, Yang Dingtian said. Ning Yu smiled sadly and said, The person he sold himself to is my master. In front of the devil, his status is higher than mine. I'm just a walking corpse and he's a minion. My cultivation all comes from evil spirits. I can't kill him. Promise me, Yang Dingtian. Ning Yu grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and said with all his strength, Promise me that when you're strong, you'll kill that bastard Xiao Wuming and save the Ning clan. Continue to pretend to be me. Don't let the Ning clan destroy us. Yang Dingtian said, But I have my own mission. Do you want me to always bear this responsibility? Have a child with my wife, and then train him to be the successor of the Ning clan. Then your responsibility will be over, Ning Yu said. Promise me. Otherwise, I won't tell you the way to break down the soul-eater devil. I've already told you the way to break the soul-eater devil. The key is to kill you. Once you die, the evil spirit will weaken, and I can use the energy black hole to force it out of Bing Ling's body, Yang Dingtian said. It's useless, Yang Dingtian, Punisher Ningyu said. This evil spirit is the strongest energy in the world. Do you know the origin of the energy black hole? Of course, Yang Dingtian said. It's formed from the water of the celestial Red Sea. Then, do you know how the celestial Red Sea came about? Punisher Ningyu said. The water of the celestial Red Sea was originally normal water. But one day, the world burst open and space overflowed. The evil spirit energy seeped into the sea. Suddenly, the sea in the sky became the celestial Red Sea. The energy black hole was formed by the corruption of the evil spirit energy. Tell me, between the two of them, whose energy level is higher? Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. The energy black hole was the product of the corruption of the evil spirit energy? Then what energy in the world could resist the evil spirit? So, only I know the way to break the soul-eater devil, Ningyu said. As long as you agree to my conditions, I'll tell you. Okay, I agree, Yang Dingtian said. Swear, Ningyu said. I swear that if Ningyu tells me the way to break the soul-eater devil, I'll kill Sha Wuming within 3 years and save the Ning clan of the South Sea. I'll also pretend to be Ningyu and take on the responsibility of protecting the Ning clan of the South Sea. Yang Dingtian said, If I violate this oath, I'll swear on your master and Shimin Wuya, Ningyu said. Yang Dingtian glared at him and said coldly, If I violate this oath, I'll make sure my master and Uncle Shimin will never have peace in the underworld. Then Yang Dingtian stared coldly at Ningyu and said, Now you can say it, right? Ningyu nodded and said, Yang Dingtian, I've been observing you for a long time. I once thought of snatching your mask and handing it to someone else who's worth trusting. But after observing you for so long, I'm sure you're the most worthy person. Now that you've made the oath, no matter what happens, you have to fulfill your promise. Yang Dingtian said in shock, What do you mean? You don't have the method to break the soul-eater devil? Ningyu said, Hall Master Wan Wentian used his body to feed the devil and created the soul-eater devil. But for his beloved woman, he left behind a flaw. Only by finding this flaw can you break the soul-eater devil. Of course, as for where this flaw is, no one in the world knows. You, Yang Dingtian, will definitely not be able to find it. So, even if I tell you this method, you won't be able to save Dongfeng Bingling and Dugo Fengwu. Are you scheming against me? Yang Dingtian said coldly. I've already told you the method, and I didn't go back on my words. Furthermore, you've already made the oath. Ningyu said, You won't be calculative with a person who's about to die, right? What's the flaw that Wan Wentian left behind? Yang Dingtian asked. It's useless. You won't be able to get it. You won't be able to find it within hundreds of thousands of miles of heaven and earth. Ningyu said, You can give up. What exactly is it? Yang Dingtian asked. A teardrop, the tear of the temple of Annihilation's master, condensed into a crystal. Ningyu said, This is the supreme token of the evil ways. How did you get it? Tear? Yang Dingtian was instantly stunned. He recalled the teardrop hanging on his neck. It was the teardrop that Ningning gave him. Chapter 380. Yang Dingtian instinctively wanted to say, I have a teardrop that has condensed into jade. He wanted to show it to Ninghua, but almost instantly he dismissed the thought. After all, the person in front of him was the Punisher of the Temple of Annihilation. If others knew that the evil king Wan Wentian's teardrop, the number one token of the evil ways, was in Yang Dingtian's hands, he would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life, especially when he was not strong enough. He would die without a burial ground. But at this moment, Yang Dingtian's heart was surging with emotions. Today, he finally knew what this teardrop that Ninghua had given him was. No wonder, she said, that he could only show this teardrop when he was about to be killed in the Temple of Blood. As long as he showed it, the people from the Temple of Blood would definitely not dare to kill him. But as long as this item appeared, the entire world would be plunged into a reign of terror. No wonder when the fire demon wild lion from the Temple of Blood saw this teardrop, it instantly turned from a peerless, ferocious beast to a trembling kitten. But the biggest question arose. Who exactly was Shimin Ningning? What did she have to do with the evil ways, the Temple of Annihilation, and Wan Wentian? Why would Wan Wentian's teardrop be with her? He shook his head hard, throwing away these messy thoughts. I can agree to your request, but your wife is the person closest to you. After interacting with her for a long time, how could she not see through my impersonation? Yang Dingtian said, She won't. Ning Hua said, I believe that she loves me, but she also hates me. Even though we have been married for a few years, our relationship has always been distant. The number of times we have slept on the same bed is also not many. She is especially strong, and her martial arts cultivation is not low. So even though I followed my father's orders to marry her, even though I love her very much, I have always kept a respectful distance from her. So, when you appear in front of her wearing the illusion mask, you won't arouse her suspicions. Since your wife is so strong, why was she taken by Shao Wuming? Yang Dingtian asked. Ning Hua was instantly enraged. She said hatefully, He told my wife that I was already dead. Furthermore, he forged a copy of my will and made her marry Shao Wuming, that bastard. My wife still refused. So he used the sorcery of the Temple of Annihilation to humiliate her while she was still alive. You must tear this bastard into 1,000 pieces. Not only did he rape my wife, but he also killed my mother. He didn't even let my sister go. This beast, this bastard, I must tear him into pieces. Tear him into pieces. Ningyu roared as blood gushed out. Yang Dingtian patted his back lightly and said, Even if your wife can't see through me, Shao Wuming will still see through me. No, he won't be able to see through it either. Ning Shu said, Although he and I share the same master, he never knew me. He always thought that I was dead. Yang Dingtian pointed at the delicate and beautiful Shui on the ground and asked, Then what's the matter with this girl? Ning Yu looked at her with pity and said, I saved her from the human traffickers. I thought of her as my sister, but she thought of me as a man. I focused on martial arts and have never been interested in the affairs of men and women. Although I kept my distance from my wife, I loved and hated her. After all, I only love her. Therefore, I have been avoiding Shui for a long time. Until 2 days ago, when I knew that you would definitely come here to find me, I came to Heavenly Earth again. Of course, she doesn't know me anymore. In fact, the time we spent together was very short, so she is already a stranger to me. The person she loves is just the impression that I saved her from the fire and water. Then how should I treat her? Yang Dingtian asked. Just let her stay here. Someone will protect her. Ning Shu said, When she is fully grown, find her a good man and marry him. She will definitely agree. She is very obedient. Okay, Yang Dingtian said, Give me back the sword. Yang Dingtian reached out his hand. Once the sword was pulled out, Ning Yu would be completely dead. Okay, Ning Yu slowly pulled out the sword. Blood kept pouring out of his mouth, turning from red to black and finally into a strange blue blood. Moreover, his face had already begun to rot. It was completely impossible to see his previous appearance. The breath of life in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Yang Dingtian, remember your oath. Ningyu pulled out the golden sword completely and handed it to Yang Dingtian. Okay, you can go. I will stay here alone for the last 15 minutes of my life. Yang Dingtian took the sword and said, Goodbye. Then, Yang Dingtian picked up Dongfang Bingling. He came to Ning Bai and gently inserted a strand of mystical qi, then fed him a pill. After Ning Bai woke up, mystical qi poured out of his body and instantly grabbed the sword. He blocked Yang Dingtian behind him and was about to pounce on Ningyu. But when he saw Ningyu's rotten face and the wound on his chest, he was stunned. "Young master, are you okay?" Then, Ningbai turned around and looked at Yang Dingtian with concern. "I'm fine," Yang Dingtian said. Ningbai immediately sobbed. "Young master, you're finally back. Many people said that you were dead, but I didn't believe it. You're finally back." Yang Dingtian nodded, then walked to Shui and fed her a pill. Shui slowly woke up. Her beautiful and weak eyes were completely filled with dependence and attachment. She said softly, "Ningyu." "Okay, I'm leaving. In about 2 or 3 years, I'll bring you home." Yang Dingtian said to Shui. "Yes, Ningyu," Shui said softly. The word obedience was written on every inch of her face. "Take care," Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian carried Dongfang Bingling and walked out. After a few steps, Yang Dingtian turned around and asked the Punisher Ningyu, "Oh, right, if I really find that tear, how many people can I save? How?" Ningyu opened his eyes and said, "Of course, you can only save one person, because Wan Wentian only loved one person." As soon as he said this, Yang Dingtian suddenly staggered. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. Only one person? Why could he only save one person? How should he choose? Dugu Fingwu was his son's biological mother. Dongfang Bingling was his master's daughter and his beloved woman. How should he choose? Instantly, Yang Dingtian's mind went blank. He walked out numbly. Just as he walked out of the small building, suddenly, a few bone-chilling energy attacked him like ghosts. "He, young Master Ningyu, young Master Ningwuming, sent me to greet you." Then a gloomy voice came from the air. 5 sharp swords pierced towards Yang Dingtian. Every one of them was an advanced, martial, revered expert. Sha Wuming's lackeys actually came here to kill the so-called Ningyu. It seemed that he had been worried that Ningyu was not dead, so he had people lurking in the earthly paradise. As long as Ningyu's face appeared, his subordinates would immediately kill. 5 martial supreme class experts, and each of them had a cultivation much higher than Yang Dingtian. "Young master, be careful," Ningyu exclaimed and rushed out. "Senior brother, be careful," Dongfang Bingling exclaimed in Yang Dingtian's arms. She jumped out and pounced towards the enemy. "Junior sister, don't," Yang Dingtian shouted. Dongfang Bingling's Sea of Qi was already broken. If she activated her celestial qi, she would die. "Ah!" Yang Dingtian roared. In an instant, the million-spirit demon fire was condensed to the extreme. He poured it into his sword and slashed at the enemy. Ding! Yang Dingtian's sword collided with one of Sha Wuming's subordinates. In an instant, an extremely cold celestial qi energy drilled into Yang Dingtian's body and tore it apart. Puff! Although the 6-star martial revered was 4 stars higher than Yang Dingtian, after being hit by the heaven and earth level celestial flame, he spat out blood and the celestial meridians in his arm instantly cracked. However, Yang Dingtian was even more uncomfortable. The celestial meridians in his body were completely frozen. The area from his chest to his throat was blocked by blood, and the blood froze. As for Ningyu, although she was a martial revered expert, she did not have the slightest resistance in front of a high-level martial revered. With just one move, she spat out blood and flew out like a scarecrow. Shui went forward to catch Ningyu. She also spat out blood from the impact. Her cultivation was even weaker. On the other side, Dongfang Bingling, who was seriously injured, was still fighting 1 against 2. Hiss, hiss! Her sword was like the cold light of the stars in the 9th heaven. It was extremely beautiful and disappeared in an instant. As long as her sword was unsheathed, it would definitely hurt. Although the 2 high-level martial revered tried their best to stop her, it was completely useless. In an instant, Dongfang Bingling stabbed their chests. Then their entire bodies instantly froze into ice. Bing Ling's sword shook slightly. The two ice men exploded in an instant. They were smashed into pieces and turned into countless pieces of frozen flesh, scattering on the ground. Bing Ling's strength was completely unparalleled. Even if her sea of qi was broken and her cultivation was damaged, she still killed 2 high-level martial revered experts. When the remaining enemies saw how terrifying Bing Ling was, they were instantly stunned and instinctively took a few steps back. Bing Ling covered her lower abdomen as blood flowed out more and more violently. Biting her lips, Bing Ling wanted to exhaust the last of her strength to kill the remaining 3 people. She suddenly raised her celestial qi. Puff! Suddenly, a blue flame directly emerged from her sea of qi in her lower abdomen. The celestial flame did not come out of the celestial meridians. It directly burst out from the broken sea of qi. Bing Ling spat out a mouthful of blood and directly fell to the ground. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Junior's sister, Yang Dingtian's eyes were about to crack. The gushing blood instantly melted the ice energy in his body. Before Bing Ling fell to the ground, he caught her. His hand was covered in wet blood. The blood did not have a trace of warmth. It was ice cold. Ah! Yang Dingtian roared. The million-spirit demon fire in his abdomen and the dark, celestial flame in interspatial ring madly condensed. Die! 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 I will tear you into pieces. Everyone will die together. Boom! The terrifying celestial flame fiercely burned Yang Dingtian's body. Yang Dingtian roared and rushed towards the 3 martial revered experts. The remaining 3 martial revered experts sneered. The 3 of them simultaneously drew their swords. They were separated by dozens of meters and combined their swords into one. A terrifying blue, ghostly light burst out in an instant. Celestial skill, and it was the combined celestial skill of the 3 of them. In an instant, it burst out toward Yang Dingtian. Even if Yang Dingtian gave it his all, he would not be able to block the 3 high-level martial revered experts' celestial skill. There was only one ending, which was to be smashed to pieces. He and Bing Ling would both be smashed to pieces. All right, let's die together. I don't need to make a painful choice. Yang Dingtian's body was almost burning as he rushed forward. Step by step, the celestial flame burned fiercely. Young master, don't. Ning Lang, don't. In an instant, 2 figures rushed towards the huge, ghostly light, soared like lightning. Don't. Yang Dingtian madly accelerated, trying to push them away. However, they were too close. Their determination to die was too strong. Their speed was too fast. Almost in an instant, the 2 delicate bodies fiercely collided with a huge, ghostly light sword. The ghostly light pierced through their bodies and suddenly exploded. A strange and terrifying blue light instantly illuminated the entire underground darkness. Ning Bai and Shui Yi's delicate bodies were like 2 flower petals in the air. They suddenly shook and instantly disappeared. Yang Dingtian's heart almost exploded. Blood almost burst out of his brain. Endless anger, endless pain, and endless hatred. Die. Not only did he burn the celestial flame, but he also crazily burned his sea of qi. He only had one thought now, and that was to perish together. He wanted to completely smash the 3 beasts in front of him. Young master, go. Suddenly, Ning Bai's strange and incomparably sorrowful voice came from behind. Go, go! Then an incomparably powerful energy pushed Yang Dingtian out. There was a thick layer of earth in front of him. However, wherever Yang Dingtian passed, all the obstacles in front of him turned into powder. In an instant, Yang Dingtian was like a cannonball. He directly flew out from hundreds of meters underground to thousands of meters high in the sky. Boom! The ground below was like a huge electromagnetic bomb exploding. A strange blue light abruptly appeared. The entire night was completely illuminated and turned into day. Then the houses and trees on the ground turned into powder. Dozens of acres of ground suddenly bulged up. Then it crazily collapsed and then crazily solidified. The solidified ground was suffused with an eerie blue metallic luster. At the last moment, Ning Bai self-detonated his chi vessel and evil spirit energy. After his chi vessel's energy and his evil spirit energy mixed and exploded, the entire heavenly earth was razed to the ground. The remaining 3 martial revered level subordinates, sent by Sha Wuming, were also destined to be smashed into pieces. Finally, Yang Dingtian seemed to vaguely hear Ning Bai's voice in his ears. Yang Dingtian, remember our agreement, remember your oath. Kill Sha Wuming and save the Ning clan of the South Sea. Yang Dingtian floated in the air and looked at the strange blue light on the ground. The blood in his body seemed to be still boiling. Ning Bai, this was an enemy and not a friend. He was neither human nor ghost. He was the punisher of the Temple of Annihilation. He planted the soul-devouring devil mystery in Dugu Fengwu and Dongfang Bingling, which made Yang Dingtian hate him to the core. But at the last moment he spared Yang Dingtian's life and told him the way to save him. He even self-detonated and perished together with the enemy, saving Yang Dingtian's life. Not only that, Ning Bai and Shui Yi, these 2 innocent women, also died under Sha Wuming's claws for the Ning Bai in their hearts. Ning Bai, I will promise you that I will tear Sha Wuming into pieces, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Even though he had never met Sha Wuming, Yang Dingtian's hatred for him was already irreconcilable. Ning Bai and Shui Yi, these 2 innocent women, died under Sha Wuming's claws to save him. Bing Ling's chi vessel was also destroyed because of Sha Wuming. This person must taste all the torture in the world. Cut him into pieces and tear him into pieces. Definitely. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and said. Then he flapped his mystic wings and flew towards the southeast. In the air, Yang Dingtian kept stuffing holy water elixir into Dongfang Bingling's mouth. The extremely precious holy water elixir was put into Bing Ling's mouth like it was the most worthless thing. He crushed it and dripped it on the wound on Bing Ling's abdomen. After flying for a few hundred meters, Yang Dingtian quickly landed in a deep mountain. At this moment, Bing Ling was completely unconscious. Yang Dingtian lifted her skirt. Her curvy abdomen was covered in blood. He washed it gently with water. The wound on Bing Ling's abdomen was no longer bleeding. However, countless fine cracks had appeared on her beautiful lower abdomen, as if a piece of jade had been smashed to the ground. Every crack was seeping with reddish blood, which couldn't be washed away. Yang Dingtian continued stuffing holy water elixir into her mouth, and then injected his mystic chi to dissolve the elixir. Bing Ling opened her beautiful eyes slightly and said softly, "Senior brother, don't waste it. It's useless. It's impossible that it's useless. Holy water can bring the dead back to life. In the Dongli grassland, your sea of chi also cracked, but didn't it heal?" Yang Dingtian said. "It's different this time." Dongfang Bingling said softly, "The Dongli grassland cracked once, and today it cracked twice, and there's evil energy in my body. So it's useless. But don't worry, although my cultivation is destroyed, I won't die. I can still accompany you for a month. Oh, maybe only half a month or 10 days, because the evil energy in my body is flowing faster. Junior sister, I already have a way to cure your soul-devouring devil," Yang Dingtian said. "Tian, don't lie to me, to comfort me." "I don't like this," Dongfang Bingling said. "It's true." Yang Dingtian said. Ningru said that as long as I have Wan Wintian's tear, I can cure the soul-devouring devil. I have his tear. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. Yang Dingtian reached out and grabbed the tear-shaped accessory on his neck, injecting his mystic chi. Immediately, the beautiful tear-shaped ornament revealed its original form. It was incomparably beautiful, sparkling, and translucent, but it also revealed boundless sorrow. "Oh my God!" Bing Ling said with a trembling voice. "This is the supreme, token of evil ways. How did you get it? Ningning gave it to me. Yang Dingtian said, I don't know what her identity is. I have loved 2.5 women. The one I loved the most was you. The one I doted on the most was Yen Yen. And the other half was this mysterious and extremely good Shimin Ningning. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian pulled the tear-shaped accessory off and said, Junior sister, I will cure your soul-devouring devil now. I will cure you now. Then, what about Dugufengwu? Dongfang Bingling asked. Don't care about her, I don't care about her. Yang Dingtian said with a trembling voice, I love you, not her. She is your son's biological mother, Bingling said. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. He could ignore Dugufengwu, but he couldn't ignore his baby. At that time, Dugufengwu didn't kill Yang Dingtian for the sake of her child. Could Yang Dingtian just watch Dugufengwu die without doing anything? Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and said, I don't care anymore. Give the baby to Dugu Aoshuang. Tell the baby that Aoshuang is his biological mother. Then, Yang Dingtian pulled the tear-shaped accessory off and was about to force it into Bingling's body. Bingling's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Dingtian with determination and gentleness. She said, Senior brother, do you love me? Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Then promise me one thing, Bingling said. Sure, but if you want me to give the tear-shaped accessory to Dugufengwu, then forget it. I am very selfish. Yang Dingtian said, I said before that if I can only save one between you and Yen Yen, then I will save Yen Yen. It's not that I don't love you enough, but I pity Yen Yen. I owe her the most. But if I have to choose between you and Dugufengwu, I will definitely choose you. Bingling said, I am very happy and sweet to hear you say that, but I want you to go back to the Temple of Blood first and look at me, Dugufengwu, and your baby before you make your choice. Okay. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. Be my man. You have to be obedient at crucial times, Bingling said seriously. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, okay. Then, he put the tear-shaped accessory into his spatial ring. Carrying Bingling, he summoned the demon spirit ray and flew back to the Temple of Blood. After flying for more than 10 hours, Yang Dingtian carried Bingling and landed on the big platform of the Temple of Blood. At this moment, Dugu Xiao was already waiting here. When he saw Dongfang Bingling, he was slightly startled. Then he bowed and said, Dugu Xiao from the Temple of Blood pays his respects to Fairy Dongfang. I don't dare. Bingling got down from Yang Dingtian's arms and returned the greeting weakly. Yin Yang School's disciple, Cloud Heaven City, Lord Yang Dingtian's wife, Dongfang Bingling, pays her respects to Palace Master Dugu. Seeing how Dongfang Bingling addressed herself, Dugu Xiao instantly trembled and looked at Yang Dingtian with a shocked expression. Dongfang Bingling was so proud that she actually addressed herself as Yang Dingtian's wife. Then he looked at Yang Dingtian and asked, Did you find anything from the soul-devouring demon mystic? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I found the solution. Instantly, a gaze of utter disbelief shot out from Dugu Xiao's eyes. But between Fengwu and Bingling, I can only save one of them, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Dugu Xiao trembled violently. In a secret room, there were only 4 people inside. Dugu Fengwu, Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Bingling, and the baby. Yang Dingtian was going to make an official choice.